Chapter 851, Clothes Burst. Clothes burst. The next step is to perm the skin and color it. Muttering, Yang Ming was about to put the seasoning into the pot. The next moment, a strange fragrance filled the whole place. The fragrance was a kind of soul-stirring smell. Just entering the nose, it made people feel like they were floating in the air. It was Si Yingxi who was about to show his power. Is this your secret, or the trump card? Boss Yang Ming looked at Si Yingxi, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Si Yingxi, and at this time he took out a bag of strange spices. The spices were wrapped in something unknown, and a strange aroma continued to emanate from it, sweeping the entire venue. Even the audience dozens of meters away could smell it clearly. This is Senior Siag's special sauce. It smells so good. I'm sure that even if Senior Siag didn't use roasted whole lamb this time but something else, the food would definitely not be weak after the sauce was applied. After many years, I can see Senior Siag's cooking with all his strength again. This noodle sauce is so special. Irina Nagari narrowed her eyes slightly, closed her eyes, and slightly exposed the tip of her tongue. After touching the air, she quickly retracted it and digested the taste. Star anise, pepper, lemon, osmanthus, a spicy hot sauce. In just a moment, Irina Nagari analyzed the ingredients of the hot sauce used by AG, smiled slightly, and was full of confidence in AG. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat Boss Yang Ming. Si Yingxi made the roasted whole lamb very quickly. The whole lamb was placed on the grill, and the bottom was protected before lighting the fire. The lamb was roasted while applying the hot sauce. After a while, the strange fragrance completely attached to the lamb's body. The golden fat kept overflowing, reflecting the attractive color under the light of the fire, and the fragrance became stronger. However, barbecue is mainly based on fire, and things cooked by fire are not delicious if they are not spicy. Si Yingxi, as a French chef with many years of experience, naturally knows how to deal with this thing. The hot sauce is just a supplement. His real trump card is the chili pepper. Taking out another box of seasoning from the package, Si Yingxi looked a little frightened. This thing is chili powder made mainly of death pepper. Ordinary people will be overwhelmed by the spiciness after eating a little. Now sprinkled on the roasted whole lamb, in contrast with his own hot sauce, the effect will definitely be perfect. As soon as he said it, he sprinkled the chili powder. In just a moment, the strange fragrance was mixed with a terrible spicy taste. The strange thing was that the spicy taste was not pungent, but had a strange natural feeling. It was a bit numb and spicy when it was inhaled into the lungs. It was an indescribable feeling. Yang Ming was also working hard. What he made had surfaced at this moment, roasted bamboo rat. Both sides were barbecued. Si Yingxi was the one who made the fastest progress. Although his dishes were large enough, Yang Ming's roasted bamboo rat had an extremely time-consuming procedure, coloring. The roasted bamboo rat was colored by boiling sugar, and then the layer of sugar was marinated into the rat skin by a special method. This process was extremely long. Although Yang Ming shortened the time a lot with his own method, he was still beaten by Si Yingxi. Bang! Si Yingxi and several staff members brought down a roasted whole lamb and carried it in front of the two judges, and then stood aside silently. At this moment, everyone in the stadium was silent, staring at the roasted whole lamb in the center, swallowing their saliva greedily. The strange fragrance seemed to have magic power and echoed in everyone's nose, lingering. At this moment, people who wanted to eat roasted whole lamb accounted for almost 9/10 of the audience in the stadium, and the rest had rhinitis. Si Yingxi took out a thin knife and gently scratched the chest of the lamb. The outer skin of the roasted whole lamb broke with a snap, but the muscle part inside flowed out a little juice, and the aroma of meat bloomed instantly. Just from the smell, it has captured the referee's mind. However, next, Si Yingxi cut 2 lamb chops out of the roasted whole lamb. Surprised. Unexpected. It turned out that Si Yingxi spent so much effort just for this roasted lamb chops. Like a Western gentleman, Siag leaned forward slightly and said, "My original French-style grilled lamb chops, please enjoy it slowly, two judges." The theme of this competition is unexpected dishes. Obviously, the dish made by Siag was completely beyond the expectations of Irina Nagari and Red Hair Shanks. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, good, good. As expected of Siag, this level of cooking is pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Not sparing her words of praise, Irina Nagiri took the lead in cutting off a piece of meat and put it into her mouth with a fork. A light bite. Puff. The fresh gravy bloomed in the mouth instantly, which was the unique tenderness of lamb. With the explosion of juice, the crispy roasted skin also exploded with a crackle, and the crisp sound mixed with the gravy burst in the mouth, and the unique beauty swept the mind in an instant. Beauty, incomparable beauty, heartbreaking beauty. It's like being in the soft memory of a beauty, holding a rough jade in the mouth, and hugging a beauty. That is the pleasure of being in the kingdom of beauties, that is the softness of happiness to the peak of life. This dish can no longer be described in words. If you have to say it, it is, it should only exist in heaven. How many times can you hear it in the world? Almost instantly, Irina Nagiri felt that she was radiant, and was healed perfectly in an instant. Beside him, red-haired Shanks, who was also a referee, said nothing and ate a bite of food silently. The next moment, his clothes were torn apart. The extremely gentle taste made his hair stand up. If it wasn't for covering his shame, he would have torn the cloth under his crotch completely. This dish is worthy of being ranked first among the 10 elites of Totsuki. Si Yingshi looked at the performance of the two referees, and a confident smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that it was successful. The spicy sauce was first blended into the roasted whole lamb, which not only made the meat softer, but also made the later chili powder not too spicy. The two were slightly blended, and it was an excellent delicacy. It seems that victory is not far away from him. The big star Fuyuki opened her beautiful eyes wide, drooling, and for a moment she even forgot about the live broadcast. Seeing red-haired Shanks's clothes bursting amazingly, she came back to her senses and said in surprise. Oh my god! This contestant, Si Yingshi, is so strong. This is the first time I have seen a phenomenon where clothes burst after eating delicious food to satisfaction. I don't know why, I want to eat it too. Even if my clothes burst, it's worth it. The big star Fuyuki said excitedly. With that expression, she really wanted to replace those referees, just to satisfy her appetite. Chapter 852 Yang Ming's dishes can also burst clothes. Oh my god! This contestant, Si Yingshi, is so strong. This is the first time I have seen a phenomenon where clothes burst after eating delicious food to satisfaction. I don't know why, I want to eat it too. Even if my clothes burst, it's worth it. The big star Fuyuki said excitedly. With that expression, she really wanted to replace those referees, just to satisfy her appetite. Big star Fuyuki also wants to expose her clothes? Thinking of that scene, it is so beautiful that a group of wolf friends immediately howled on the live broadcast, and a series of barrages were flooding the screen. Host, I don't want you to expose your clothes, I just want you to take off your clothes on the spot. What is the person above saying? I am not a vulgar person like you. Host, don't care about him, just blow me a kiss. Host, please ask, are you a D cup or a C cup? Let's decipher it together. Host, I am an honest man, just show me what it looks like to have turbulent waves. The person above, get out of here, you are insulting the 3 words of an honest man. Host, please lend me a word. I have confirmed it through my eyes, the host must be a D cup. Big star Fuyuki saw the barrages of these wolf friends through the backstage, and suddenly felt a sense of laughter and tears. However, her big eyes rolled around, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She said softly. If you give me a gift worth 100 million, I will consider it. 1,000 waves were raised at once. Suddenly, these people didn't care whether it was true or not, just wanted to feast their eyes, and immediately gave gifts. Jiraiya gave the anchor a plane. Kakashi gave the anchor a yacht. Ebisu gave the anchor a rose. Seeing Jiraiya come out, the villagers of Konoha village went crazy. As one of the employees of Yang Ming's shop, Jiraiya has a greater reputation than the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and can be called a national star. What's more, he is a friend of the current Hokage Tsunade, and can be said to be deeply loved by the people. Look! We caught a fresh Jiraiya. Should we fry him or deep fry him? No, let's just let him go. Jiraiya, the long-time single dog, has appeared. Ha ha ha. I think I'm going to show some dog food. At this moment, although Jiraiya was also on the field, there was a large screen at the competition site, which was broadcasting the live broadcast of the big star Fuyuki. Seeing the barrage of comments that filled the screen, Jiraiya's face turned black. Tsunade nudged Jiraiya with her elbow and teased, Yo, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Jiraiya's face froze, and he said awkwardly, how could it be? Didn't you see a group of people want to feed me dog food? It's so miserable to be a single dog. Just as Tsunade wanted to continue teasing Jiraiya, she was also sharp-eyed and saw that Yang Ming had already prepared the food. I won't mess with you anymore. I want to see how Yang Ming does. Tsunade said. Jiraiya straightened his chest and said confidently, of course, the boss will win. That's not necessarily true. Yang Ming's opponent is surprisingly strong this time. As they were talking. It's my turn. At this moment, Yang Ming brought his roasted bamboo rat and walked to the referee calmly, please taste it. This is. The referees were stunned, and even Arina Nakiri clenched her fists suddenly. This time, Yang Ming was different from usual. The appearance of the dishes he made was no longer a random combination, but very attentive. The exquisite roasted bamboo rat skin exuded a perfect burnt aroma. Under the golden appearance, some green vegetables used for decoration made the fiery roasted bamboo rat extremely tempting. This is, grilled bamboo rat? It's a little different from the usual ones. It was still Arina Nakiri. Although she didn't like Yang Ming, she still had the professional qualities of a chef. Seeing Yang Ming's cooking, her brows relaxed a little, forced a smile, and commented. The appearance is perfect, the grilling temperature seems to be just right, there is no trace of damage on the bamboo rat's skin, and the knife skills are neat and crisp. Even in the Totsuki restaurant, there are no more than 10 chefs with knife skills like you. The first part of the sentence is pretty good. Although it is a compliment, it seems a bit conventional. But the latter sentence, even in the Totsuki restaurant, there are no more than 10 chefs with knife skills like you, seems a bit clever. She is implicitly announcing a fact to Yang Ming: your cooking skills are only strong in the Naruto world, but if the master chefs in the world of Food Wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, come out, you still have no chance. Fortunately, no matter how strong Si Yingshi is, he is too young. He is not a master chef yet. He is just a senior chef who has touched the edge. He is at the same level as Yang Ming. Another red-haired Shanks who favors Yang Ming also nodded surprisingly. After eating the grilled lamb chops just now, I feel a little tired of this dish. Both dishes have the word grilled. From the appearance, although this grilled bamboo rat is better, the grilled lamb chops just now are ahead in terms of the amazing taste. Arina Nakiri also nodded. She couldn't deny this. After all, Si Yingshi's hot sauce is special. When it comes out, it has a fragrance that rolls around the table. The effect of using it on grilled lamb chops can be imagined. It seems that Si Yingshi has spent a lot of effort to study the formula of noodle sauce. This time, Yang Ming is in trouble. I'm afraid Si Yingshi's chances of winning will be greater. Arina Nakiri cut off a piece of bamboo rat meat with a knife, put it in and chewed it gently. Oh my god, what's the matter with this fat but not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside? It seems to melt people directly, sweet and spicy inside. The strong taste not only did not cause me too much stimulation, but it touched my heart like a tickle, like a cat's paw trying to open my heart layer by layer again and again. This feeling. I can't stop. With just one bite, Arina Nakiri felt that she was in the spring breeze again, and when she was glorious, she exuded the fire of youth all over her body, as if she was on the riverside was youth, and she was swimming in it, that was the youth of bamboo rats, representing freedom and joy. It was like returning to childhood all of a sudden, and the childlike innocence was revived. Red-haired Shanks on the side also ate bamboo rat meat with anticipation. Suddenly, his time seemed to stand still. In front of her was an endless river, wild bamboo rats were joking, and the spring breeze was blowing. This dish represents youth. Crack! The clothes that red-haired Shanks had just changed into turned into a ball of powder. His muscles were bulging high, representing the symbol of strong power. Countless blue veins spread on his body like spider webs. A kind of firepower that only teenagers have is clearly shown on this middle-aged man. It was an explosive shock. Red-haired Shanks had never expected that this dish would have such a big impact on him. Even the cloth under his crotch had already broken. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have exposed his confidence to all the audience present. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. Am I seeing this right? Red-haired Shanks directly blew his underwear off. Chapter 853, Bamboo rat wrapped in banana leaves is the most delicious. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. Did I see it right? Red-haired Shanks exploded his underwear. Oh my god, I knew Shanks had a strong ability to explode clothes, but I didn't expect him to explode even the cloth. What's so magical about this dish? Ah, I just don't want to see a big man's clothes explode. No way, looking at Shanks' performance, could it be that Boss Yang Ming won? Oh my god! Boss Yang Ming, does he have such a strong strength? Damn it, our Totsuki restaurant is going to be in trouble this time. If Boss Yang Ming wins this time, we only have one last game to turn the situation around. Sitting in his seat, Soma Yukihiro looked at the person who had argued with him at the beginning with a sense of relief. Damn, are you happy this time? I won. And he made me 150,000 in income. If you place bets early, the odds will be calculated according to the time of betting. Yukihira Soma placed bets at 1:1.5, so the income is also 1:1.5. Are you shocked? Fuck. Yukihira Soma was so happy. In order to argue with him about who would win, he actually bet 500,000 on Si Yingshi. He said that this was because he borrowed a lot of money from his colleagues. At that time, he also told his colleagues that he would definitely pay back 400,000 later. After all, according to his understanding, Si Yingshi should have won this game. Even if the odds were 1:0.5, he could make 250,000 at least, and he would have a lot of pocket money by then. Who knew that Si Yingshi actually lost? Yes, although the referee has not yet said who will win, Shanks has already told everyone the answer. Boss Yang Ming won. Si Yingshi, the first of the 10 outstanding men of Totsuki, lost. Just because of that piece of cloth. Seeing Soma Yukihira's happy look, the person who lost the bet with him said faintly, "Why are you so happy? Don't forget, you are the one playing in the last game. If you lose, you will be the sinner of the entire Totsuki restaurant." Soma Yukihira was stunned, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, "No problem, I will never lose. Because, my dad is back. I will have a Shura-style special training with him." At this point, Soma Yukihira's heart was hot. Soma Yukihira's father, named Yukihira Joichiro, was once a student of Totsuki Academy. Together with Dojima Jin, he opened the golden age of Polar Star Dormitory. He is one of the master chefs of Totsuki restaurant. His cooking skills are extremely superb. He is the strongest chef of the 69th term. He is known as real genius, delicious pioneer, revolutionary, pioneer, etc. He is good at cooking unprecedented delicacies with almost impossible means. He was called Shura by later generations. Meaning, invincible. Somewhere at the competition site, Yukihira Joichiro looked at Boss Yang Ming, his dark eyes showing a smile of eagerness, and whispered to himself, "Boss Yang Ming. What an interesting person. I really hope to have a chance to compete with you in a food battle. I really want to experience the feeling of being defeated by other chefs." The referees looked at each other, and finally it was the arrogant lady Irina Nakiri who broke the deadlock and said, "You already have a result in mind, right?" "Yes. Yes." After discussing for a while, Irina Nakiri said, "The winner this time is Yang." "Wait a minute." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "You haven't finished this dish yet." As he said that, a stack of banana leaves was brought up. The roasted bamboo rat cooked by Yang Ming is very popular in modern Thailand and Vietnam, but in fact, the cooking method of this dish was first spread in Dali. However, as the material life became richer, the people of Dali were no longer willing to eat bamboo rats, so it was not well known. Instead, after it was spread to Southeast Asian countries, a craze for eating bamboo rats and voles was set off. Speaking of roasted bamboo rats, how can it be called real roasted bamboo rats without banana leaves? Not finished yet. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Damn it, you have already won, and now you are not finished? How delicious must your dish be? This is. Looking at the stack of lotus leaves and banana leaves, even Irina Nakiri was a little surprised. Banana leaves are the best choice for eating roasted bamboo rats. The reason why banana leaves are used to wrap bamboo rat meat is mainly because bamboo rat meat is mostly too hot and the taste is not good when eaten directly. But because Yang Ming used a special method, using skilled techniques and a skilled grilling method to perfectly remove the heat from the bamboo rat meat, the referees thought it was perfect. Yang Ming walked forward, picked up the bamboo rat that was about 2 tails left, observed it for a while, and shook his hand, and a dragon-slaying sword appeared again. Then, it was an extremely fast knife speed. He cut the 2 tails of bamboo rat more than 100 times in a row, and what followed was 100 pieces of bamboo rat meat. After wrapping the bamboo rat meat with banana leaves, Yang Ming put it on the 2 referees. Please enjoy. This is such a perfect bamboo rat slice, with skin and meat on each slice, thin but not broken. Just looking at the appearance makes people have an urge to whet their appetite, so amazing. Irina Nakiri peeked at the perfection of the bamboo rat slice through the gap in the banana leaf. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she did not choose to eat the bamboo rat slice directly. Even if she disliked Yang Ming, she had to admit that he had very good cooking skills. She forced a smile on her face, gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Ming and said, "Boss Yang Ming, we lost this game. But, don't be complacent, we still have one last game, and who will win or lose is still unknown." On the side, Si Yingshi heard this and sighed helplessly. As the number 1 of the 10 elites of Totsuki, he actually lost. He was obviously the strongest among the younger generation, but he lost completely. He simply took off his chef's hat and left without looking back. There is no need to stay here anymore. His departure did not cause much trouble for several people. Pay attention. Nakiri Arena looked at Siag's departing back with concern and sighed in her heart. I didn't expect that Boss Yang Ming's cooking skills were so strong. After just a few days of not seeing him, his cooking skills have improved again. This time, even Siag is not his opponent. I hope Siag won't do anything stupid. Red-haired Shanks said nothing and stuffed the banana leaf into his mouth. This feeling. The thin banana leaf completely wrapped the slight imperfections of the bamboo rat meat, and a completely different taste from before bloomed in the mouth. As he chewed, the leaf gradually softened with the bamboo rat meat. Yang Ming's knife skills were excellent, and each piece of meat was incomparable. After eating it this way, although the stimulation of the taste was reduced a lot, in fact, the whole dish was sublimated because of the leaf. If the original bamboo rat meat is compared to a rich and free breeze, then the softness of the leaves is to add vitality to the entire freedom. The river representing freedom has more life, the riverside has more lush green shade, and the whole world is sublimated. Chapter 854 Delicious. If the original bamboo rat meat is compared to a rich and free breeze, then the softness of the leaves is to add vitality to the entire freedom. The river representing freedom has more life, the riverside has more lush green shade, and the whole world is sublimated. Such delicious food cannot be enjoyed by oneself alone. Thinking of this, a charming and beautiful figure appeared in the mind of Red Hair Shanks. As a loyal fan of the live broadcast of the big star Fuji Fuyuki, and having sent gifts to her several times, Red-haired Shanks found that he could not leave this beautiful figure, so he called a waiter and said, "Can you pack one for me and send it to one person?" This. The waiter hesitated and said a little embarrassedly, "This doesn't seem to be against the rules, right? Idiot." Red-haired Shanks said with contempt, "The person I want to send it to is in this stadium. How long does it take to send a dish?" As he said, he simply called another waiter, put the banana leaf rolled bamboo rat meat in his hand into a bag, and said to the man, "Seat 002, please send it to me." Nakiri Arena was stunned. "Isn't the big star Fuji Fuyuki also in this place?" He did it right away. Red-haired Shanks sent the dish to the big star Fuji Fuyuki, and then looked at Yang Ming with a licking face. "Boss Yang Ming, do you have any more of the roasted bamboo rat wrapped in banana leaves? If not, it will be hard to tell who won." Damn it! Yang Ming wanted to slap red-haired Shanks at that time. It is said that a shameless person is invincible, and this guy is indeed so shameless. It is hard to tell who won if the food is gone. Damn it, what did you say before? The winner has already been decided. This guy obviously wants to take the opportunity to ask for another roasted bamboo rat. Looking at the dozens of pieces of bamboo rat meat left, Yang Ming pondered for a while, took the palm-sized banana leaf pancake and rolled 2 pieces of bamboo rat meat. After watching him finish eating, he left the stadium calmly. So far, the game ended with Yang Ming's crushing victory. "Host, this competition is really exciting. I didn't expect the result to be beyond our expectations. The winner is Boss Yang Ming. Thank him for letting us see the profound Ming Xiaodian cuisine and the vast culinary knowledge. Thank him for the miracle." With this completely certain voice, the audience instantly exploded. "Damn, my 30,000 is gone. I bet 30,000. Damn, I also got 10,000. This time I really lost a lot. Are chefs so good now? Roasted bamboo rat, really interesting. Haha, I've heard that Yang Ming's Xiaodian cuisine is profound and I wanted to see it. I didn't expect to see it in this game today. He can interfere with the referee's actions so much. He is also a barely worth watching opponent. Yukihira Joichiro murmured, and then left the audience. Oh, did you make 100,000? Tsunade smiled a little more when she heard Jiraiya's voice. Not bad, but unfortunately I've been gambling too much recently, and my pocket money is only tens of thousands. If I can invest the village's treasury, I guess I can make hundreds of millions, right? When she placed the bet, Yang Ming's odds were 1:2, so 50,000 doubled, and the interest was 100,000. Gamble with all the money in Konoha village's treasury? Hearing this, Jiraiya shuddered and nodded insincerely, yes, this money is really easy to make. Dear audience, you see, I said that this time boss Yang Ming must win, and I was right. The big star Fuji Fuyuki was still fiddling with the camera, her voice was full of pride. While she was talking, a big sister in her 20s came over with a bag of food in her hand, which was the food sent by Red Hair Shanks. Excuse me, are you Miss Fuji Fuyuki? Yes, I am, may I ask who you are? Oh, that's right. Lord Shanks just asked me to bring you a meal. From the eldest sister taking the bag in hand, the warm and fresh fragrance filled her nose. This is... Taking out the well-wrapped banana leaf cake, the big star Fuji Fuxiwai's eyes flickered slightly. She knew that this was the dish made by boss Yang Ming. It's really interesting, just try it. With a try attitude, the big star Fuji Fuxiwai lifted her hair and opened her mouth slightly. Taking out the banana leaf cake rolled into a cylinder, opening her mouth, ah! The big star Fuji Fuxiwai gently bit the banana leaf cake with her small mouth, biting off a part with a sound of ah-woo, and then a blur appeared in the black and white bright eyes. The crystal mist swirled in the eye sockets, and the big star Fuji Fuxiwai unconsciously grabbed the clothes tightly. Without saying anything, she just ate the food silently. However, the audience watching the live broadcast was shocked to see that with every bite, the mist in the eyes of the big star Fuji Fuyuki would spread a little, and at the same time, her face would be a little more flushed. Is she crying? Yes, the big star usually likes to eat light food. The audience of the live broadcast thought so. But only the big star Fuji Fuyuki knew what was going on. The big star Fuji Fuyuki chewed in her mouth, and the layers of banana leaves rolled up bamboo rats were chewed into pieces. The deliciousness of the sauce and spices merged with the banana leaves and bamboo rats, and it was even impossible to distinguish the separate flavors. The delicious combination bloomed in the taste buds. Where is this place? The big star Fuji Fuyuki looked at the endless banana leaves and smelled the bursts of fragrance in the air. In an instant, it seemed that all the fatigue was swept away, and it seemed that the peace of mind was found in an instant. Why are there banana leaves? Looking up and around, the horizon is stained with some green, and this sea of leaves is connected to the sky, as if the whole world is integrated together. Is this feeling the good years? The big star Fuji Fuyuki also lay down with her clothes on, with the rustling sound of the wind blowing in her ears and the fragrance of banana leaves on her nose. Putting down all thoughts and quietly enjoying the banana leaves for a while, enjoying the relaxation from the heart, it's really good. The big star Fuji Fuyuki woke up and smiled slightly. It seemed that she could still feel the joy of running and chasing under the banana leaves, and the quiet and softness when she lay down. When the big star Fuji Fuyuki finished chewing in her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Puff! The warm heat flowed directly from the head to the lower abdomen. After being suppressed for about 3 seconds, the extremely strong pleasure instantly turned into a strong passion and burst out. Ah! At this time, if the live broadcast audience could see the skirt of the big star Fuji Fuyuki, they would find that she was already. Chapter 855 Tragedy Caused by a Kind of Wine. After Yang Ming and Si Yingxi competed, life calmed down again. That night, an old man dressed in simple clothes had a scar on his face. Although he looked ordinary, he had a strong momentum that made people dare not underestimate him. He was Nikiri Senseiman, the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy, the leader of the Japanese cuisine world, with a scar near his right eye, and was called the Food Demon King. He was also Nikiri Arena's grandfather. If it weren't for his support, Nikiri Arena would not have so much money to build the Totsuki restaurant, nor would she have the ability to recruit so many powerful chefs. Previously, Nikiri Senseiman and other master chefs went out to travel with the idea of finding precious ingredients in the Naruto world, and they have not returned until now. Now that he is back, of course he wants to have a good chat with his granddaughter. However, when he walked near the Tatsuki restaurant, he suddenly stopped, sniffed the air with his nose, and showed an unexpected intoxicated expression on his face. Oh, it smells so good! What a mellow wine smell! Who is drinking? Why is it so fragrant? There was a sudden commotion among the pedestrians on several streets near Yang Ming's shop, because almost all the pedestrians on several streets smelled an alluring wine aroma. Not only that, even Tsunade, who was busy working on official documents at night in the Hokage building far away, could vaguely smell the wine aroma. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fragrance spreads 10 miles away. What kind of wine smells so good? Nakiri Senseiman, who had just returned from a trip, suddenly widened his eyes. He was full of wine and food, but after smelling the wine, he actually had a little appetite again. How about going to have a look? Nakiri Senseiman originally wanted to go back to the Tatsuki restaurant to see his granddaughter, but after smelling the strong wine aroma, he instinctively became anxious. In addition to cooking, his only hobby is fine wine. Suddenly smelling such a mellow wine aroma, it immediately aroused his desire for wine. Let's go and have a look. Nakiri Senseiman was attracted by the mellow wine aroma. It seemed that there was a poisonous insect torturing him in his heart. Following the wine aroma, he groped towards Yang Ming's shop. Gurgle. In a room in a nearby hotel, he was preparing for the next day. The big star Fuji Fuxawai, who was broadcasting live materials, suddenly smelled the aroma of wine. She sniffed and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Fuxawai actually has an appetite. Next to her, the agent who was looking at the pile of delicious food on the table and was worried, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly picked up a plate of famous dishes made by the hotel chef and put it in front of the big star Fuji Fuxawai. Are you hungry? Eat something quickly. I'm not hungry, I can't eat. Seeing the food on the plate, the big star Fuji Fuxawai frowned slightly and shook her head without interest. Can she tell the agent that until now, she still misses the roasted bamboo rat cooked by boss Yang Ming before? That kind of special happiness is really incomparable. Alas, you only ate an egg in the morning, half a pie at noon, and nothing except a watermelon at night. If you continue like this, how can you have the energy to live broadcast? The agent sighed and looked worried. If she continued like this, she would not be able to keep up with the nutrition and would definitely get sick. Not to mention live broadcasting, her body would probably collapse. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Why am I so stupid? Feng Shuiwei actually smelled the aroma of wine and felt hungry. Then why don't I just buy this wine? Feng Shuiwei, you take a rest in the room. I'll go out and find out where the aroma of wine comes from. The agent stood up and was about to go outside. However, when she heard that she was going to find the aroma of wine, the big star Fuji Feng Shuiwei's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up and followed. Wait for me, I'll go too. However, when they walked out of the room, they saw guests in other rooms also sniffing hard in the aisle, as if they were also looking for the source of the aroma of wine. Downstairs, downstairs. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. Everyone followed him downstairs. Sure enough, many people had already gathered in the corridor downstairs. They stretched their necks and inhaled the aroma of wine in the air, looking for the source of the aroma. At this time, at the door of Yang Ming's shop, Zabuza was also attracted by the aroma of wine wafting from the tavern. His saliva was flowing and he kept wiping his saliva. Hey! What's wrong with the boss recently? Why is it that every time he competes with the group of people from Yuanya restaurant, his cooking skills have improved? Now even the brewed wine is so attractive. I'm so greedy. No, after get off work, I have to discuss with the boss to provide fine wine for employee meals in the future. At this moment, Zabuza had no idea that there was a commotion outside. Not only did the villagers from a radius of 10 miles come, but even the villagers from 100 miles away also followed the smell of wine to find him. Tap! 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 Just as Zabuza squinted his eyes and enjoyed the aroma of wine, hurried footsteps sounded outside. What's going on? Zabuza opened his eyes suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound with an unhappy face. However, the situation outside scared him. He saw a group of villagers rushing over in a threatening manner in the distance. The leader was Tsunade, who actually skipped work and escaped. What surprised Zabuza even more was that not only Tsunade, but also ninjas such as Asuma and Might Guy came. Yes, it's here. Wow, what a fragrant wine. It's so comfortable to smell it, what if I drink it? Zabuza, you have such a delicious wine and you didn't call me. You are so good, Zabuza, what kind of wine did Boss Yang Ming sell today that is so fragrant, and you didn't even tell me in advance? Before Zabuza could speak, there were bursts of exclamations and dissatisfied complaints outside. Damn! What's going on? Zabuza was confused. Tsunade took the lead, and the smell of the wine made her feel hungry and thirsty. She wanted to rush into Yang Ming's shop and ask Yang Ming for some wine. Seeing that Tsunade was going to break the rules, Zabuza suddenly felt a little headache. He didn't care that the other party was the Hokage. He took a step forward, and his burly body was like an iron tower blocking Tsunade. He said coldly. Sorry. Please show your lottery ticket first. If you don't have it, I'm sorry I can't let you in. Seeing the tall and strong Zabuza blocking the way, Tsunade clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said. Can't you make some concessions? No means no. Zabuza said firmly, without any mercy. Chapter 856 Blame Me. Seeing the tall and strong Zabuza blocking the way, Tsunade clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said. Can't you make some concessions? No means no. Zabuza said firmly, without any mercy. Just as Tsunade and Zabuza were arguing, Nakiri Arena's grandfather, Nakiri Senseiman, was among the villagers. He looked up and saw Yang Ming's shop. A gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. This is the shop that is this the legendary shop in the ninja world. He took a deep breath like a long dragon, and a large amount of wine aroma in the air rushed into his nasal cavity. Ha! Nakiri Senseiman sighed comfortably, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and couldn't help but admire. Not bad, not bad. This wine aroma, just smelling it, I can smell several different ingredients combined together, and what's more amazing is that this is obviously only brewed for a few days, but I don't know how it has this aroma comparable to decades of aged wine. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Clap. 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 When Nakiri Senseiman's voice fell, loud applause came from the shop. I admire you. I really admire you. Just through the smell of wine, you can analyze so much. You are worthy of being called the devil of food. It's amazing. Oh. Nakiri Senseiman suddenly raised his eyelids, and his originally cloudy eyeballs suddenly burst into dazzling light. Even though he looks ordinary, he is not lost in the crowd. On the contrary, at this moment, all living beings cannot cover up the light on him. This is the master chef. The cooking skills are even higher than those of the master chefs. Seeing Yang Ming's ordinary figure enter the field of vision, Nakiri Senseiman smiled heroically. You are Yang Ming, right? Although it was a question, the tone was extremely firm. Facing this master chef, Yang Ming gave enough respect and nodded, that's right. Hey hey hey. Tsunade looked left and right, raised her hand and waved impatiently, Yang Ming, look at all of us, we are all attracted by the aroma of your wine, you can't let us go empty-handed, right? Oh. Nakiri Senseiman said in surprise, is there any strange rule here that won't let us in? That's right. Tsunade looked indignant, Yang Ming is really something, only 3 lucky people who draw the admission ticket can enter the tavern every day, no one else can. Nakiri Senseiman looked confused. There is such a thing? Facing the surging public opinion, Yang Ming still remained calm and said calmly, it's good that you know. Tsunade. Nakiri Senseiman. Now I finally know, Nakiri Senseiman said to Yang Ming in a stammering voice, why does Arena hate you so much? I feel very unhappy now. There is good wine in front of me, but I just can't drink it. Only the person involved can deeply understand this feeling of frustration. Tsunade waved her fists, with strange power hidden inside, and said angrily, Yang Ming, can't you really make some concessions? Seeing Tsunade, the Hokage, taking the lead, other villagers also started to make a fuss. Yes. Yes. It's not that we can't afford to pay. Protest. Strongly protest. We want to drink. 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 The crowd was surging. It was obvious that Yang Ming's new wine was so good that they were so excited. As a master chef in the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, Nakiri Senseiman has his own unique cooking concept. In his opinion, since it is the customer's request, as a chef, he should try his best to meet it, instead of sticking to his own rules. Therefore, he strongly disagrees with Yang Ming's concept. Nakiri Senseiman looked at Yang Ming meaningfully and thought to himself. Faced with this situation, what would you do? Yang Ming's face was calm, with an expression of not falling even if Mount Tai collapsed. Even if Tsunade, the Hokage, took the lead in protesting, his face remained unchanged and he said lightly. No. This is the rule of our restaurant. Everyone. Silence. Silence. Extremely silent. Nakiri Senseiman was confused, opened his mouth several times, but still couldn't say anything in the end. He was speechless. Even if he was already a master chef, in the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, if the leader of that country led the people to protest to him, he probably wouldn't dare to resist at all. After all, although Nakiri Senseiman was the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy, and Totsuki Academy was a world-renowned school for training famous chefs, in the final analysis, Totsuki Academy was not his one-man show, and in the face of the powerful, he had to lower his proud head. Ah! Nakiri Senseiman let out a long sigh. No wonder, this Yang Ming was so young, he could make a great name in the huge ninja world. Just based on this, I feel ashamed and have to write a word of admiration. But since then, I have become more and more curious about the wine he brews. Nakiri Senseiman is getting older and likes wine even more. He knows that wine has 3 flavors. He has tried almost every kind of wine in the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, but even Alpine, the century-old vodka brewed by the mountain spirit spring, or the daughter red wine that has been handed down from the Qing dynasty to this day, have never been as fragrant and mellow as the wine brewed by Yang Ming. Seeing that Yang Ming would never compromise, Zabuza, Uchiha Itachi, Afei, and Kisame came behind him, one by one, and the momentum of many cage-level strongmen connected together, like a tidal wave, suddenly overwhelmed the surging of a group of villagers, and Tsunade was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Yang Ming, you really pissed me off. I beg you, next time you sell wine, don't sell it so fragrant. Do you know what it feels like to smell the aroma of wine in the middle of the night? Yang Ming watched Tsunade getting more and more excited, especially the villagers next to him nodded in approval, even the big star Fujifuyuki was no exception, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across Yang Ming's face. The wine is so fragrant, is it my fault? If not you, who else can I blame? Tsunade said almost madly. As the saying goes, 1 iron rod and 1 carrot. Yang Ming had already refused with a firm attitude. In order to avoid a serious situation, it was time to give a carrot. After a pause, Yang Ming said. Then let's do this. From now on, the number of people who can draw lottery tickets in the tavern will be increased from 3 to 10. This. Everyone looked at each other, feeling extremely entangled. This number is still very small. However, they all knew that this was the bottom line drawn by Yang Ming, so they all thought about how to grab this number tomorrow. Chapter 857 Betting on Wine. Nakiri Senseiman hit a wall at Yang Ming's shop, smacked his lips, and was addicted to wine. He felt a fire burning in his heart. Sighing secretly, Nakiri Senseiman had no choice but to turn around and go back to Totsuki restaurant to ask his granddaughter for wine. As the head coach of Totsuki Academy in Shokuchiki no Soma, even though Nakiri Senseiman was low-key enough, he still made the whole Totsuki restaurant explode. The chefs who were originally preparing to go home after get-off work all perked up, laid a red carpet at the entrance of the restaurant, stood in a row on both sides, bowed slightly, and said in a loud voice. Welcome back. Oh. No need to welcome me with such a big fanfare. Nakiri Senseiman waved his hand and gestured. At this moment, a young and beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Grandpa. With a crisp voice, Nakiri Arena flew into Nakiri Sentimon's arms. If it were normal, she would never do this. But recently, she has suffered a huge blow. She originally thought that she could beat Yang Ming's shop by founding Totsuki restaurant, but she was defeated by Yang Ming one after another. This made the always proud Arena Nakiri feel very uncomfortable, and the pressure and responsibility on her shoulders increased day by day. Nakiri Senseiman touched Arena Nakiri's hair, looked at the obvious fatigue on her granddaughter's face, and said distressedly. You have been very busy recently, look, you have lost so much weight in a while. No way. Nakiri Arena said proudly, and her jade hand secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, Nakiri Sentimon's stomach gurgled unconvincingly. Nakiri Senseiman touched his stomach and smiled bitterly. It's all because of Yang Ming's shop across the street. The wine they brew is so fragrant that it made me hungry. Grandpa. The wine in Yang Ming's shop is not as good as our own wine. Nakiri Arena frowned unhappily and pulled Nakiri Senseiman into the Tatsuki restaurant. Come on, I'll prepare some good wine and food for Grandpa so that you can eat your fill. Okay, okay. Nakiri Senseiman said lovingly. With Nakiri Sentimon's arrival, the Tatsuki restaurant naturally did not dare to neglect him. Even Siag, who was defeated by Yang Ming and ranked first among the 10 outstanding players of Tatsuki, came out in person. In a very short time, Siag personally held a dish and a bottle of wine and placed them on Nakiri Sentimon's table. General, please enjoy. Oh! Nakiri Sentimon's eyes suddenly lit up. This dish is small herring fried in butter and served with a bottle of Mosul white wine. Siag personally poured wine for Nakiri Senseiman and said, "This is white wine from Gelsli Oryxburg, 40 years old. Is it wine from there? That's really rare." Nakiri Senseiman sighed. Gelsli is a small village in the Mosul River Basin, and almost no one outside Germany knows about it. This kind of wine is extremely rare, and the vineyards produce very little, so it is almost impossible for outsiders to get it. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort to get the wine there. Siag bowed slightly. This is what we should do. Nakiri Senseiman glanced at Siag and sighed. Mosul white wine is a good thing, but only people who understand wine know how to drink it. You have to drink it before drinking red wine. There is no better wine than this. Many people use white wine from the Rhine instead, because they don't know there is a better one. Wine. Did you know that white wine from the Rhine River will ruin the taste of red wine? It is a big spoiler to toast white wine from the Rhine River before drinking red wine. But a bottle of Moser white wine is perfect. Okay, Grandpa. Arina Nakiri said coquettishly, when it comes to wine, you always keep talking. Nakiri Senseiman slapped his forehead and apologized. Hey! My fault, my fault. I shouldn't have ignored my precious granddaughter. Nakiri Senseiman raised his glass. Arina, Grandpa apologizes to you, come on, cheers. Grandpa is really... Arina Nakiri pouted, raised her glass, and clinked it with Senseiman Nakiri's, making a sizzling sound. Senseiman Nakiri shook the glass, letting the white wine swirl around the bottom of the glass as much as possible, and the light and elegant aroma of the wine floated out, making people very enjoyable. After taking a small sip, he seemed to be cast a spell of immobilization, standing there motionless, with his eyes closed, a look of confusion and enjoyment on his face. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, squinted his eyes, and sighed affectionately. Not bad. After swallowing, the whole body feels comfortable, as if wandering in a warm sea of flowers, warm and intoxicating. Not bad. Si Yingshi looked proud and said respectfully, "It is my honor to receive your highest praise." Seeing that Nakiri Senseiman liked wine tasting so much, an idea flashed through Siag's mind, and he said, "General, I see that you like wine so much. I have a suggestion here. Just as a little bit of elegance, how about betting on wine?" Betting on wine? Nakiri Arina looked at Siag strangely and said, "What is betting on wine?" Siag explained, "Betting on wine means that I take out a bottle of wine and let the general go through 3 steps, smelling, tasting, and feeling, and then tell the information of the wine. The more and more detailed it is, the more it can test a person's skill in wine. When a professional wine taster tastes a bottle of red wine, as long as the wine is not a famous brand like Lafite or Latour, he can only be close to saying the name of the vineyard. Of course, he can tell you that the wine is produced in the Bordeaux region, or in Saint-Emilion County, Pomerol County, Graves County, or in Médoc County. But each county has several towns and villages, and each village has many small vineyards. It is impossible for a person to identify them all by tasting or smelling them. I might as well tell you that the wine I got here was obtained from a small vineyard, and there are many other small vineyards around this vineyard, and the commander-in-chief will never know. This is impossible." "Hey!" Nakiri Sentimon's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. You go and get the wine quickly. I want to see what problems you can come up with to stump me." The thought of betting with another kind of wine made him interested again. Seeing this, Si Yingshi smiled politely. He hurried out the door. After a while, he walked back slowly and lightly, grabbed a basket of wine bottles with both hands, and then took out a dark wine bottle. The label on the bottle was facing down, making it impossible to see. Chapter 858 Wine Tasting. He hurried out the door. After a while, he walked back slowly and lightly, grabbed a basket of wine bottles with both hands, and then took out a dark wine bottle. The label on the bottle was facing down, making it impossible to see. Yingshi poured nearly a quarter of the wine into Nakiri Sentimon's goblet, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Please taste it slowly. Let me guess what kind of wine this is." Nakiri Senseiman slowly raised the wine glass to his nose, put the tip of his nose into the glass, moved it over the surface of the wine, and sniffed it sensitively. He gently swirled the wine in the glass to absorb the aroma of the wine. His attention was very focused. He had closed his eyes long ago, and now his entire upper body, head, neck, and chest, seemed to have become a huge sensitive olfactory machine, bearing, penetrating, and distinguishing the information inhaled by the nose. The process of smelling the wine lasted for at least a minute. Then, without opening his eyes or moving his head, Nakiri Senseiman lowered the wine glass to his mouth and poured almost half of the wine into his mouth. He took a breath and tasted the wine for the first time with a mouthful of wine. Then, he let some of the wine flow slowly into his throat, and when the wine passed, he could still see his larynx moving. But he still held most of the wine in his mouth. Now he stopped swallowing and inhaled a breath of air through his lips, which mixed with the taste of the wine in his mouth and went straight into his lungs. He held his breath and let it spray out of his nose, and finally rolled the wine under his tongue, chewing it with his teeth like chewing bread. Nakiri Senseiman pondered for a moment, put down the wine glass, and stretched a dark red tongue out of his lips. Not bad. This is a very interesting little wine, gentle and elegant, and its aftertaste is very feminine. Nakiri Senseiman had too much saliva in his mouth, and occasionally sprayed a little crystal saliva on the table when he spoke. "Now I can start the elimination process," Nakiri Senseiman said. "I hope you can forgive me for doing this so carefully, it has a lot to do with winning or losing." He looked up at Siei and smiled, a smile on his thick, wet lips. "Then first of all, in which county in the Bordeaux region is this wine produced? It's not difficult to guess. The taste of the wine is too light, neither Saint-Emilion nor Graves. This is clearly a wine from Médoc County. There is no doubt about it. Then, which town in Médoc County is this wine produced from? According to the method of elimination, it is not difficult to determine. Is it produced in Margaux? No, it won't be Margaux. It doesn't have the strong aroma of Margaux wine. Boya? It won't be Boya either. Compared with Boya wine, this wine is too delicate, too gentle, and too tempting. In the taste of the Boa, its character is almost savage. At the same time, it seems to me that the Boa has a little pith in it, a curious, earthy pith that the grapes have absorbed from the soil of that county. No, no. This wine, it is a very gentle wine, elegant and shy at first taste, and on second taste, it emerges in a shy and very kind manner. On the second taste, perhaps a little naughty and a little mischievous, teasing the tongue with a hint of tannin. Finally, the finish is lovely, comforting, feminine, with a certain pleasant and generous quality that one can only associate with the wine of Saint Julien. It is undoubtedly the wine of Saint Julien. Nakiri Senseiman leaned back in his chair and raised his hands to his chest, carefully pressing his fingertips together. "Now, let me think, where was I? Oh, right. This wine is from the Bordeaux region, from the town of Saint Julien in the county of Médoc. So far so good. But now we get into the difficult part, the name of the vineyard. Because there are many vineyards in the town of Saint Julien, and as Siag had aptly mentioned before, there is often little difference between the wine of one place and the wine of another. But I'll give it a try." Nakiri Senseiman closed his eyes again and paused. "I'm trying to determine the conditions under which the grapes grew," Nakiri Senseiman said, "and if I can do that, I'll be halfway there. Now let me think about it. This wine is obviously not the first crop, or even the second crop. It's not a famous wine. Its quality, its, how should I put it? The color, the power, is lacking. If it were a third crop, though, it might be possible. But I still doubt it. I know it was a good year, but maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration." Nakiri Senseiman picked up his glass and took another sip. "Yes," Nakiri Senseiman smacked his lips. "I guessed right. This is the fourth crop. Now I'm sure of it. A very good year, in fact, a good year, the fourth crop of grapes. So it tastes like a third crop, or even a second crop of grapes. Good. One step closer. The truth is getting closer. Where in the town of Saint Julien is the vineyard that harvests the fourth crop of grapes?" Nakiri Senseiman paused again and raised the wine glass. The rim of the glass rested on his drooping, wiggling lower lip. Then the narrow dark red tongue was seen sticking out, the tip of the tongue dipped into the wine, and then quickly retracted. When he put the wine glass down, Nakiri Sentimon's eyes were still closed, his face was completely focused, only his lips were moving, up and down, licking each other back and forth, like two elastic wet rubbers. Yes, it's still like this. He shouted, there is a tannic taste in the middle, the sharp, astringent feeling that squeezes on the tongue. Yes, yes, definitely. Now I know. This wine is produced from a small vineyard near Bisheville County. I remember it now. Bisheville County, the river, and the small silted harbor, so the wine-carrying ships can no longer use that harbor. Bisheville. Could it really be Bisheville wine? No, I don't think so. Not really. But it's very close to there. The vineyard of Talbot Castle? Could it be Talbot? Yes, it will. Wait a minute. In order to show the awesomeness of the Food Demon King, I have to describe it in detail. Chapter 859. Is Yang Ming going to recruit again? Nakiri Senseiman sipped his wine again. Arena Nakiri watched Siag from the corner of one eye and saw that his body was leaning forward to the dining table. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were fixed on Nakiri Senseiman, with a little tension between his eyebrows. No, I was wrong. This is not Talbot's wine. Talbot's wine is a little faster than this wine, the fruit flavor is more exposed. If this wine is a product of 1934, it can't be Talbot's. Well, then, let me think about it. Look. It's not Beckeville, nor Talbot, but it's very close to both, so close that the vineyard must be somewhere between them. So where is that place? Nakiri Senseiman hesitated, and Takashi waited, staring at his face. Nakiri Arena heard the maid put a plate of vegetables gently on the table so as not to disturb the silence. Ah! Nakiri Senseiman cried, a gleam in his eyes, I guessed it. Yes, I think I guessed it. Nakiri Senseiman licked the wine for the last time. Then, still holding the glass close to his lips, Nakiri Senseiman smiled at Takashi, a slow, proud smile. So he said, do you know where this wine is from? It's from the small vineyard at the Château de Blainel-Ducrux. Si Yingshi sat there motionless. The year is 1934. Everyone was looking at Si Yingshi, waiting for him to turn over the bottles in the basket and reveal the labels. Is this your final answer? Si Yingshi asked. Yes, I think so. Well, is it like this? Or is it not like this? Yes, that's it. Tell me again, what is its name? The vineyard of the castle of Brainel-Ducrux, a beautiful little vineyard. A lovely old castle. I know it too well. I don't understand why I didn't recognize it at once. Si Yingshi forced a bitter smile, which looked uglier than crying. You are worthy of being the commander-in-chief. You guessed it right. As he said this, Si Yingshi showed the label of the wine bottle, which was exactly the same as what Nakiri Senseiman said. Clap. Clap. For a moment, applause rang out, and other people from the Tatsuki restaurant stood up and gave the warmest applause. Even the depression that had been suffocating under the pressure of Yang Ming's shop in recent times also disappeared in the applause. Nakiri Senseiman is worthy of being the pillar of the Tatsuki restaurant. As long as he is there, the Tatsuki restaurant has a soul. At the same time, Yang Ming's shop. A wine tasting drama is also being staged. When the villagers who surrounded the shop dispersed, Yang Ming returned to the tavern, and red-haired Shanks, Payne, and Whitebeard Edward immediately said, Boss Yang Ming, can we taste your peach blossom wine now? Of course. Yang Ming said. Payne, red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard Edward all gathered in front of a small wine jar. This was a new variety that Yang Ming brewed in the afternoon. Peach blossom wine is different from other wines. The alcohol content is slightly higher, but peach blossom wine is more fragrant and mellow. Therefore, as soon as Yang Ming opened the lid of the small wine jar, an alluring aroma wafted out. The aroma contained both mellow wine aroma and the fragrance of flowers. Just one sip would make people feel relaxed and intoxicated. Wow! As the wine in the jar fell down and poured into the white jade porcelain cup, the refreshing wine aroma became more and more intense. The three of them seemed to be wandering in a sea of flowers in full bloom, gentle and comfortable, with intoxicating fragrance. Gulp, gulp. The three of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva, staring at the wine jar with strings of little stars flashing in their eyes. Boss, when can I drink? The cute little Renwan smelled the sweet aroma of wine and drooled. Wait until you grow up. Leia patted Renwan's head before Yang Ming. Does that mean that as long as I am an adult, I can drink? Renwan blinked his big black and smart eyes and said in a baby voice. Well, Leia is right. Children can't drink. They can only drink when they grow up. Yang Ming smiled and scratched his little nose, his eyes full of smiles. Everyone, please enjoy. After pouring 3 full cups, Yang Ming put away the wine jar. Let me try it first. Edward Whitebeard couldn't wait to pick up a cup, and then, as if afraid of spilling it, he carefully raised it to his lips. He first took a sip, and in an instant, a strong fragrance spread in his mouth, as if what he just drank was not wine, but a ball of rich floral fragrance like water. As he swallowed, the strong fragrance went straight into his lungs along his throat. The rich fragrance plus the mellow aroma of fine wine not only intoxicated people, but also made them feel comfortable all over, as if they had ascended to heaven, giving people a feeling of floating. It's so beautiful, so delicious. Edward Whitebeard closed his eyes comfortably, his face full of happiness and joy. Red-haired Shanks and Pain had the same feeling as him. After taking a sip, they were even a little reluctant to drink it again, because they were worried that if they finished the wine in the cup after that, this wonderful feeling will never be experienced again today. It was not until 5 minutes later that the 3 of them tasted the wine in the cup carefully. During this time, Yang Ming kept looking at the time. He had not made the wine to be sold tomorrow. He could only sleep when the things were ready. By the way, Yang Ming, your business is so good now, do you want to open a store in our One Piece world and then recruit some people? By then, your business will definitely be better. Shanks asked with concern. Yes, if you don't have enough money to open a branch, I will also invest. Whitebeard Edward's eyes lit up, and he was immediately interested, and then he tilted his head and began to imagine, then, I will be one of the shareholders of the tavern, and drinking will not be restricted. You want Boss Yang Ming to open a branch in our place, but you are not satisfied, and you still want to be a shareholder. Are you dreaming? Pain glared at him unhappily and said helplessly. Ah! I just want to drink without any restrictions. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Edward Whitebeard realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected it. Fortunately, Yang Ming spoke up at this time and resolved his embarrassment. I don't have any plans to open a store in the One Piece world for the time being, but recruiting people is in my plan. I will start recruiting people in a while. Then, what are the benefits of recruiting shop assistants? For example, are there any restrictions on drinking? Red-haired Shanks blinked and looked at him. There are no restrictions. You can drink as much as you want in the store. Of course, you have to pay. Okay, I'll apply for the job then. I'll come too, count me in. I'll sign up now. As long as I can drink peach blossom wine every day, I don't care what I do. Chapter 860, Going to the World of Food Wars, Shokuchiki no Soma for a spin. The next day. Since meeting Nagiri Senseiman last night, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He felt that he would lose the third game with Tatsuki Restaurant. So, after the store closed last night, Yang Ming sent Uchiha Itachi to get information. Boss. Uchiha Itachi appeared silently behind Yang Ming like a ghost. How is it going? Yang Ming asked. Fortunately, I have found out the news inside Tatsuki Restaurant. They will send Yukihira Soma to compete in the third game. In the next few days, his father Yukihira Joichiro will give him special training. Yukihira Joichiro? Yang Ming was shocked. The man named Shura? Damn it. No wonder I feel a little uneasy recently. It turns out that in addition to the return of the master chef Nagiri Senseiman, even the master chef Yukihira Joichiro, who has almost no defeats, has returned. Speaking of Yukihira Joichiro, he is really a legend. He has almost never been defeated in his life. He is also good at cooking dark cuisine. He once created the golden age of Tatsuki Academy with another master chef. If it's him, it's bad. Yang Ming knew very well that with the help of this Shura, Yukihira Soma's cooking skills would probably improve greatly, and he might be able to defeat him. Thinking so. No, it seems that I have to improve my cooking skills. To improve cooking skills, one is to compete with powerful chefs, and the other is to taste the dishes cooked by other chefs. Although Tatsuki Restaurant gathers many chefs from the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, if Yang Ming goes there, he might think he is provoking them and cause unnecessary trouble. In this case, He has no choice but to go to the world of Shokyuchi no Soma. After Yang Ming explained the next work to other employees and asked his avatar to take over his job as a chef, he took Uchiha Taka through the portal and came to the world of Shokyuchi no Soma. Tokyo. The sun is shining, the traffic is heavy, the smoke and dust are noisy, and it is very noisy. Uchiha Taka looked at the scenery that was completely different from the ninja world. The high-rise buildings were lined up one after another, and the people coming and going were like sardines, coming in groups. Under the high temperature, the asphalt road was emitting steam, and a feeling of anxiety arose spontaneously. This is an impetuous city. Uchiha Taka understood in his heart. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Uchiha Taka changed into a set of casual clothes before coming, otherwise they would definitely think they were part of the cosplay circle. Looking at the new vehicles driving in front of him, there were unfamiliar scenes everywhere, even Uchiha Taka felt at a loss, and asked Yang Ming. "Boss, where are we going next?" Yang Ming looked at the scene in front of him, which was very similar to his previous life, and was a little dazed for a while. After being said by Uchiha Taka, he immediately came back to his senses. "Follow me." Yang Ming came to the roadside, stretched out his hand, and waved at the taxi driving on the road. After a while, a taxi came stop in front. Before coming, Yang Ming had exchanged the currency of the ninja world for the currency of the Shokyuchi no Soma world through the system, so taking a taxi was not a problem. "Itaki, come with me in the car." Yang Ming opened the door and said. Oh. Okay." Uchiha Taka was feeling very novel, and he didn't have time to look carefully at this time, so he followed Yang Ming and sat in the back seat of the taxi. The taxi driver was a man in his 40s, speaking with an Osaka accent, and asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Ming asked, "My friend and I are coming to the city from the countryside to play. Can you take me to some delicious food nearby?" "Is that so? Then I'll take you to Nanataki Tea House in Shinjuku. It's very famous." "Then thank you, master." "You're welcome. This is your first time here. Let me introduce this restaurant to you." The driver said warmly and hospitably, "Don't be fooled by the word tea house in its name, but it's actually a kaisuke restaurant. The kaisuke cuisine of Nanataki Tea House has been famous for a long time. Recently, Master Izumo Shizuo of Nanataki Tea House has handed over the position of head chef to his grandson Izumo Mamoru due to his advanced age and his son's limited cooking talent. I heard that he was one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki before, but I don't know which class he was in. Anyway, he is very famous. Kaisuke cuisine." Yang Ming was a little emotional. Yang Ming naturally knew something about the cuisine of Japan, a neighboring country separated by a narrow strip of water. Kaisuke cuisine was originally a meal that the host invited guests to taste during the Japanese tea ceremony. Now it is not limited to the tea ceremony and has become a common high-end dish in Japan. Kaisuke means that the saint is wearing a coarse cloth and holding a jade in his heart. Its form is 1 soup and 3 dishes or 1 soup and 2 dishes. This kind of cuisine is extremely exquisite. Both the tableware and the arrangement of food are very demanding. Although the food is not large, it is regarded as a work of art by some people, and high-end kaisuke cuisine is also very expensive. The main utensils for holding food are pottery, porcelain, lacquerware, etc. In Japan, the status of this cuisine is probably equivalent to China's luxurious banquet cuisine or French court cuisine. Soon after, the car arrived at Nanataki Tea House. Yang Ming walked into Nanataki Tea House accompanied by Uchiha Taka. Along the way, Yang Ming also looked at this restaurant carefully in secret. The small courtyard is quiet, with green bamboos and koi swimming in the pond. From the outside, this Nanataki Tea House is a typical Japanese courtyard layout with a strong Japanese style. This reminds Yang Ming of his original world. In the original world of Japan, many people believe that to taste the real traditional Japanese delicacies, only in the old shop with ancient style, while watching the beautiful courtyard, drinking tea and enjoying kaisuke cuisine can it be called authentic. The tea kaisuke cuisine that absorbs the elegance of tea culture embodies the beauty of the food culture of this island country. In addition to the ingredients, kaisuke cuisine pursues the beauty of space created by tableware, seats, gardens, hanging scrolls, and vases, and with skilled techniques, it creates what the Japanese call the essence of Japanese cuisine, tea kaisuke cuisine. It seems that although they are different worlds, the food culture of the two countries is basically the same. As a chef, Yang Ming certainly knows what kind of impact the dining environment will have on people. Regardless of how the food in this restaurant tastes, at least the environment it creates is enough to show sincerity. Entering the store, the waiter saw that although Yang Ming and Uchiha Itachi were dressed very ordinary, they were dignified and had a different temperament. He knew that these two were not ordinary people. In addition, Yang Ming was generous and paid for the reservation first, so the waiter diligently took Yang Ming and his party to a private room. Chapter 861 I Don't Know How to Cook? Entering the store, the waiter saw that although Yang Ming and Uchiha Itachi were dressed very ordinary, they were dignified and had a different temperament. He knew that these two were not ordinary people. In addition, Yang Ming was generous and paid for the reservation first, so the waiter diligently took Yang Ming and his party to a private room. The floor of the room is a traditional Japanese tatami, and the walls are hung with traditional Japanese paintings ukiyo-e. There are 2 or 3 painted porcelains in the corner, which are simple but elegant. Outside the door was a small courtyard, and the rustling sound of bamboo leaves rubbing against each other could be heard. There was also a very classic bamboo sculpture in Japanese gardens, Zhu-Lu. After the upper part of the bamboo tube was filled with water, it naturally drooped down to empty the water in the tube, and then tilted its head again to restore its original balance. The tail hit the stone, making a crisp sound, using stillness to control movement, and being quiet and far-reaching, which was quite interesting. Uchiha Itachi knelt behind Yang Ming. After carefully looking at the room, Uchiha Itachi said, "The environment here is not bad." Yang Ming nodded. Although he had not started to taste the food yet, at least the environment here did not make him dissatisfied. "Two respected guests, welcome to you." After the two sat down, the owner of Nanataki Tea House, a middle-aged man in kimono and with a gentle face, came to Yang Ming and saluted him. Since Yang Ming was very generous, the store owner realized that Yang Ming was either a wealthy or noble guest, so he personally entertained him. After a few polite words, "Just now we are getting to the point of today. Next, please taste the Kaisuke cuisine carefully prepared by our new chef, Mr. Izumo Mori." After saying that, the owner winked at the waiter beside him, and the waiter understood and respectfully left the room. After a while, the door of the room opened again, and several waiters entered the room and began to bring the dishes to Yang Ming. After the waiter entered the room, a man in his 20s, with a proud look on his face and wearing a white chef's uniform, walked in. "It seems that this is Chef Izumo Mori." Izumo Mori briefly introduced the dishes he cooked, and said, "Please enjoy them slowly." Yang Ming first took a sip of the soup. The light yellow and fragrant miso soup entered his mouth, and then chose a few dishes to eat, and his face suddenly changed. Unpalatable. Chu Yunzheng, who was confidently waiting for Yang Ming to praise him, immediately showed an expression of disbelief after hearing the 2 words of evaluation from Yang Ming. "How is it possible?" Chu Yunzheng said coldly, "My Kaisuke cuisine is first class in terms of material selection, knife skills, heat, and seasoning. How dare you say it's unpalatable?" Yang Ming's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Chu Yunzheng and said, "Unpalatable means unpalatable. If your cuisine is placed in those second-rate restaurants that fool diners, it would be enough, but if it is placed here, it is a complete insult to the reputation of Nanataki Tea House. First-class environment, first-class service, but with second-rate cuisine." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the owner, the chef Chu Yunzheng, or the waiters, they all changed color. This is a disapproval of their restaurant. Humph. Then tell me what's wrong with my cooking. Even if the other party is a generous guest, either rich or noble, Izumo Sheng is certainly not satisfied with his cooking being evaluated like this. Yang Ming sighed and said, "You don't even know how much you weigh. Well, I'll be merciful and point it out to you. First, this is the starter, mugwort tofu. The broth was boiled for too long, making it too thick, which conflicts with the tofu and various side dishes that should have been the protagonist. The feeling in my mouth is like being washed away by a mountain torrent while climbing a mountain." The so-called starter in Japan is the appetizer or appetizer at Chinese banquets. Mugwort tofu is tofu made with mugwort, sesame, and kudzu root, served with sea urchin, shepherd's purse, and wasabi, and topped with broth. This kind of appetizer requires light seasoning and fresh texture. It seems simple, but it actually requires more care. Once this appetizer fails to get off to a good start, it is likely to affect the diner's taste of the following dishes. And this xiangfu. Yang Ming pointed to a sashimi on the table and said, "The meat is too soft and has completely lost its original elasticity and tenderness. This taste is like stepping into a pile of mud." The so-called xiangfu is the first course of Kaisuke cuisine, that is, the first formal dish. According to the eating habits of the Japanese, sashimi is more often served. Such dishes test the chef's knife skills, the eye for selecting ingredients, and the level of making sauces. Next, Yang Ming continued to criticize the soup, grilled food, cold dishes, main dishes, staple foods, and fruits of this table of Kaisuke cuisine. In fact, ordinary customers really can't find these problems, but since Yang Ming is already infinitely close to a master chef, any inconsistency in the cuisine has nowhere to escape under his taste. In Uchiha Itaka's opinion, Yang Ming's comments, in addition to making the new chef's face darker and darker, were actually very accurate. Shut up! You guy! Finally, Yang Ming's comments made the new chef a little unbearable. Except for his grandfather, even his father did not dare to belittle his cooking like this. How can a young boy like you know what real food is? Tisk, it's over. How dare you talk to boss Yang Ming like this? Hearing Izumo Mori's words, Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but cover his face. Boss Yang Ming would definitely not let it go. Next, Uchiha Itaka paid attention to how Yang Ming would act, and was ready to rush up at any time to prevent the other party from jumping off the wall and hitting people. Ming, you are so rude. Seeing Izumo Sheng's inappropriate behavior, the owner of Nanataki Tea House on the side couldn't help but scold. How can you say such harsh words to customers? Even if they don't know how to appreciate it, how can you say such a big truth? As expected. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. This owner would rather offend Yang Ming than protect this new chef, the goose that can lay golden eggs. You said I don't know what real food is. To Uchiha Itaka's surprise, Yang Ming didn't look as angry as he imagined, but slowly stood up from the tatami. Well, today I will let you see what is real food. Yang Ming pointed at the confused Izumo Mori. Let's have a food battle. Chapter 862. Some people just don't deserve education. You said I don't know what real food is. Contrary to Itaki Uchiha's expectations, Yang Ming didn't look as angry as he imagined, but slowly stood up from the tatami. Well, I'll let you see what real food is today. Yang Ming pointed at the confused Izumo Mori. Let's have a food battle. Oh. 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 It seems that boss Yang Ming is going to take action himself and teach the other party a lesson. But is it okay? Uchiha Itaka knew that although Yang Ming Yang was infinitely close to a master chef and had strong cooking skills, they had just come to the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, and were unfamiliar with the place. Was it really okay to challenge him like this? Although Izumo Sheng's cooking was severely criticized by Yang Ming, he was at least able to be the head chef of a restaurant. His cooking skills and years of accumulated experience, I am afraid that the current boss Yang Ming cannot completely ignore it. However, Yang Ming was very calm in his heart. His opponent in the next game with Totsuki Restaurant was Yukihira Soma, a protagonist with the same bugs as Naruto. Now, under the special training of his father Yukihira Joichiro, the opponent did not know to what extent his cooking skills would be improved. He could only work hard to improve his cooking skills. Ha ha ha. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Izumo Sheng laughed. It's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Anyway, let me, a senior in the cooking world, teach you a lesson. Let you understand that the world of cooking is not a child's play. However, both sides of the food battle have conditions. What if you lose? Although it is an informal food battle, and what you said is impossible, since you asked, I will tell you. Yang Ming said, if I lose to you, how about I pay you 100 million? 100 million? So rich? The owner and Izumo Sheng looked at each other, and they could see a gleam in each other's eyes. If they win, it will be equivalent to their store's profit for 2 years. But if you lose, you have to kneel down and apologize to me for your rude behavior. Yang Ming said. Deal. Izumo Sheng, who never thought he would lose, immediately agreed. He didn't believe that he would lose to a teenager. What? Are you dissatisfied with my people as judges? Yang Ming said. After deciding to conduct the food battle, Izumo Sheng raised another very important objection. Izumo Sheng looked unhappy and said, how do I know if your subordinates will be biased towards you and make an unfair judgment? Yang Ming looked indifferent, not angered by the other party at all, and said, in this case, your store owner will also be a judge. Izumo Sheng said coldly, there are 2 judges. If your subordinates are determined to support you, then it will be a tie, right? Then let me be a judge together. Just as the 2 sides were arguing, a voice that was slightly old but full of energy sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone present looked back and saw an old man in a white men's kimono, with grey hair on his temples, but full of energy, walking slowly over with a bamboo cane in one hand. Grandpa. Seeing the old man in front of him, Izumo Sheng asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Izumo Shizuan did not answer Izumo Sheng's words, but walked straight to Yang Ming and asked, "Dear guest, this food battle, I wonder if I can be a judge together." "Of course, Master Izumo." Izumo Shizuan is a senior in the Japanese cuisine world and a master of Kaisuke cuisine. Yang Ming will still give due respect to such a person. "Boss." Uchiha Itachi stood up with hesitation, "One of them is the former chef and the other is the owner. This will be disadvantageous to us." "My friend, you can rest assured." Izumo Shizuan explained, "Manager Kimura and I have known each other for many years. He also has a lot of experience in food tasting and is fair and just. Although my grandson is the chef in his store, he will not be partial to him. Distinguished guest, what do you think?" "Since Master Izumo said so, I believe in your choice," Yang Ming said calmly, not showing any fear at all, which made the shop owner and Master Izumo look at him a few more times, secretly surprised. Could it be that he is really confident? With his grandfather and the manager of Nanataki Tea House as judges, Izumo Sheng finally had no objection. So, Manager Kimura immediately ordered the staff to prepare the cooking table and ingredients for Yang Ming and Izumo Sheng. "Little brat! Don't say I'm bullying you." Izumo Sheng looked at Yang Ming at the cooking table opposite with disdain. In his opinion, he was just a little brat. Even if he had some skills, how good could he be? "I'm afraid this kid can't even hold a knife steadily. You choose the theme of this competition." "I said, even if you let me choose, I don't know what to choose." Yang Ming scratched his hair and said with some embarrassment, "Why don't you tell me what you are good at, and we can compete on that, right?" "Little devil! Are you looking down on me?" The other party actually asked him to compete on what he is good at, which, in Izumo Sheng's view, was a naked provocation to himself. "I don't mean that." Yang Ming was helpless. He really didn't know what to compete on. After all, he had just come to Food Wars and was unfamiliar with the place, so he gave the right to choose to the other party, but someone always had to think so much. In that case, seeing this situation, Izumo Jing'an on the judge's seat spoke, "Then let me ask the question. Manager Kimura, I remember that the store seems to have a new batch of fresh swordfish, right?" "Yes." Kimura nodded. "Then, you can use swordfish as the ingredient and make a dish." Izumo Jing'an settled the theme of this food battle. Swordfish, also known as banana fish, is a migratory fish with a slightly flat and streamlined appearance and well-developed muscles. The largest swordfish can be several meters long and weigh hundreds of kilograms. It is one of the fastest fish in the ocean. Swordfish meat is tender and plump, and its muscles are different in color, including white, light red, bright red, etc. It has extremely high nutritional value and is suitable for making high-quality sashimi, fried food, and refined products. It is a high-end fish ingredient. Okay. Izumo Sheng can be said to be full of confidence. Japan is a major marine country, and cooking marine fish can be said to be the basic skill of every Japanese chef. In his opinion, he has already won the game. "I don't care. Anyway, no matter what the theme of the dish is, he just cooks it. Then. Food battle, start." Chapter 863 Yang Ming doesn't understand anything? Okay. Izumo Mori was full of confidence. Japan is a country with a lot of marine products, and cooking marine fish is the basic skill of every Japanese chef. In his opinion, he has already won the game. "I don't care. Anyway, no matter what the theme of the dish is, he just cooks it. Then. Food Wars, let's start." Due to their different living environments, there are still big differences between marine fish and freshwater fish. First of all, marine fish live in such a vast space as the sea. Therefore, most marine fish are generally larger than many freshwater fish, and the difference in body size makes the meat of marine fish much thicker than that of freshwater fish. Large fish like swordfish have meat that is as thick as pigs, cattle, sheep, and other livestock on land. Moreover, due to the difference in water quality between seawater and freshwater, marine fish do not have a very strong fishy and earthy smell like freshwater fish. The quality of this fish meat is very high. Yang Ming gently stroked the thick fish meat with his hands, as if stroking a smooth gem. While judging the characteristics of the ingredients, he thought about what to cook, the fish meat is thick and firm, very fresh, and the moisture in the meat is just right. It's really a little kid. Chu Yunzheng had already started cooking, but Yang Ming was still talking to himself over there. Chu Yunzheng couldn't help but sneered, "You dare to challenge me at this level, you are really impatient to live." For this person's sarcasm, Yang Ming just smiled faintly and almost ignored it, which made Chu Yunzheng look even uglier. "Humph, you'll see what happens later." Yang Ming ignored this guy. Now he had basically thought about what to cook, so he picked up the kitchen knife. Yang Ming's eyes focused, and he gently waved his right arm, leaving a phantom in the air. The judges widened their eyes. Swish! Swish! The dragon-slaying sword was constantly waving in the air, and the fish slices slowly fell down, which was very dazzling. Yang Ming was completely immersed in his knife skills, and the judges were also extremely shocked. Even though they were also very good at knife skills, they had never seen such gorgeous knife skills. More importantly, although it was very gorgeous, it still gave them a feeling of death, just like a feast of death. The dragon-slaying sword cut the fish body frantically, and slices of fish slices as thin as cicada wings fell from the air, exuding an alluring aroma, and also let the judges see their own faces from each piece of fish. "Oh! You are quite capable." Inadvertently glancing at the fish cut by Yang Ming, Chu Yunshen's face twitched, and he was a little surprised. Ordinary people may not think there is anything, but Chu Yunzheng is at least a chef who can certainly see the door of Yang Ming's knife skills. The knife is fast and accurate, and all the movements are done in one go. The size of the cut fish is as if it was cut with a ruler, exactly the same. Such precise knife skills are impossible to achieve without long-term systematic practice, and Yang Ming's movements have obviously reached the realm of practice makes perfect. Originally thought that Yang Ming couldn't even hold the knife steadily, but he didn't expect that he had such beautiful knife skills. But even so, Chu Yunzheng still didn't take Yang Ming to heart. Because, a good dish is not just about knife skills. "Hey? What is he doing?" Seeing Yang Ming actually started kneading dough, Chu Yunzheng asked in surprise. "Ah!" Hearing Chu Yunshen's question, Yang Ming raised his head and answered, "You can see it at a glance." "Of course, you are kneading dough." "Of course I know you are kneading dough." Chu Yunzheng frowned and said, "I asked what you are kneading dough for." "Oh, to make crust." Yang Ming replied, "I plan to make pizza." "Pizza?" Chu Yunzheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You use swordfish to make pizza? Stupid." Chu Yunzheng couldn't help but sneer when Yang Ming said this. Let alone other things, pizza, a food like pizza, needs to be matched with a lot of other ingredients as fillings, and the taste of marine fish itself is relatively light, so it is easy to destroy the freshness of swordfish itself. Sure enough, he is just an innocent little kid. Oh! Hearing Yang Ming's words, Izumo Jing'an on the side couldn't help but be stunned. As a major marine country, Japan has also developed various ways to eat various marine fish, but making swordfish into pizza, this young man's idea is too non-mainstream. Just as the judges were thinking secretly. Done. The first to finish the dish was Izumo Sheng. Izumo Sheng confidently brought his own dish to Uchiha Itaki, Izumo Jing'an, and Kimura, the store manager, who were sitting on the judge's seat. Please taste it. This is a fire-grilled swordfish roll. Uchiha Itaka looked down at the dish on the plate. The outermost part of the dish was wrapped in seaweed, and the swordfish meat that was roasted by a spray gun was rolled into a roll inside, and there seemed to be some granular objects like black pearls in the middle of the swordfish roll. Could this be? Seeing the granular objects rolled by the swordfish meat, Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but frowned. However, no matter what, since the dishes have been served, let's start tasting. The three judges picked up the swordfish rolls from the plate and put them into their mouths. Under the thin and crispy seaweed coat, there was a perfectly grilled swordfish roll. This feeling is butter. Before grilling, this guy applied a layer of butter on the surface of the swordfish meat, so that the fresh taste of the swordfish was sealed inside, and then used garlic to season it. Uchiha Itaka tasted this dish carefully, and when he bit through those grains, Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but tremble all over. It's true. Uchiha Itaka immediately confirmed the true face of these grains, which was caviar, which was called the first of the three great delicacies in the world by Westerners. For a long time, caviar, truffles, and foie gras have been regarded as the three great delicacies in the world by Westerners, and ranked first among the three delicacies. The Tatsuki restaurant is located opposite Yang Ming's shop, so Uchiha Itaka has also learned about it. The chefs of the Totsuki restaurant like to use high-end ingredients such as caviar. The top-quality caviar is soft and round, fresh and full, with a slightly gray or brown juice in the black. It has a faint ocean flavor when eaten, but the aftertaste is mellow and sweet, and it is not too salty. The delicate and fragile fish roe bursts coolly and sexy on the tip of the tongue. The light and luxurious touch makes people intoxicated in it. You can even hear this delicious sound when you close your eyes. Only at this moment when you crush the fish eggs with your tongue and palate can you understand the feeling of the deliciousness bursting out of these small fish eggs. Sure enough, it has become like this again. Chapter 864 I am actually very low-key. The delicate and fragile fish roe bursts coolly and sexy on the tip of the tongue. The light and luxurious touch makes people intoxicated in it. You can even hear this delicious sound when you close your eyes. Only when you crush the fish roe with your tongue and palate, can you understand the delicious feeling of the small fish roe bursting out. Sure enough, it's like this again. Seeing Uchiha Taka's eyes slightly closed, his face flushed, as if he was about to ascend to heaven, Yang Ming couldn't help but cover his face. It's just tasting food, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Perhaps, this is a common problem in the world of food wars? What made Yang Ming feel even more shocked was that it was not only Uchiha Taka, but also Izumo Shizuan and Kimura, the store manager next to him, who behaved like this. Seeing two elderly people who should be over 100 years old in total showing such an expression as if they were about to orgasm. This picture is too beautiful, Yang Ming really dare not look at it. Sure enough, is this kind of performance of eating food as if taking a pill a feature of this world? Little boy, I prepared one for you too. Seeing the judge's performance like this, Izumo Mamoru, who thought he had won, arrogantly served Yang Ming his own food on the side. After tasting it, you should recognize the gap between us and admit defeat. Yang Ming was not surprised by Chu Yunshen's condescending attitude. He picked up the so-called grilled swordfish roll and put it in his mouth. However, after tasting Chu Yunshen's food, Yang Ming did not show any expression of anger on his face. Yunsheng imagined the kind of shocked and admitted expression. Yang Ming sighed silently and said, "Why bother to be so clever?" "Hey!" Chu Yunsheng raised his eyebrows, "What do you mean?" "Oh, by the way, my cooking is almost done." Yang Ming did not answer Chu Yunshen's words, but hurried to prepare to serve the judges. "I say, boss." Looking at the palm-sized pizza on the plate, Uchiha Taka asked Yang Ming, who was smiling at the side, with a tangled face, "What on earth did you make? Didn't I say it just now?" "Pizza." Yang Ming replied, but seeing that Uchiha Taka's expression was almost twisted, he quickly added, "But this is my special mini swordfish pizza." Mini swordfish pizza. Well, this size is indeed mini compared to those pizzas that are almost as big as the mouth of a basin. Humph. Children are children. Seeing the colorful fillings on the pizza, Izumo Sheng smiled disdainfully, such a taste must be very mixed, and the fresh taste of the swordfish must be covered up. Although Uchiha Taka saw that Yunsheng was very unhappy, he had to admit that what he said made sense. The taste of marine fish is relatively light. If the taste of the ingredients is too messy, it is easy to destroy the overall taste of the dish. You can only know how a dish is after tasting it. Izumo Jingen said on the side, "Now, let's focus on tasting the dish first." Back to the point, the three judges picked up the mini swordfish pizza made by Yang Ming, and then took a bite. This is the sea. The moment the pizza entered the mouth, the three judges, including Uchiha Taka, felt that the whole person suddenly turned into a swordfish, freely swimming in the vast ocean. The fresh sea currents flowed over every inch of skin, and the world in front of them was so vast. It seemed that the sound of the surging waves could still be heard in the ears. Ah! After Uchiha Taka came to his senses, he found that his hands were empty, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "Oh no, I was so immersed in the food that I forgot to taste it." Uchiha Taka looked at Master Izumo and Manager Kimura beside him and found that they were in the same situation as him. "Ahem, what?" Izumo Jingen coughed lightly and said with a little embarrassment, "Yang Ming, right. The food you cook is really good. I wonder, can you let us taste it carefully again?" "Of course." Yang Ming seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. With a smile on his face, he served the three people the freshly baked food again. "Please enjoy it slowly." Izumo Sheng, who was standing by, saw this situation and had an ominous premonition for the first time. "What's going on? Grandpa and the others actually asked to taste this kid's food again. Could it be? No, no, no. No matter how delicious this guy cooks, it can't be compared with my swordfish roll with top-quality caviar. This time, the three judges were mentally prepared and began to carefully taste Yang Ming's dishes. On the slightly burnt crust, the cheese with a slightly lighter taste seemed to turn into the seabed, and on this seabed, coral grass, kelp, sea fungus, crystal bath, seaweed, these vegetables related to the sea lifted the swordfish meat as the protagonist. These vegetables related to the sea have been cooked to completely remove their own fishy smell, leaving only a faint fresh taste, quietly playing the supporting role of the swordfish meat. I have boiled these seafood dishes with ginger water. Yang Ming explained as the judges tasted. Ginger removes the fishy smell, so it can remove the fishy smell in the dishes, leaving only a faint fresh taste. And this swordfish meat has a faint salty taste, which is salt. Salt is the king of all flavors, and this fish meat has been roasted in advance. When the swordfish meat is roasted, the evenly applied sea salt is integrated into the meat, enhancing the freshness of the swordfish meat. Although there are so many fillings in this small pizza, swordfish is undoubtedly the protagonist. No. This elasticity. As he ate, Uchiha Itachi suddenly found that there was an elasticity in his mouth that made him very concerned. It's the fish skin. Seeing Uchiha Itachi fall into deep thought, Yang Ming explained again, I put boiled fish skin between the crust and the cheese. That's right, the unique elasticity of the fish skin and the fish fat contained in it make the whole dish more delicious. It's really admirable. After swallowing the last bite, Izumo Jing'an exclaimed, Yang Ming's dish actually put the ocean into this small space. This dish can be called the ocean in the palm. Yang Ming. Good skills. Good cooking. It's true that the young are formidable. In fact, I have lived for nearly 30 years in my previous and next lives. Of course, Yang Ming can't say such words. Facing the old man's praise, Yang Ming could only humbly say, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. On the other hand, Chu Yunzheng felt even more uneasy. He only saw this kind of expression and praise when his grandfather was facing those of his peers. Master-level figures, and those long famous chefs. Who is this kid? Why can he get such praise from grandpa? Chapter 865 Don't look at me like that, I'm just an ordinary person. On the side, Izumo Sheng's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Such expressions and such praises, he had only heard from his grandfather when he faced those masters of the same generation and those long famous chefs. Who is this kid? Why can he get such praise from grandpa? Then please let the three judges make a judgment. Seeing that the judges had finished tasting, the waiter on the side immediately said, please put your hands on the plate of the dish you think is more delicious. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, the three judges had already made their own choices. 3 hands, without exception, chose to put them on the plate of Yang Ming's mini swordfish pizza. Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled slightly, took off his apron, and said, thank you for tasting it. Impossible. Chu Yunzheng said he couldn't accept this result. How could my swordfish roll with top-quality caviar lose to this kid's messy cooking? Messy cooking. Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned cold. This sentence should be used for your own cooking. The so-called top-quality caviar that you are proud of is the biggest failure in your cooking. What did you say? Chu Yunzheng widened his eyes. Let me explain. Seeing his grandson lose his composure again, Izumo Jing'an stood up and said, Sheng, do you know? Caviar, especially high-quality caviar, can be the absolute protagonist in any dish. The biggest mistake you made was to let caviar dominate the dish. In addition, in order to prevent the taste of swordfish meat from being covered by caviar, you used butter and garlic to try to enhance the taste of swordfish. You should know that the freshness of caviar itself can easily conflict with other strong and irritating flavors. In this way, the impact of the two flavors will make your dish fail in the end. On the other hand, although Yang Ming's dish seems messy, all the ingredients are closely centered around the protagonist of swordfish to build the taste. That's right. Uchiha Itachi added, the swordfish meat in your dish is actually better than the ones you just made, and the caviar in it is indeed high-end. Both of them are delicious when seen separately, but you just want to mix them together. After the initial impact, the contrast brought by the mixed taste is like swimming in the sea, but suddenly being thrown into the desert by an excavator. Yang Ming, Izumo Jing'an turned to Yang Ming and asked, can you give me some more of your dishes? Yang Ming nodded, and put the remaining mini swordfish pizza on a plate and handed it to Izumo Jing'an. Izumo Jingen brought the plate to Izumo Sheng and said, "Sheng, your cooking skills are good enough to be called a master compared to ordinary chefs, but you are my grandson. I also know that you have more talent than that. Don't be too ambitious. Imitating my cooking will only make you stop moving forward. Try it. This dish may give you some different inspiration." Hearing his grandfather's words, looking at the small pizza on the plate, Izumo Sheng picked it up as if possessed by a ghost, and then took a bite. In an instant, the aroma of swordfish mixed with the aroma of roasting and the aroma of cheese spread in the taste buds and occupied the entire mouth. The ingredients wrapped together, the taste of each other blended in the same pizza, making the swordfish no longer a single taste, but more rich. Izumo Sheng squinted his eyes, chewed with enjoyment, and unconsciously let out a sigh of awe. This is the taste of the sea. Izumo Sheng felt as if he was standing barefoot on the surging sea. The sun shone through the white clouds, the mottled light and shadows intertwined, the wind blew the waves, and there were traces of seagulls flying by in the sky. Looking down, there were swordfish playing below, so lively. Izumo Sheng took the mini swordfish pizza, dipped it in some sauce, and savored it carefully. Some fragrant taste spread in his mouth, and the whole person relaxed instantly. Closing his eyes and feeling the taste of the sauce, Izumo Sheng chewed it again. His cold face, which had always been expressionless, remained unchanged at this moment. However, he suddenly opened his eyes slightly in surprise. What is? Izumo Sheng tried to look at the mini swordfish pizza in his hand. The light cheese retains the most original taste, and there is a layer of slightly rich roasted aroma under the cheese. Izumo Sheng chewed it a little just now and unexpectedly found the change in the taste in his mouth. This? How is this possible? How can he use such ordinary ingredients to make dishes with such a big taste? Chu Yunzheng stared at Yang Ming with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to cut Yang Ming into pieces and explore the recipe of this dish in his mind. I used to think that caviar is so precious. The ingredients can give the food a more varied taste, but I never thought that ordinary ingredients can be cooked so well. No, it should be said that it is better than I thought. Your name is Yang Ming, right? Tell me, how did you do it? Chu Yunzheng stared at Yang Ming intently, and he was determined not to give up. Seeing this, Chu Yunshen's grandfather, Chu Yunjingen, squeezed his two knife-like eyebrows together and shouted coldly, "Don't be rude." But Chu Yunzheng moved his lips and wanted to say something. Chu Yunjingen felt a headache. His grandson was really embarrassed. Like a lion's roar, he scolded, "Shut up." Chu Yunzheng looked aggrieved. As a chef, facing this kind of thing that subverted his three views, he had a very strong desire for knowledge. Looking at this scene, Yang Ming smiled indifferently and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, it's not a secret anyway. Isn't this a bit bad?" Izumo Jingen hesitated. Although he said so, his blazing eyes betrayed his true thoughts. In fact, the answer is very simple. Yang Ming opened the swordfish pizza and took out the swordfish meat. "You can tell by looking at the fish meat." "What?" "I saw that the swordfish meat was carefully cut into wavy knife marks." "So that's it." Izumo Jingen came to his senses. Through this unique knife skill, not only can the swordfish meat be more flavorful, but also can have a variety of tastes. It's amazing, it really opened my eyes. Izumo Jingen looked at Yang Ming with a sharp gaze. "I'm afraid you are not an unknown chef who can make such delicious dishes." "Sorry, I'm just an ordinary person," Yang Ming said lightly. Chapter 866 Go to Totsuki Academy to kick the door. Ha ha ha, that guy's last expression is really pleasing. Sitting in the taxi, Uchiha Ataka seems to be in a very good mood now, especially the guy's expression after eating the boss's food. I say, it's not necessary to laugh like this. Before, after Izumo Sheng ate the food made by Yang Ming, just like the kingly plot in the comics, he seemed to have really realized something, and then not only apologized to Yang Ming, but also told Izumo Jingen that from now on, he would take on the work of the chef while seeking self-breakthrough. In fact, Yang Ming himself didn't think so much when he was cooking. As for why Izumo Sheng looked enlightened after eating his food, Yang Ming could only attribute it to the fact that the people of the island country have a very strong ability to imagine. "By the way, boss, this is for you." As if he suddenly thought of something, Uchiha Ataka took out a thermos bucket, took out the small bowl that came with it, and then poured a bowl of crystal clear soup for Yang Ming. Taking the small bowl, Yang Ming looked at it carefully. The liquid in the bowl was crystal clear, as if it was melted white jade. The elegant fragrance lingered at the tip of the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. What is this? Yang Ming asked. That Izumo Jingen felt deeply that his grandson had caused you inappropriate things, and felt very guilty. He specially made the tremella and lotus seed soup and asked me to pass it to you before leaving. Uchiha Taka said. Really? Looking at the soup in his hand, Yang Ming smiled faintly. In fact, I originally wanted to compete with the chef of that store. After saying that, Yang Ming picked up the bowl and began to drink the tremella and lotus seed soup specially made by Izumo Jingen. The soup was thick but not sticky, and the taste was sweet and elegant. It seemed to be different from other tremella and lotus seed soup. This refreshing and cool feeling is. It's the lotus leaf. As if seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Uchiha Taki explained, Izumo Jingen said that he added chopped lotus leaves in it. So that's it. Just as he said, this dish was like an apology for Izumo Sheng's recklessness, gently soothing every taste bud of his, and gradually smoothing out the fatigue brought by the taste of the cooking just now. In a trance, Yang Ming only felt that his body and mind were relaxed, just like soaking in a hot spring, warm all over, and very comfortable. Boss, I want to ask you something. Seeing Yang Ming sucking the tremella and lotus seed soup in his hand, Uchiha Taka suddenly asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little surprised to hear Uchiha Taka say this. What's the matter? Boss, why did you suddenly think of making pizza just now? Uchiha Taka asked. Ah? You ask this, Yang Ming smiled faintly, and said, I just suddenly thought of just make pizza, and then I started to make it. Suddenly thought of it. Uchiha Taka widened his eyes. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Yang Ming nodded. Although Uchiha Taka has been working in Yang Ming's shop for a long time, to be honest, Uchiha Taka has not really seen Yang Ming's cooking process. Every time he sees Yang Ming's cooking, it is basically when he has already prepared it and brought it to him. The more he tastes Yang Ming's dishes, the more Uchiha Taka feels Jew, compared with the luxurious cuisine of Totsuki restaurant and the plain ramen of Ichiraku restaurant. Yang Ming's cuisine gave him a very wonderful feeling. Why? Uchiha Taka looked puzzled. Although he won, he still asked curiously, Boss, why can you decide what dish to cook based on a sudden idea? Don't forget, you were in the food battle at that time. Although it was informal, in order to win, shouldn't you bring out the dish that you are most confident of after careful consideration? Even if you suddenly think of, let's just make swordfish into pizza while cooking, no one will really try it. Pizza requires a lot of auxiliary ingredients, and the taste of swordfish will be covered up if you are not careful. This approach is too risky. At least among the chefs I know, no one will do this in a formal occasion. This kind of random idea, if it succeeds, it's fine, but if it fails. Have you ever thought about what to do in case of failure? Failure. Yang Ming thought about it, then nodded and said, there is indeed a possibility of failure. Then why are you still? Because it's more interesting that way. Yang Ming said with a smile, this is my personal idea. If you just stick to a standard answer, you won't be able to see more interesting things. Think about it, if you know what's waiting for you on the road ahead from the beginning, wouldn't it be no fun at all? Uchiha Taka thought about Yang Ming's explanation and finally could only say one sentence. You are worthy of being the boss. Then boss, where are we going next? Uchiha Taka asked. We go to Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Before coming to the world of Food Wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, Yang Ming also learned about Totsuki Academy. In this school known as a famous cuisine school in the world, the annual graduation rate is only a pitiful 10%, but the higher this 10%, the more students want to squeeze their heads into this school. There is a saying in the cooking world, being able to enter Totsuki Academy is already a success, and being able to graduate from Totsuki Academy, then this success needs to be added by 100, not 100, but 100 times the power. This reminded Yang Mingjiu of his own world. In China, in that world, students not only need to study all day long, but teachers also need to improve their abilities, especially in some key schools. For the school's enrollment rate, only the best teachers and the best students can match the best lineup, and this best lineup is called a key class. In this world, he doesn't know what China is like here, but from the perspective of the education of Totsuki Academy, it is indeed the same as the education method of China in his original world, and even better. Totsuki Academy, which provides a large number of excellent chefs to Tatsuki Restaurant, has always been causing trouble for Yang Ming's store. How could Uchiha Itachi not know? However, when it comes to competition between chefs, Uchiha Itachi can only worry secretly, and there is nothing he can do. Now that he heard that Yang Ming was going to Tatsuki College, Uchiha Itachi said excitedly, "Boss, are you going to Tatsuki College to kick the door?" Chapter 867 Is there a Chinese restaurant in Japan? Tatsuki College has provided a large number of excellent chefs to Tatsuki Restaurant, and has always been causing trouble for Yang Ming's shop. How could Uchiha Itachi not know? However, when it comes to competition between chefs, Uchiha Itachi can only worry secretly, and there is nothing he can do. Now that he heard that Yang Ming was going to Tatsuki College, Uchiha Itachi said excitedly, "Boss, are you going to Tatsuki College to kick the door?" How can the matter between chefs be called kicking the door? It's called friendly competition. Yang Ming said lightly. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, we are just going to have a friendly exchange." Thinking of the recent period, the Tatsuki Restaurant has always been causing trouble for Yang Ming's store, and even proposed a 3-game 2-win competition. Now there is only 1 game left, but Uchiha Itachi is still very unhappy. Now seeing Yang Ming going to challenge Tatsuki Academy, he suddenly let out a breath of anger. Just when Uchiha Itachi was daydreaming, Yang Ming was sitting in the taxi, glancing at the scenery outside. By chance, he saw a large restaurant on the street, and there was a sign hanging, called a Chinese restaurant. Oh! Food Wars, Shokuchiki no Soma also has Chinese food. For a moment, Yang Ming became a little interested, and he didn't care about going to Tatsuki Academy first, and said to the taxi driver, "Master, stop, 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 we will get off here." "Okay, 2,000 yen. After Yang Ming paid the money quickly, he got out of the taxi. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi was confused and asked curiously, "Boss, didn't you just say you were going to Tatsuki Academy? Why did you park here?" Yang Ming walked towards the Chinese restaurant on the street and said as he walked, "I saw this restaurant and it was very interesting. I want to try it." "Is that so?" Uchiha Itachi looked at it intently and found that the exterior decoration of this Chinese restaurant was very similar to Yang Ming's shop. There was a trace of deep thought in his eyes, but he didn't say much and followed Yang Ming to walk forward quickly. At the door of this Chinese restaurant, there stood 2 beauties on the left and right. They were wearing a split red cheongsam, revealing some white legs, which looked very tempting. Seeing that there were customers coming, the 2 beauties said in Japanese, "Welcome." In his previous life, as a Chinese, Yang Ming always felt very awkward when he saw this scene. He simply ignored it and strode into the store. As soon as he came in, Yang Ming found that this Chinese restaurant was very attentive. The color of the wall was light red, a warm color. The lighting did not choose long fluorescent lamps, but mainly round ceiling lamps, chandeliers or wall lamps, and the color of the light was soft, which made people feel very comfortable as soon as they came in. As a restaurant in a bustling area, Yang Ming looked around and found that the wallpaper with patterns on the wall was chosen to increase its luxury. The lighting should be mainly spotlights, and most of the lights should be focused on the table to enhance the hazy feeling. This Chinese restaurant is more than that. According to the style of Chinese cuisine, the decoration highlights the corresponding characteristics. Wallpaper with Chinese characters and antique round wooden pillars are used. Old-style doors and windows, grid sections. It makes people feel like entering ancient China, giving people a very different feeling. As soon as I came in, a waitress came up and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a reserved seat or room?" "No." "In that case, please follow me here." The waitress was wearing a sexy cheongsam and walked in front. Yang Ming could see her shaking her hips and her graceful figure from behind. As Yang Ming stepped forward, the noise around him rose sharply. Yang Ming looked around and found that the kitchen here was separated by a transparent glass, and people outside could see how the chef inside cooked. Yang Ming's heart moved and he found a seat near the glass to sit down. Near Yang Ming's table, there was another table with 2 strange girls sitting on it. Yang Ming turned his head and saw a chef cooking through the glass. "Hey!" The chef took a deep breath, picked up the kitchen knife, aimed at the tofu on the chopping board, and cut straight down. Da-da-da! The kitchen knife danced on the chopping board like a silver elf. In just a blink of an eye, pieces of tofu with the same appearance appeared on the chopping board. Suddenly, Yang Ming blinked his eyes, wrinkled his nose and sniffed a few times, and was instantly completely conquered by the fragrance in the air. "It smells so good," Yang Ming said unconsciously. At the table next to Yang Ming, two beauties smelled the fragrance and looked towards the kitchen, just in time to see the chef walking out of the kitchen with a dish. It happened that the dishes were not served yet, so Yang Ming subconsciously looked over to see what they were eating. "Sorry for the wait." The chef placed the porcelain plate full of food on the table in front of the two beauties and said, "Please enjoy it." The mapo tofu on the plate was like a bright light in the dark for them. Before the chef finished speaking, one of the beauties who looked like a queen picked up her chopsticks and reached into the plate, picked up a piece of half-red tofu and put it into her mouth to chew. Seeing her companion's eagerness, the lily-like beauty nodded and smiled at the chef. Just as she was about to pick up the chopsticks to taste the food, the queen next to her seemed to be electrocuted. Her delicate body kept shaking and she whispered, "Hiss! Water, give me water!" The chef, who had no time to sigh, poured a cup of tea and handed it to the other party at the urging of the queen, and then looked at the mapo tofu on the plate with his chin raised. Facts have proved that the chef's idea is not wrong. Although she is a mixed race of British and Japanese, the queen who grew up in Japan has a light taste like most Japanese. After drinking a glass of water, the hot feeling in her mouth was mostly eliminated. The sister took a deep breath and looked at the mapo tofu on the plate, which exuded a pungent aroma. She didn't move her chopsticks for a long time. Just a small piece of tofu can make people's scalps numb with the spiciness, and then this whole plate. The sister shook her head violently, her golden ponytail swaying in the wind. She really didn't understand why her father would often praise mapo tofu in front of her mother, saying that it was a delicacy in the world and you would never forget it after eating it once. Well, it is indeed unforgettable. The sister put down her chopsticks. She said she didn't want to experience the heart-wrenching feeling again. "Wait, I say." The sister turned her head to look at the loli next to her. Seeing that the other party picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth to chew, the expression on her face that didn't change really scared her. "Wait, don't you think it's very spicy?" the sister asked carefully. "It's okay." The loli named Hui looked at the royal sister with a slightly red face, and said as if she remembered something, "By the way, I remembered that you don't seem to like spicy food." Chapter 868 Is this mapo tofu? "Hui, don't you think it's spicy?" the royal sister asked cautiously. "It's okay." The loli named Hui looked at the royal sister with a slightly red face, and said as if she remembered something, "By the way, I remember that you don't seem to like spicy food." "Sure enough, you can't eat spicy food." The Chinese restaurant chef who confirmed his idea suddenly became curious. If the other party can't eat spicy food, why did he specifically order mapo tofu? Is it just to make things difficult for him? The royal sister's cheeks were quickly flushed after her thoughts were exposed, and she pouted and said, "Who said I can't eat spicy food? It's just that the mapo tofu he made is not authentic enough." "Ha!" The Chinese restaurant chef sprayed out the tea he had just drunk and looked at the royal sister with wide eyes. The chef of the Chinese restaurant was about to correct the unintentional slip of the tongue of the royal sister, but the loli named Hui got there first and said, "Sister, don't talk nonsense." The next second, the loli turned her head and said to the chef of the Chinese restaurant, "Chef Kyuga, my companion made a slip of the tongue. This mapo tofu is great. It is the best Chinese food I have ever eaten." This chef Kyuga is Teraki Kyuga, a sophomore student of the senior department of Totsuki Academy, ranked 8th among the 10 elites of Totsuki, and the leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association. Teraki Kyuga ignored the word currently, waved his hand and smiled, "I am not a petty man." Tisk the royal sister rolled her eyes at him and said, "Obviously it's a boy." Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Although it is delicious, the blonde girl is right. This dish is not worthy of being called authentic mapo tofu." It was very plain. Just when the royal sister was complaining about Kyuga Teraki, a calm voice suddenly sounded from the table next to her, attracting the attention of the three people. But they saw Yang Ming and Uchiha Itaki. Yang Ming was wearing ordinary casual clothes, not handsome, and had a calm expression on his face. He did not make the girl's eyes light up, but attracted Kyuga Teraki's attention. After all, what Yang Ming said just now was a big blow to him. "Excuse me." Yang Ming squeezed out a kind smile, but what Yang Ming said just now made the royal sister laugh out loud, completely forgetting that the other party had just stood up to help her out. Sister. Loli turned her head to look at the royal sister, who quickly restrained her smile and spread her hands and said, "Okay, I won't laugh anymore." Yang Ming, who was not disturbed by the royal sister's laughter, has been looking at the mapo tofu in the porcelain plate since Kyoga Teraki came out of the kitchen. There was a little light in his black pupils, and his right hand kept touching his chin. After a long time, he looked at Kyoga Teraki and asked, "Mapo tofu, should there be more?" "I'll make it for you." Kyoga Teraki responded. Although there was still some left in the pot, it was far from enough to fill a plate for customers to taste. "No need." Yang Ming pointed to the mapo tofu in front of the royal sister and said, "There should be some left, right?" Kyoga Teraki was about to say something, but suddenly remembered what Yang Ming had said just now, and then he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party had to think for a long time before choosing to taste it. The reason was that he wanted to start from the taste and find the flaws of the mapo tofu in a deeper level. "Okay, please wait a moment." Kyoga Teraki turned and walked towards the kitchen. His intuition told him that perhaps Yang Ming, who suddenly spoke, was the key to breaking the bottleneck of cooking because of mapo tofu. The little tiger teeth exposed to the air undoubtedly added a bit of cuteness to the royal sister. At this moment, she was like a little fox who succeeded in her plan. She showed off to the loli, "Look, the boy's point of view is the same as mine. The mapo tofu he made is indeed not authentic enough." "Sister." The loli interrupted. The royal sister turned her head to look at the little girl, and saw that her eyes were fixed on Yang Ming who was sitting opposite her. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you think?" The little girl frowned and asked in confusion, "He looks very confident. Just like Si Yingshi, who ranks first in Totsuki Academy." "Si Yingshi?" The royal sister waved her hand and joked, "Hui, you must be mistaken. He looks so ordinary. How could he be a chef like Si Yingshi?" The little girl did not respond. Her intuition told her that Yang Ming, who was sitting opposite and took out a white napkin from his pocket, must be extraordinary. "Please enjoy." Kyoga Teraki put the small plate of mapo tofu in front of Yang Ming and said, "Because it's a little cold, I heated it up specially." "Thank you." Yang Ming said, picked up the chopsticks and reached into the plate, picked up a piece of tofu covered with red juice and put it in his mouth, then closed his eyes and tasted it. "I see." After putting down his chopsticks and savoring the food carefully, Yang Ming finally found the problem. He looked up at Kyoga Teraki and said, "There are 3 reasons. First, the tofu was not fried evenly, so the flavor could not be fully integrated. Second, the flavor of the meat itself conflicts with the beef. Third." He stopped talking at the key point. Kyoga Teraki stared at Yang Ming impatiently. The uneven frying of the tofu was because he did not control the strength perfectly. The second reason was that he had too little money, so the meat he chose was cheaper. As for the third reason, Kyoga Teraki knew that this was probably the key to his cooking skills being stuck and unable to improve. Mapo tofu originated from Sichuan cuisine in China. If we want to present this dish in its original flavor in Japan, the first problem is to solve the water and soybeans used in the dish. "I know." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kyoga Teraki, who ran towards the kitchen like a madman, muttering, "So that's it, so that's it." Seeing Kyoga Teraki's enlightened look, the 2 beauties, Yuja and Loli, were shocked and looked at Yang Ming with their eyes wide open. Yang Ming waved his hand, smiled at the 2, and reminded them, "Mapo tofu should be eaten while it is hot, the taste will change when it is cold." "But didn't you say?" Yuji said bitterly, "Isn't this authentic mapo tofu?" "You said this." Yang Ming stood up and explained, "This is indeed a delicious dish, but for gourmets, any dish with flaws cannot be called authentic." With Yang Ming's comments, Yuji couldn't refute, looking at the little girl who tasted the mapo tofu and smiled, and finally buried the embarrassment in her heart. On the other side, Kyoga Teraki, who had a sign of breaking through the bottleneck, did not notice the burning eyes at the kitchen door at all, and started to cook the second mapo tofu. Chapter 869 My Brother is Awesome. With Yang Ming's comments, Yuji couldn't refute, looking at the little girl who tasted the mapo tofu and smiled, and finally buried the embarrassment in her heart. On the other side, Teraki Kyoga, who was showing signs of breaking through the bottleneck, did not notice the burning gaze at the kitchen door at all, and started to cook the second mapo tofu. Food knows no borders, but cuisine is different. Good cuisine is subject to geographical factors. If you want to reproduce the true characteristics of Sichuan cuisine in Japan, you must process the cuisine. Of course, the taste of the cuisine produced will be different due to different processing methods. Therefore, after Yang Ming tasted the mapo tofu made by Teraki Kyuga before, he quickly pointed out the flaws, and Teraki Kyuga also realized how to process mapo tofu. Meat is second, the problem itself lies in tofu. To be precise, the water used in cooking tofu is filtered and drinkable seawater, but it is still much worse than the well water used in Sichuan cuisine. This also makes the taste of mapo tofu, as Yang Ming said, not authentic and genuine. Water. Kyuga Teraki looked at the tap water in the bowl, and after thinking for a long time, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead with his right hand and said excitedly, "I thought of it." Outside the glass window, Yang Ming, who was secretly observing, was also surprised that Kyuga Teraki could find a solution to the problem so quickly, but when he thought that the other party was ranked 8th among the 10 elites of Totsuki, his surprise was relieved. Then, under Yang Ming's gaze, Kyuga Teraki took out a white sack from the cupboard, untied the knot on it, and carefully reached inside with his right hand. What could it be? Yang Ming was very curious, but when he saw Kyuga Teraki tie the sack and put it back on the track, and pinched a few burnt yellow leaves in his right hand, he just reacted, and his wise eyes showed a color of approval. Tea leaves. The method that Kyuga Teraki thought of was to use tea leaves to solve the water source problem. Of course, ordinary tea leaves would definitely not work, and it must be biluakun. 2 more slices are missing. Kyuga Teraki said distressedly, but his movements were not vague at all. After putting the tea leaves into the bowl, Kyuga Teraki walked towards the freezer, and Yang Ming, who was secretly observing outside the glass window, was soon attracted by the faint fragrance that suddenly appeared in the air. When he came to his senses, he happened to see Kyuga Teraki cutting tofu. The most important thing to evaluate whether a chef is good or bad is to see how good his knife skills are. Because of the disagreement with Totsuki restaurant, Yang Ming had witnessed the scenes of the top chefs in Japan and even the world making dishes in food wars, Shokyuji no Soma, and had seen many amazing knife skills that were praised, but Kyuga Teraki's solid knife skills made him shine. Kyuga Teraki held a kitchen knife and cut it down decisively. The blade touched it and left it immediately. With one cut after another, tofu blocks like those carved out of a mold appeared in front of Yang Ming. "I thought I would be disappointed to see him today, it seems." Yang Ming looked at Teraki Kyuga, who had already started cooking, nodded and praised, "I thought too much, he does have some talent in cooking." Teraki Kyuga, who was immersed in cooking, would be very happy if he knew that Yang Ming, who defeated Si Yingshi, gave him positive praise. At this moment, in the small kitchen, the chefs were doing their own things, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. Teraki Kyuga, who did not notice Yang Ming's gaze and was completely devoted to cooking, did not realize that his understanding of the mapo tofu dish had made a leap in the past 10 minutes. His knife skills became more and more agile, and his knife skills became more and more profound. Water. Teraki Kyuga held the handle of the pot with his left hand, and his right hand was pick up the small bowl and pour the tea-soaked water along the edge of the pot. 3, 2, 1. Enough. Kyuga Teraki put the bowl down, picked up the spatula with his right hand, and held the pot handle with his left hand, and began to perform the most important step in cooking, flipping the pot. The last 2 of the 3 flaws pointed out by Yang Ming have been solved by Kyuga Teraki. As for the first one, Kyuga Teraki needs to perfectly control the force when flipping the pot. To achieve this, experience is secondary. The most important thing is not to be distracted. Relax and take it slow. Kyuga Teraki calmed his breathing. His movements, which were a little awkward before, became very smooth at this moment, as if his consciousness completely dominated every inch of muscle and every nerve in his body. But at this moment, outside the glass window, the 2 beauties, the queen and the lowly, who witnessed all this, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, look, it's amazing, how did he manage to flip the pan without throwing the food out? It's great, I want to learn it." The little girl held her little face, her big eyes twinkling like stars. The royal sister patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Don't you see who he is? He is the 8th of the 10 elites of Totsuki, Kyuga Teraki. This kind of thing is just a piece of cake for him." The 2 beauties are very beautiful and charming, and they speak in a very sweet and pleasant way, which immediately attracted Kyuga Teraki's attention. As a result, he was not careful and his hand shook, and he almost couldn't catch the tofu falling from the sky, and it was just a little bit away from being thrown out. Oops! Kyuga Teraki quickly gave up the idea of being happy about being watched by the beauties, and devoted himself to cooking again. This scene happened to be seen by Yang Ming, and the latter's impression of Kyuga Teraki rose to a higher level. Sprinkle the seasoning, stir well, simmer the pot, turn off the fire, and take off the apron. The moment Kyuga Teraki took off his apron, his tense mind was relieved. A wisp of fragrance slowly spread through the small gap between the lid and the pot, drifting outside the glass window, which made the two beauties, the big and small, very happy. They shouted at Kyuga Teraki by the glass window. In the strange world of food wars, shokuchi, chefs are not ordinary professions, but very respected professions, comparable to the existence of stars. And every student who can become one of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki is even more famous and admired by many young people. In addition, Kyuga Teraki has a charming and handsome face. He has long been the idol of these two beauties, so he is so excited. The two broke Kyuga Teraki's relaxed mind again, but he was not in a hurry to be happy. Instead, he took a deep look at Yang Ming. This person has great cooking skills. She pointed out the mistakes of his mapo tofu in just a few words. Fortunately, Kyuga Teraki has an optimistic personality and quickly turned his attention to the fragrant food in the pot, and a long-lost smile appeared on his cheeks again. Finally, it succeeded. Chapter 870 It's a piece of cake. This person has great cooking skills. She pointed out the mistakes of his mapo tofu in just a few words. Fortunately, Kyuga Teraki has an optimistic personality and quickly turned his attention to the fragrant food in the pot, and a long-lost smile appeared on his cheeks again. Finally, it succeeded. In the restaurant, when the royal sister was struggling to decide whether to take another bite, most of the food on the plate had been eaten by the loli. After 2 cups of tea, the only change in the loli was that a layer of blush appeared on her fair cheeks, which shocked Yang Ming, who was secretly observing. It is worthy of being the legendary pill world. Food wars. Shokuchi is really poisonous. Just this one dish of Teraki Kyuga's failed cooking made this little girl feel like she couldn't stop eating, and she was about to reach climax. Yang Ming couldn't help but cover his face. "Hui, why didn't I realize that you can eat spicy food before?" Yuji asked curiously. The little girl named Hui nodded, and her eyes turned to Yang Ming, who had just walked back from the kitchen door and sat down. The expectant expression on his face made her confused. Is it because of him? Thinking of this, the little girl turned her head to look at the kitchen, and just saw Teraki Kyuga walking towards them slowly with 2 plates of food. "Thanks to you, all the flaws have been solved." Kyuga Teraki put the plate in front of Loli and Yang Ming, and said with a smile, "This dish is my thank you." "Thank you. You're welcome." Loli and Yang Ming responded immediately, but the royal sister looked at Kyuga Teraki with dissatisfaction, with an expression of "you are treating me differently," and pouted, "Where is mine?" Knowing that a certain tsundere royal sister can't eat spicy food, Kyuga Teraki used 2 portions of ingredients when making dishes. Seeing that the royal sister expressed dissatisfaction at this moment, she wanted to tease the other party and said, "Ah, I thought you had left, so." "Hey." The royal sister glared at Kyuga Teraki, picked up the spoon and reached into the plate in front of the loli. "I scooped a spoonful of tofu stained with red juice and stuffed it into my mouth. With the mentality that if you don't let me eat it, I will eat it anyway. After chewing it hard, my face instantly turned red. Spicy. It was like putting all the chili powder into my mouth. The explosive spicy feeling hit the taste buds like waves, and my nerves were tense to the extreme at this moment." Water. The royal sister, whose eyes were already red, endured the pain and focused her attention on the teapot in front of her. However, a suffocating thing happened at this moment. There is no water in the teapot. A certain arrogant royal sister whose brain was stimulated by the spiciness turned her head to look at Kyuga Teraki, gnashing her teeth and said, "Quick, give me water. I told you not to be stubborn." Under the gaze of the 3 people, Kyuga Teraki quickly walked to the kitchen to get a cup of tea, and then handed it to the royal sister. The latter drank the tea in one gulp, and then she felt much better. However, when she accidentally cast her eyes on the mapo tofu again, the spicy feeling imprinted in her nerves once again came to her mind, causing the royal sister to turn her head aside and try to restrain herself from looking at the source of all evil. This farce also ended completely after a certain arrogant royal sister finally calmed down, and the 2 diners were finally able to enjoy the food with peace of mind. As we all know, Good food must have color, fragrance, and taste, which also leads to gourmets carefully observing the color of the food before tasting it. For this reason, when Loli picked up the tofu chopsticks and put them in her mouth to prepare to chew, Yang Ming stared at the food on the plate and looked at it carefully. The golden tofu cubes were placed in bright red chili oil, covered with a layer of minced meat sauce dyed with red juice, and chopped green onions were dotted on the top. The rich aroma wafted from the plate and rushed towards Yang Ming. From the perspective of color and aroma, this dish was impeccable. However, what really determines the quality of a dish is the inner taste. The irrepressible appetite forced Yang Ming to pick up the chopsticks, pick up a piece of tofu covered with chili sauce and minced meat, and put it into his mouth. The first bite felt hot. But then, the strong irritating spicy and numb taste spread on the tip of the tongue, charging at the taste buds like a turbulent wave, once, twice. Instantly, Yang Ming's pupils dilated, and he completely forgot the dignity that a gourmet should have. He replaced the chopsticks with a spoon and put the tofu on the plate into his mouth one spoonful at a time. The hot and spicy flavors complement each other. As he swallowed spoonfuls of tofu, beads of sweat began to ooze out of Yang Ming's forehead. Yang Ming was not the only one who lost his composure. The Loli, who was also tasting the food, couldn't help but tighten her slender legs, and her fair ears were also invaded by the blush on her cheeks. With a gasp, the Loli's eyes became blurry, and her forehead was covered with sweat, as if she had eaten something that was not suitable for children. While Yang Ming was eating, he kept observing from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the whole thing happen, he stared at the Loli in amazement. Is this a scare drug? Damn it! The world of food wars. Shokuchiki no Soma is really poisonous. Really? Really? Well done. Yang Ming's eyes were a little enlightened. No wonder they say food wars. Shokuchiki no Soma is a chef's paradise. If he would have this kind of indescribable feeling every time he saw a customer eating his food, it would be the biggest benefit. Water. The spicy little girl couldn't stand it anymore and said to Kyuga-teraki, please give me some water. Kyuga-teraki, who had expected this, handed the cup full of tea to the little girl. After the latter took the cup, she behaved completely differently from a certain nervous queen. Even though the spicy taste filled her mouth, she still held it with both hands and sipped it. This also made the queen, who was worried about her companion's condition, complain, why are you so leisurely? At the same time, Yang Ming, who had finished the food on the plate, stood up and walked towards Kyuga-teraki, snatched the teapot from the other's hand, poured a full cup and drank it in big gulps. After drinking a few cups of tea, Yang Ming diluted the spiciness that was attacking his taste buds. His breathing slowed down. Under the gaze of Kyuga-teraki, Yang Ming said slowly, comparing the cooking duel to a battlefield, the first-class Mapo tofu can only be called a soldier, but... Yang Ming cast his eyes on the leftovers on the plate again, with a flash of approval in his pupils, and said with emotion, this Mapo tofu is enough to be called a general. Hey! The royal sister made a sound out of surprise. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, she waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. She was puzzled in her heart, but she was also a person who could not hide her inner thoughts, and immediately said, are you trying to say that you are the military advisor? It is because of your help that Kyuga-teraki can make such delicious dishes. Facing her doubts, Yang Ming said frankly. You can say that. Chapter 871 Give you a chance to be my apprentice. Are you trying to say that you are the military advisor? It is because of your help that Teraki Kyuga can make such delicious dishes. Facing her question, Yang Ming said frankly. You can say that. Everyone. It's amazing. Yang Ming ignored them and sighed to himself. Since the fame of Totsuki College, chefs who frequently contacted the international community have abandoned simple and practical skills and blindly pursued those dazzling techniques. And Kyuga-teraki's method of using tea leaves to filter water is the technique passed down by the predecessors. In his opinion, it is to remember one's roots. Only by remembering the original intention can one go further on the road of cooking. Kyuga-teraki, who became the target of public criticism due to Yang Ming's praise, hesitated again and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. I understand the truth, but can you please take back your fiery eyes? However, after the comment of the so-called military advisor just now, Yang Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind. Didn't Yang Ming plan to kick the door of Totsuki College? If he came to the door so openly, even if the challenge was easily won at the beginning, with his identity as an outsider, he might arouse a terrifying backlash from the entire Totsuki College. At that time, not to mention those master chefs who couldn't help but fight, with the atmosphere of the Totsuki Academy's love of food battles, there will be countless students who will challenge Yang Ming to food battles for the reputation of the school. At that time, Yang Ming may face the danger of a round-robin battle. But what if Yang Ming has an extra white glove? To put it clearly, if Yang Ming accepts Kyuga Teraki as his apprentice, Kyuga Teraki will come forward, and Yang Ming will support him behind the scenes to challenge the Totsuki Academy from a distance. This is not an external war, but an internal dispute, and will not cause a violent backlash from the Totsuki Academy. In this way, great things can be accomplished. Thinking of this, Yang Ming looked at Kyuga Teraki with a more fiery gaze. Kyuga Teraki felt uncomfortable when Yang Ming looked at him, and he stepped back repeatedly, with a face full of shame. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not gay, really." Yang Ming. On the side, Uchiha Itachi was also laughed at by Kyuga Teraki, and didn't know what to say to him. Yang Ming glared at Uchiha Itachi calmly, and he quickly closed his mouth and suppressed his smile. Yang Ming looked at Kyuga Teraki's slightly flustered expression, and said calmly, "You don't need to think too much, I'm just thinking about whether to accept you as my apprentice." Puff. With a clear sound, Yang Ming looked back and saw that this time it was not Uchiha Itachi, but the lowly named Hui from the next table. The little girl also saw Yang Ming's eyes turn to her, but she didn't care at all. She said to the royal sister, "Sister, this guy is so shameless. He just gave some advice to Kyuga Teraki, but he wants to take him as his apprentice. Who does he think he is? Doesn't he know that Kyuga Teraki is one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki? Is he going to give up his bright future and take a stranger, peer as his teacher? This is not funny." This little girl has always admired Kyuga Teraki. Naturally, she was angry at this time. Her mouth was like a machine gun, spraying him in front of Yang Ming. The royal sister also sneered, "That's right, some people just can't see who they are." Facing the ridicule of these two people, Yang Ming still had a calm expression on his face, looking at Kyuga Teraki calmly. "What do you think of my proposal?" A drop of sweat dripped from Kyuga Teraki's forehead. Compared to the two beauties, Yuja and Loli, who only worship him because of the reputation of the 10 great masters of Totsuki, Kyuga Teraki knew very well that the one who could point out the problems of his cooking in a few words was definitely not an ordinary person. And such a person actually wanted to take him as his apprentice? If Yang Ming was a middle-aged man, then Kyuga Teraki might have agreed. But the problem is that Yang Ming looks very young, even younger than him. If he agreed, how embarrassed would he be? Suddenly, Kyuga Teraki had a flash of inspiration in his mind and said to Yang Ming, "Let's have a food battle. Let's compete in the restaurant. Whoever makes 200 servings of food first and is eaten up by the customers in the restaurant will be the winner. If you win, I will worship you as my master." Seeing this, Yuja kept comforting herself. She wanted to solve the problem of hunger, but not only did she not eat enough, but she also had to witness Yang Ming, who had a bad impression, taking Kyuga Teraki as his apprentice. It was really rare to see. "Let's go, we can't stay here for a moment." Thinking of this, the sister took the hand of the little girl who was in a daze beside her and asked Kyuga Teraki, "How much is it in total?" 12,000 yen. Kyuga Teraki said without raising his head. "Okay, I'll give it to you right away." "Wait." The sister stared at Kyuga Teraki with wide eyes, and said word by word, "How much did you say just now?" Hearing this, Kyuga Teraki calculated it again in his heart, and after confirming that it was correct, he said, 12,000 yen, what's wrong? Black shop. Definitely a black shop. The sister, who had only eaten 2 pieces of tofu since entering the store, rolled up her sleeves and planned to argue with Kyuga Teraki, but was stopped by the little girl behind her. In the end, a certain tsundere said helplessly, "Didn't you say that the second serving of mapo tofu was for us to eat?" "Yes." Kyuga Teraki had an honest look on his face, counting on his fingers. A serving of mapo tofu is 7,000 yen, and 8 cups of tea is 5,600 yen, which is 12,600 yen. After removing the decimals, it is indeed 12,000 yen. Tea costs money, the lady was shocked. Yes. Kyuga Teraki looked as if it was a matter of course. 7,000 yen for mapo tofu. 700 yen for a cup of sky-high tea. Am I out of date? Or is the food industry developing too fast? The lady's pale blue eyes were filled with shock. If it was a high-end restaurant or a dish made by a first-class chef, it would be understandable to set the price like this, but Kyuga Teraki was just a student. Even if he was ranked 8th among the 10 great masters of Totsuki, the fee was too high, right? Here you go, 12,000 yen. Just when the royal sister was in a trance, the little girl took out a stack of banknotes from her wallet, counted out 12,000 yen and handed it to Teraki Kyuga, blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled, "Thank you for the hospitality. This Chinese restaurant is still newly opened." With the first pot of gold in his life, Teraki Kyuga did not feel that he had any signs of asking for too much. Looking at the backs of the two women who had already walked out of the store, he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry for the hospitality. Welcome to come again next time." As if thinking that the other party was so generous in paying, Teraki Kyuga hurriedly added a sentence that made the royal sister want to kill. "Next time you come to the store, I will treat you to a few cups of tea for free at 700 yen a cup." Chapter 872, A Food Battle That Yang Ming Absolutely Can't Win. After sending off the two beautiful guests, Yuja and Lolita, Kyuga Teraki turned to look at Yang Ming and asked, "How about it, do you dare to accept the food battle competition I proposed?" The food battle competition proposed by Kyuga Teraki requires both parties to prepare 200 servings of food. There is no restriction on what kind of food to prepare, nor is there a rule that only one type of food can be prepared. At the same time, there are no judges or referees. The only criterion is the customers in the Chinese restaurant. Whoever sells out the 200 servings of food first will win. Because there are no referees or judges, the results cannot appear all at once. Although this Chinese restaurant has just opened for a short time, it has accumulated a number of customers and has already known the chef Kyuga Teraki. Such a food battle competition will be very beneficial to Kyuga Teraki, because the customers do not know Yang Ming at all, and it is unlikely that they will eat the food prepared by Yang Ming. Even if Yang Ming won in the end, which was unlikely, Kyuga Teraki would not suffer any loss. With the expensive fees charged by his Chinese restaurant, he would definitely make a lot of money and would not lose anything. It can be said that none of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki is simple. With such calculations alone, Kyuga Teraki is already in a position where he will not lose anything. If he loses, he can just worship Yang Ming as his master. Yang Ming also knows a little about the tricks here, but he doesn't care so much. After all, Yang Ming wants to take Kyuga Teraki as his apprentice, but he doesn't want to show up in person, but to operate behind the scenes and challenge Totsuki Academy through Kyuga Teraki. Yang Ming said calmly, "That's no problem, let's start the game." "Please." Kyuga Teraki made a gesture of invitation. Yang Ming nodded and stepped into the kitchen. Soon after, it was time for dinner in the evening. Guests came in groups of 3 or 4 because of Kyuga Teraki's reputation as one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki. So there is the current situation. "I want Boss Teraki to give me a plate of fried rice." In the store, an uncle said to the waiter with a smile. Because Kyuga Teraki is one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki, the Chinese restaurant he opened is very famous throughout the street. Its popularity is comparable to some restaurants that have been open for many years, no, even better. Everyone knows that the students who graduated from the 10 great masters of Totsuki are all chefs who have left a great reputation in the world. It is very cost-effective to taste first-class food at a relatively cheap price before they graduate. The waiter was not surprised and smiled and said, "What do you want to eat this time, Uncle Kamimura? Is there any need to ask?" "Another plate of mapo tofu first." "Okay. Waiter, I want a bowl of ramen for Boss Teraki." At this time, another customer came in. The waiter looked back and saw that it was also one of the regular customers, a big sister with a good appearance. "Wait a minute. Noodles are not difficult to make." 10 minutes later, a portion of mapo tofu and a portion of ramen were served. At this time, a lot of customers came, and the noodle shop, which was not very big, was suddenly filled with dozens of customers. "Boss Teraki, give me a wonton noodle." "Well, give me a handmade noodle cake." "Ha ha ha, I actually caught up." "Waiter, ask Boss Teraki to give me 3 portions of mapo tofu, take it home for the children to eat, hee. One by one, Teraki Kyuga seemed calm and unhurried. With these years of experience, he has already integrated various cooking skills into his heart. With Teraki Kyuga, unlike the situation on the other side where the cooking was in full swing, Yang Ming was in the kitchen, but it was deserted. After all, the guests who came here all came because of Kyoga Teraki's relationship with the 10 great masters of Totsuki, and they came just to eat the food cooked by Kyoga Teraki. As for Yang Ming? Who is that? Not to mention that Yang Ming just arrived, even if he has been in Kyoga Teraki's Chinese restaurant for a while, so what, others will still order Kyoga Teraki's food. Kyoga Teraki looked at Yang Ming who had nothing to do, and said sympathetically. Since you have nothing to do, how about you come and help me share the burden? Thank you for your kindness. Yang Ming didn't know whether he really didn't understand or pretended not to understand the hidden meaning of Kyoga Teraki's words, and still had a calm expression on his face. I believe that this situation will be reversed soon. Tisk. Everyone can brag. Kyoga Teraki curled his lips secretly. Kyoga Teraki had already given Yang Ming the impression that he was bound to lose, so he ignored him and continued to concentrate on cooking. Kyoga Teraki ignored Yang Ming, then turned his wrist and the rolling pin and rolled the dough on the table into a pancake easily, completing all this in a smooth and flowing manner, and then folded the pancake several layers, and replaced the rolling pin with a kitchen knife to cut it lightly. 4 servings of noodles were ready. Then he started to light the fire and put the pot on to prepare the base for the noodles. After a skilled cooking, it didn't take long for the noodles to be served in 4 large bowls. Kyoga Teraki asked the waiter to take them out, and he stood aside quietly waiting for the guests' comments. This noodle. Just as Teraki Kyoga thought before, the whole bowl of noodles was ordinary, the soup was turbid, and the whole bowl was grey. Lying on it and smelling it carefully, apart from the steaming hot air, there was only a faint fragrance left, and there was no olfactory enjoyment like other dishes. The uncle and the elder sister saw this bowl of noodle soup and sighed together. Could this be the dish made by the 10 great masters of Totsuki? Could it be that it is just a name? With such a regretful mentality, the two tasted the soup first. The first bite, although it looked like a soup with no merit, it seemed to be cast by magic in the mouth. The feeling of the entrance was a slight spicy fragrance. The light fragrance and the hot pepper were mixed together. Not only did they not conflict, but they formed a wonderful complementary state. The combination of the two flavors that were obviously ordinary when separated suddenly made people love it so much. This feeling is like 2 pieces of plain black charcoal that touch each other lightly and become half of a diamond. It is gorgeous but not abrupt. After all, the predecessor of diamond is made of carbon, so isn't it natural for charcoal to become diamond? Good. 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 With a burst of light in her eyes, the elder sister praised it again and again. The soup base alone is so magical, so how delicious will the noodles made by Kyoga Teraki himself be? With chopsticks holding the noodles and gently pulling them, the crisp and refreshing noodles jumped out of the soup neatly, flicking lightly in the air, and directly throwing away the excess soup. This noodle making skill is really amazing. Although the noodles made by Kyoga Teraki cannot occupy the first 2 items in terms of color, fragrance, and taste, the last word of taste is really brought out by Kyoga Teraki. Good noodles, this kind of strength is really amazing. Chapter 873 So Manly. This noodle making skill is really amazing. Although the noodles made by this skill cannot occupy the first 2 aspects in terms of color, fragrance, and taste, the last word of taste, Kyoga Teraki really brought out the essence. Good noodles, this kind of strength is really amazing. Slib. As a mouthful of rich noodle fragrance fills the mouth, a ball of amazing elasticity that seems to be about to explode cunningly wraps around the tip of the tongue. The touch like a girl's skin directly breaks the psychological defense line of the noodle taster. Swish. The muscles all over the uncle's body are swelling at this moment, and the originally slightly loose robe is directly torn by the muscles at this moment. This amazing elasticity is not artificial at all, but it completely replaces the aroma of the soup base without leaving out a single drop. The sweetness and lightness of the cowpea are brought to the extreme. The slight spiciness and this fragrance, once contrasted, highlight the fragrance of the noodles. This is simply a stroke of genius. The uncle ate this bite very happily. After a mouthful of noodles, there was not much left in the whole bowl of noodles. Good, delicious. The elder sister on the side did not organize any words at all. There was no other reason. The food of Kyoga Teraki could no longer make her brain think. In her subconscious, she only had an instinctive appetite. Looking at the last bit of noodles, the uncle suddenly felt a little reluctant. If he finished it in one bite, when would he be able to eat Kyoga Teraki's noodles again? With a regretful mentality, the uncle prepared to eat the last bit of noodles. Uncle, there are tomatoes in the noodles. Eating them together with the noodles will give you a new taste. Kyuga Teraki, who was standing aside, reminded him. Tomato? The uncle was slightly surprised. Isn't this something tasty? Why does it need to be eaten with noodles? Wow! A sob came from the table next to her. It turned out to be the eldest sister. Seeing her expression, the uncle was startled. Girl, why are you crying? Yes, as he saw, the elder sister who had eaten the noodles was already in tears at this moment. This feeling, so warm. There was still half a mixture of tomato and noodles on the elder sister's chopsticks. It turned out that, unlike the uncle's doubts, when she heard Kyuga Teraki's words, tomato and noodles will have a different taste when eaten together, the elder sister immediately followed Kyuga Teraki's instructions, and the result was like this. Her state naturally aroused the uncle's surprise. He swallowed the noodles with tomatoes suspiciously. The rubbing feeling of the tomato touched the tip of the tongue and mixed with the refreshing noodles. The slight sour taste neutralized the spicy and fragrant, and the newly born taste kept impacting the mind. Unlike the previous explosiveness, this time the taste is difficult to describe. The sour taste is magically mixed between the fragrant and spicy, neutralizing the impact, and replaced by an unprecedented soft and bold. If you have to describe this feeling, based on the uncle's resume, 2 words: mother. Isn't mother's love just like this taste, fragrant, spicy, and sour? Fragrant represents the overflowing mother's love, spicy represents the angry mother's love, sour represents the hardship of mother's love. This dish is not a pure dish, it contains human nature. This is a dish that transcends the secular world, and the rules. With the uncle's pattern and insights, if this dish must be customized to a stage, then this dish is standing above countless dishes, the god of the cooking world. That's right, this is the god's dish. Pa! The chopsticks were slammed on the table by the uncle. In the surprised eyes of Kyuga Teraki, the uncle respectfully bowed to Kyuga Teraki. Fuck, uncle, what are you doing? You're shortening my life. Kyuga Teraki quickly dodged. It's like this, I suspected that your cooking was not as good as the 10 great masters of Totsuki before, but now I find that I was wrong. The uncle sighed with melancholy. It wasn't until I ate your food that I realized I was really old. Thank you for the compliment, uncle, you are still strong and healthy, no worse than us young people. Kyuga Teraki waved his hand with a smile. Alas, I'm old. Although he said so, the uncle looked at Kyuga Teraki with more and more admiration, as if, looking at his grandson-in-law. Until Kyuga Teraki was a little scared by being stared at. Kyuga Teraki couldn't stand this kind of look, and found an excuse to run back to the kitchen. Kyuga Teraki glanced at Yang Ming. Half an hour had passed, and Yang Ming's place was still deserted. No customer needed his cooking. This is nonsense. All the customers didn't know Yang Ming, and they had never eaten his food. Only fools would order his dishes. Hey! Kyuga Teraki was very proud and hummed a little tune all the way. He walked to his stove and continued cooking. He thought proudly in his heart, it seems that I can easily win this food battle. Thinking of this, Kyuga Teraki hummed a tune louder, with a sense of showing off. Looking at Kyuga Teraki's smug look, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing behind Yang Ming, was so angry that he wanted to hang Kyuga Teraki up and beat him up. But in the end, reason defeated anger. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and said to Yang Ming anxiously. Boss, this game is really unfair to you. You will never have customers ordering your dishes in Kyuga Teraki's restaurant, so how can you have a chance to win? Uchiha Itachi's words were indeed reasonable, and he was extremely worried that boss Yang Ming, who had always been invincible, would fail in this Chinese restaurant. Yang Ming was very clear about Uchiha Itachi's words. He patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said calmly. Don't worry, he has a plan, and I have a ladder. What? What does this mean? Uchiha Itachi was confused, but he could still hear the confidence in Yang Ming's tone. He felt relieved and let out the foul air in his chest. He thought to himself. Could it be that the boss is really sure of it? That's right, the boss has always been invincible in cooking competitions, and this time should be no exception, right? Just as Uchiha Itachi was thinking in his heart, he suddenly heard exclamations from outside the glass window. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and saw that it turned out to be a group of little fans who came because of Kyuga Teraki's reputation, and they were shouting at Kyuga Teraki through the glass window. I saw that Kyuga Teraki was cutting meat, and his strength was very fast, so fast that his arms became blurred in an instant, and people outside the glass window could hardly see his waving arms. Seeing the pieces of meat floating out, the little fans were stunned, and they all looked at Kyuga Teraki stupidly. Oh my god! These pieces of meat can almost see through the light, his wrists are so powerful. He looks so secure and masculine. As the saying goes, serious men are the most attractive, and this moment is the same for Teraki Kyuga. Although I don't know if the food he makes is delicious, his current image makes the little fans feel a lot of favor. Chapter 874, Sad and Miserable. Oh my god! These slices of meat can almost see through the light. His wrists are so powerful. He looks so secure and masculine. As the saying goes, serious men are the most attractive, and this moment is the same for Teraki Kyuga. Although I don't know if the food he makes is delicious, his current image makes the little fans feel a lot of favor. Crackle. The sound of meat being stained with oil sounded from time to time. The thin slices of meat sizzled as soon as they were attached to the iron plate. When the fragrance came out, the meat slices were basically cooked. Teraki Kyuga took out the secret seasoning he had prepared before and sprinkled it on the beef on the iron plate. Sizzle. White smoke mixed with fragrance instantly filled everyone's nose. That's the smell. This sour smell, like a suction cup, stimulates the tongues of the little fans, making people drool. Too fragrant. Outside the glass window, the little fans squinted their eyes and were immediately intoxicated by the sour smell. What is this smell? It's so fragrant. Oh my god, what did Kyuga Teraki just sprinkle? I must try it. It's so fragrant, it's so fragrant. The aroma from the golden roasted beef was not so strong at first, but it easily penetrated into everyone's lungs. Then, the aroma floated violently, an indescribable aroma floated violently, and everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The rich aroma seemed to penetrate the depths of the soul, making people not want to exhale after inhaling it. It really felt like they were about to get hurt. Gulp. The little fans' throats moved, and they couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. They stared at the beef on the iron plate, and didn't even notice the saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths. The aroma of those beefs must make people hungry. Damn, I'm hungry just looking at it. The beef is orange and yellow, and it looks great. I've never seen iron plate beef with such perfect color. The perfect appearance and rich aroma, these two combined make the roast beef on the iron plate extremely attractive. As a big foodie, when Teraki's sizzling beef was served, the little fans couldn't help themselves. They didn't care about the heat and picked up a piece of beef. They found that the beef was roasted to the perfect temperature. The color was orange-yellow without any burnt spots. The whole piece of beef was full of gravy and decorated with green minced fish and coriander. It looked like a dish made by a star chef. The little fans couldn't wait to take a bite. Puff. A stream of delicious gravy immediately spurted out of the meat slice, shining under the light. The guests at other tables were all staring. Oh my god, is this true? This gravy is too unscientific. Fuck, my mouth is watering. How can there be such an exaggerated gravy? I really can't stand it. It's all my fault for watching others eat when I'm hungry. Others were all stunned when they saw the spurting gravy. It's so delicious. Ignoring the delicious gravy on the corners of her mouth, the little fangirl subconsciously covered her mouth. The delicious taste that burst out in an instant deeply stimulated every taste bud on her tongue, making her feel as if she was in a dreamlike feeling. She felt like a fairy. How is it delicious? Girl, is it so exaggerated? Is it really so delicious? Guests at other tables asked one after another. The little fangirl nodded frantically. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. Woo woo woo. I have never eaten such delicious sizzling beef. The sour taste that makes me drool strongly shocked my esophagus and stomach wall, and my appetite was involuntarily ignited. In addition, the fresh sour taste, combined with the sweet juice and rich gravy, the taste is simply indescribable. The vitality that was lost because of the anxious waiting, all reappeared at once. She held the sizzling beef and looked up at a 45-degree angle to taste it. It felt so wonderful. But she had a question. The sweetness in the meat was not the sweetness of the meat, but another kind of sweetness. Kyuga Teraki, the sour taste is brought by the sour jujube, but how did you extract the sweetness? The little fangirl looked at Kyuga Teraki with a sharp gaze. In response to the questions of the little fans, Kyuga Teraki just smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he took out the bottle of sugar palm syrup with only the bottom of the bottle left. It turned out that the sweetness was extracted from the sugar palm syrup. No wonder. No wonder the taste is sour and sweet and delicious. Seeing the intoxicated expression of the little fans, the guests at other tables also asked for a portion of teppanyaki beef, picked up the golden and crispy roasted beef, and ate it one by one. Oh my god, is this really beef? It's so delicious, it melts in your mouth, it's so great. The uncle who ate the beef first exclaimed loudly, with a face full of enjoyment. The elder sister glanced at the uncle and saw that he was not acting. Is it really so delicious? The elder sister took a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Hiss! 3 delicious flavors suddenly burst out in the mouth, sour, sweet, and slightly salty. These 3 flavors are perfectly mixed together and then burst out in the mouth, which is really exciting. This texture, this taste, is simply amazing. 2. Delicious. How can it be so delicious? The eldest sister couldn't help but jump up. The guests at other tables were stunned. Damn, this is too exaggerated. Is it really so delicious? Is it fake? What's fake about it? Just the color of the roast beef almost whets my appetite. Just looking at the appearance, I know it's not bad. Kyuga Teraki's cooking skills are good. I was so depressed that I drank a bottle of mineral water. Compared with the lively atmosphere of the guests, Yang Ming's side seemed gloomy, desolate, and cold, as if it was an isolated place in the world. No guests paid attention to this corner, which seemed even more desolate. Uchiha Itachi watched Kyuga Teraki make another sizzling beef dish, which caused the guests to scramble for it. He was secretly anxious and said, "Boss, if you have a way, hurry up and bring it out. Look at that Kyuga Teraki, he is getting closer and closer to completing the dishes for 200 people." Kyuga Teraki kept looking at Yang Ming from the corner of his eyes, secretly proud in his heart. It seems that I will win this competition. Just when the outside world was in turmoil, Yang Ming showed a calm expression on his face. No problem, let me show them what delicious food is. Chapter 875 Yang Ming shows off his coolness. Kyuga Teraki kept looking at Yang Ming from the corner of his eyes, secretly proud in his heart. It seems that I will win this competition. Just when the outside world was in turmoil, Yang Ming showed a calm expression on his face. It's okay, let me show them what delicious food is. Itachi, go to the refrigerator and see if there is any frozen tofu. If there is, bring it here. I'll cut it into strips first. This is easier. Easier. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment. Even a layman like him knew that the most difficult thing was to cut into strips. Of course, he just said this in his heart. Hearing this, he still went to the refrigerator to look for it. Sure enough, he found the frozen tofu and handed it over. Yang Ming took the tofu and stretched out his hand suddenly. Hoo! He exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth, and an ice knife made of ice condensed appeared in Yang Ming's hand. The cold air spread out around him. Kyuga Teraki had been observing Yang Ming with the corner of his eyes. Even though he was caught off guard, he shuddered and his eyes were even more shocked. Kyuga Teraki had been a chef for so many years and had seen all kinds of weird cooking dishes, but he had never seen this scene. Ice blade made of ice? Am I living in a dream? Kyuga Teraki was confused and bewildered. Even when the little fangirl and the guests next to him called him, he did not respond. This change immediately surprised everyone. Following his line of sight, they saw the ice blade in Yang Ming's hand, with ice dots around it and a cold air floating out of the kitchen door. He was also confused. Then, there was an uproar. Oh my god! Is this a movie? How can there be such realistic special effects? You are so stupid. Don't you see that it is a chef? Hey? Really, why have I never seen him before? What kind of food is he making? I am also curious about what he is making. I will order one to try later. I want one too. This is rare in my life. After you said that, I suddenly became eager. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming began to act. First, unpack the packaged rennet tofu, then turn it over and cut off a corner, then gently tap the bottom of the box with the blade, and finally lift the box up slowly. In this way, the tofu is poured onto the chopping board intact. After doing all this, Yang Ming officially starts cutting. A piece of tofu is cut into thousands of threads, each thread is evenly thick and continuous, this it is a basic requirement. Yang Ming's eyes condensed, and he gently waved his right arm, leaving a phantom in the air. Everyone's eyes widened. Swish! Swish! The ice knife kept waving in the air, and the ice crystals slowly fell, which was very dazzling. Yang Ming held the ice knife in his hand, cut with his wrist suspended, and cut it down with great decisiveness. One cut after another, thin slices were quickly born. So skilled, good knife skills, good knife. Kyuga Teraki's eyes lit up, and he said 3 good words in a row. Not to mention him, even the guests who watched this scene were stunned by Yang Ming's actions. The knife skills were very artistic and beautiful. Even laymen felt so powerful and magical when they saw it. The eager eyes of the crowd were not in Yang Ming's attention, and were even automatically filtered. His mind was completely immersed in slicing. Da-da-da. The ice knife slices the special frozen tofu, and each time the knife falls, it will gently touch the chopping board, making a pleasant sound. The guests watching don't have great cooking skills, but at this time, watching Yang Ming cut tofu, it feels like sitting in an opera house and enjoying a melodious musical. This person is actually cooking, but it seems like he is composing music. Yang Ming is concentrating, holding the ice knife, holding his wrist high, and cutting accurately, and each piece of tofu cut is evenly thick and thin. The slicing is done, and the next step is shredding. Suddenly, Yang Ming muttered to himself, and the blade turned, from slowly slicing to shredding. The rhythm suddenly changed, as if the music entered a climax. The people watching around did not react until this time, and they looked at each other, all secretly shocked. This knife skill is better than the best here, Teraki Kyuga. This chef, who had never met before, was so talented that he didn't reveal his skills until this moment. It was really shocking. However, after seeing this knife skill, everyone had high expectations for the dishes made by Yang Ming, hoping that he could bring them surprises. Oh my god, how did you do it? When the shredding was completed, Teraki Kyuga, who witnessed the whole process, opened his mouth in shock, his face full of disbelief. The large piece of special tofu on the chopping board was gone at this moment, replaced by thousands of neatly arranged tofu shreds, each slightly thicker than a hair. It was unbelievable that this food was made with just a kitchen knife. Hey, much easier than before. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled to himself. When the people around heard it, they were speechless. This was actually easy? Just watching, their hearts were about to rise to their throats, and they were always afraid that if they cut it wrong, all the tofu shreds would be in trouble and their beauty would be destroyed. However, in fact, Yang Ming did feel more relaxed than before. He knew the reason very well. It was not that his knife skills suddenly improved, but the change brought by the ice knife. This ice knife was really beyond expectations. Not to mention its sharpness, the fact that it cut tofu without sticking to the blade was enough to stand out from the crowd. After carefully putting the tofu shreds into a large bowl filled with warm water, Yang Ming began to process the pork. After opening the refrigerator, he quickly took out the pork. There was still a lot of pork, probably weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. After picking it up, Yang Ming put it on the chopping board. Then, he put a piece of pork directly on his left hand, and held the ice knife in his right hand. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Ming's knife-wielding speed was really fast, flowing like clouds and water, without any sense of obstruction. After Yang Ming swung his knife, slices of meat flew out and landed steadily on the plate. Yang Ming cut a piece of pork in about 20 seconds. Looking closely, the pork on the plate shone with a special luster, and each slice of meat was very even and clear, full of a different kind of beauty. Looking at Yang Ming's posture of cutting meat, the guests watching were all a little fascinated. I can learn the knife skills of this chef for 10 years. I'm impressed by his knife skills. Cutting pork is like cutting dough. He looks so handsome when swinging the knife. So awesome. I like him so much. Nonsense, such awesome knife skills, such a handsome chef, whoever looks at him will be crazy. Chapter 876, you can tell whether he is good or not with just one move. I can learn the knife skills of this chef for 10 years. I'm impressed by his knife skills. Cutting pork is like cutting dough. He looks so handsome when swinging the knife. So awesome. I like him so much. Nonsense, such awesome knife skills, such a handsome chef, whoever looks at him will be crazy. Yang Ming ignored the exclamations of others. After cutting the pork into slices, he continued to process them and cut them into shredded meat. There was no trace of hesitant, even his expression did not change from beginning to end, the whole person was extremely calm. What a steady hand, whether it was cutting tofu shreds or meat, the whole process was not shaken, like a veteran soldier who had been on the battlefield for a long time, so calm that it was scary. This guy is really calm beyond his age. Hyuga Teraki commented secretly. Looking at the meat slices on the chopping board, Yang Ming thought for a while and thought of a way. The blade flashed a ray of light, accompanied by a series of chopping sounds. The meat slices separated in an instant and were cut into long and thin strips of meat. This knife is so fast. Hyuga Teraki's pupil shrank, not jealous at all, but shocked by Yang Ming's knife skills. Well, at least it takes more than 10 years of immersion in swordsmanship to have the strength and speed. At his level, I believe that even some martial artists who play with katana can't do anything to him. An uncle said in a deep voice. No way, can a kitchen knife be compared with a sword? A big sister on the side was even more shocked. This shouldn't be possible. Of course not, but his understanding of knives is beyond ordinary people by many times. I believe that if he can do it to humans, even a martial arts master will be helpless in the face of his kitchen knife. I have experienced this myself. The uncle said seriously. No way, can a kitchen knife be used to a certain extent to deal with a martial arts master? That's basically it. The guests were shocked and confused. After processing the ingredients, they were ready to stir-fry in the pot. Yang Ming added pepper, grass fruit, cinnamon, ginger peel and other spices into the pot according to the proportion, as well as the cut shredded pork and tofu. Suddenly, the rich and fresh fragrance spread all around. After putting it on the fire, Yang Ming seemed to have flashed countless cooking skills in his mind, and he was handy and smooth. The guests saw Yang Ming's actions and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Yang Ming was seen holding the handle of the pot with one hand, swinging it flexibly over the flames, and every place seemed to be just right. The ingredients inside were flying, and the heat was very even, and began to make a very small squeak. Then, Yang Ming actually threw the ingredients in the pot into the sky. Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. What is Yang Ming doing? Is he going to throw away the ingredients? This is the dish that he worked so hard to make. However, Yang Ming smiled slightly, then held the handle of the pot in his hand, caught the ingredients that fell from the sky just right, and continued to boil it. The guests watching were relieved. I was almost scared to death just now. That's right, I thought he would fail. This is the first time I find that watching a chef cook is so thrilling. Yeah, I agree very much. Ignoring the disturbances from the outside world, Yang Ming continued to stir-fry in an orderly manner. During the process, the guests outside the glass window never looked away. Because Yang Ming's stir-frying movements were so beautiful. Stir-frying in his hands was like playing with tricks. The flames burned on the black pot, and every time he stir-fried, a trace of flame even appeared behind the ingredients. Following the position of the flame, Yang Ming kept adjusting the position of the ingredients. After a while, all the ingredients merged into one, exuding a strong fragrance. The fresh scent of grass fruit seemed to whisper with the aroma of stir-fried meat, stimulating everyone's sense of smell, making them stare at the dishes cooked by Yang Ming and wanting to taste them well. The shredded pork under the incandescent lamp exuded a golden luster. Looking closely, it seemed that there were still drops of oil dripping, and the meat seemed to be stir-fried just right. Coupled with the unique fragrance of pork, the stomachs of everyone present could not help but protest. Gudong! This dish has such a strong aroma. My stomach can't stand it just by smelling it. The elder sister's saliva kept flowing out. Ah! My big knife is already thirsty. Chef, what kind of dish are you making? I want one. The uncle shouted beside him. The elder sister suddenly shuddered, slapped her head, secretly cursed herself as a fool, and said belatedly, Me. I want one too. No, I want two. Other guests came back to the taste and said one after another, I want one too. Don't worry. Yang Ming nodded to the guests. When this dish of fried pork with thousands of shreds was ready, Yang Ming put it on the uncle's table. Please enjoy it. I want to have a bite. The uncle was also very hungry. He rushed up directly and held the shredded meat in his mouth like a hungry tiger. His mouth seemed to be covered with oil. I want to try it too. The elder sister secretly swallowed her saliva, looking eagerly. Don't worry, everyone has it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said lightly. The uncle looked at the fried pork in front of him and took a deep breath. Why is it so fragrant? It smells so good. It smells so good. The uncle was surprised when the chopsticks were moved and the fragrance filled the air. This kind of fragrance was simply unbelievable. Even the elder sister who was originally at the next table was attracted by the fragrance. Why is it so fragrant? The elder sister widened her eyes. So cute. The elder sister's eyes lit up and she made several swallowing movements in succession. Not only that, there was saliva at the corners of her mouth. This really made people drool. It looks so delicious, I'm drooling. It has a good color, fragrance, and taste, it must be delicious. The more I look at it, the hungrier I get. It looks really good. More than good. At this time, the elder sister didn't even blink, staring at the uncle's movements and the dishes on the plate. The pork is tender, and it is also wrapped in a layer of mist. Wow, the meat is like crystal, I want to eat it just by looking at it. I can't believe it, there is a layer of white water vapor covering the outside of the meat, it really looks like a special effect. Not only the elder sister was drooling, but the other guests who had been paying attention were also drooling, but unfortunately they couldn't eat it. The uncle was secretly proud of himself and couldn't wait to shout, "Let me try it, it must be delicious." The uncle smiled, picked up a large bunch of shredded meat and tofu, opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the uncle's expression attracted everyone, and they saw that his eyes were almost popping out, and then he suddenly turned around, walked back a few steps, and his expression was twisted. Chapter 877 Turn the table for me to see. The uncle was secretly proud of himself and couldn't wait to shout, "Let me try it, it must be delicious." The uncle smiled, picked up a bunch of shredded meat and tofu, opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the uncle's expression attracted everyone. His eyes almost popped out, and then he suddenly turned around and walked back a few steps with a twisted expression. "How is it? Does your expression mean it tastes good or not?" The elder sister looked curious. It was really hard to tell whether the uncle was delicious or not. "Ah, it's so delicious, I can't believe it, why is it so delicious?" The uncle suddenly jumped a few times on the spot, inexplicably excited, "I want to eat more, it's really delicious, I've never eaten such delicious food." The onlookers were dumbfounded, and the uncle took away the remaining meat in the plate with a snatch. "Wow, it's so delicious, the meat is tender, salty and chewy. I have never eaten such chewy pork. It's so delicious." The uncle ate a piece of meat and was intoxicated. His expression was like ascending to heaven. Hearing the uncle's series of good reviews, Kyuga Teraki's face suddenly turned black as the bottom of a pot. "Let me try it." Kyuga Teraki took the plate of fried pork with thousands of shreds handed over by Yang Ming, and the aroma was fragrant when he touched it with chopsticks. "Yang Ming, what ingredients did you use? Why is it so fragrant?" "Cao Guo." Yang Ming replied lightly, "This is a very special spice, which is generally used as a Chinese patent medicine. Few people can think of using it to cook dishes." At this time, Kyuga Teraki touched it with chopsticks, and he saw some light yellow powder sprinkled on the pork, and couldn't help saying, "It's amazing, how do you know so much?" Yang Ming smiled and was about to speak, when suddenly the elder sister on the other side shouted, attracting his attention. "La la 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 la." Damn it, this elder sister actually started dancing, and while dancing she shouted, "Why is it so delicious? Why is it so delicious? Why is it so exaggerated?" At this moment, even Yang Ming himself doubted whether the elder sister did it on purpose. "Wow, so delicious, Allah!" Yang Ming looked at him. After the baseball cap guy took a bite of meat, he instantly became an emoticon. "Wow, it's really delicious, so refreshing, and there is a salty and fragrant taste, my mouth is full of fragrance." He couldn't stand it, and quickly took another bite, so an expression that was enough to be an emoticon appeared. "Wow, ha ha ha, so delicious, ah." The devilishness of his smile was simply unbearable to watch. Kyuga Teraki's expression became solemn, and a white mist immediately sprayed on their faces with a flick of the chopsticks, and he immediately exclaimed, "It smells so good. This smell reminds me of the strong fragrance when making dumplings out of the pot." Kyuga Teraki tasted it while savoring it. "Well, it's really delicious, much better than I imagined." The tofu shreds melted immediately after entering the mouth, turning into a light taste. The fragrance of green onion, the freshness of sauce, the breath of spring filled the mouth and lingered for a long time. Kyuga Teraki felt refreshed all of a sudden, and the fatigue and sleepiness accumulated in the day quickly faded away with the entrance of this dish. He seemed to be reborn, overflowing in the ocean of spring. This is a delicacy full of the breath of spring. It's incredible, this is a dish that a chef whose name I have never heard of can make. Kyuga Teraki was stunned to feel the fragrance of thousands of strands, and after a long time, he stretched out the second chopsticks. A pair of bamboo chopsticks picked up 4 or 5 hair-length tofu shreds from the delicious plate and put them into his mouth. No need to chew or suck, these tofu shreds melted in the mouth, accompanied by the strong flavor of sauce, spreading a stream of salty and fragrant breath on the whole tongue. Kyuga Teraki exclaimed, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the essence of this dish. He found that he seemed to be in a dense forest. The lush forest was filled with the chirping of insects and birds, and there was also a rushing stream flowing through the forest. Fish were playing in the stream, and a kid went there and then came back here. Facing the beautiful nature, the naked Kyuga Teraki let out a loud and long whistle, startling the birds and scaring away the fish. The spring breeze blew, swaying the branches. For a long, long time, Kyuga Teraki slowly opened his eyes and looked at the fried meat on the table. The tofu shreds were crystal clear, flickering under the light, and there were thin and long meat shreds mixed in, like a shy little girl hiding in a piece of white silk, waiting to be found. It smells so good. Kyuga Teraki nodded repeatedly, and had to admit that the dish made by Yang Ming was beyond his imagination, and he gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Kyuga Teraki's expression was not as exaggerated as the uncles, aunts, and others, but it was more real. The guests watching nearby felt the charm of food from his excited expression while eating, and they all drooled. Yang Ming crossed his arms over his chest, raised his chin towards Kyuga Teraki, smiled faintly, and said, "What do you think? Do you want to admit defeat and surrender?" Kyuga Teraki's face darkened, and he raised his head stubbornly, "Never. This food battle competition is to see who can make 200 servings of food first. Now you have only made a dozen servings at most, which is much less than me. You should admit defeat and surrender. It seems that you will not give up until you cross the Yellow River." Yang Ming smiled faintly, "That's good, let you taste the taste of despair." Despair. Kyuga Teraki's eyes flashed with disdain. As one of the 10 outstanding Totsuki, there are only 5 chefs in the entire culinary world who can make him feel desperate. He doesn't believe that this guy with unknown origins in front of him can make any food that makes him despair. He has the arrogance. He also has the capital to say so. Kyuga Teraki also had this confidence. After all, he had taken the initiative just now, and with the advantage of home court, he had already prepared 100 servings of food, which was very close to the goal. He just didn't believe that Yang Ming could still turn the tables like this. "Turn it over. Show me if you can." Yang Ming was also aware of the current situation. While thinking, Yang Ming said to Uchiha Itaki, "Prepare new ingredients and beef. Time is a bit tight, so we have to speed up the pace." "Yes." Chapter 878 Turn it over and show me. He just didn't believe that Yang Ming could still turn the tables like this. Yang Ming was also aware of the current situation. While thinking, Yang Ming said to Uchiha Itaki, "Prepare new ingredients and beef. Time is a bit tight, so we have to speed up the pace." "Yes." Soon, the new ingredients were ready, and a new piece of frozen beef was placed on the chopping board. Yang Ming took 2 slow breaths and finally raised the knife in his right hand. His movements were different from usual ones. Instead of holding the handle with 5 fingers, he used the index finger, middle finger, and thumb to hold the section between the handle and the blade. The next moment, the knife fell. Kyuga Teraki glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and only saw a little bit of silver light flashing. It seemed that nothing happened, and the beef was still the same, without any change. But Yang Ming's movements would not stop. He was like the conductor of a band, his right hand kept moving up and down, and the silver blade light flashed and passed. Kyuga Teraki, who had been watching all this from the corner of his eyes, saw this scene, and his pupils shrank suddenly. This knife skill! This guy! Yang Ming's knife, moving and still, up and down, sweeping left and right. Every flash left a tiny cut on the frozen beef. The cut was not long, but very deep. If you don't observe carefully, you can't detect it at all. Uchiha Itaki couldn't understand it, but he thought this knife skill was amazing and amazing. Many people present were also paying attention to Yang Ming, but among them, only one person could see Yang Ming's actions. Method. Pushing and cutting, pulling and cutting, twisting and picking, using several knife skills together, and still being so smooth, this guy's level is extraordinary. The key is that the wonderful way of pinching the knife is like making and carving delicious food, but is the knife made of ice really okay? Kyuga Teraki kept staring, never moving his eyes away. Although Kyuga Teraki was amazed at the 1,000-thread fried meat that Yang Ming had just cooked, he was always proud. It was not until he saw Yang Ming's amazing knife skills that he could not help but be surprised. This is definitely not the knife skills of an ordinary chef. Although Totsuki Academy also teaches this aspect, Kyuga Teraki asked himself that even after years of study, he would never be able to reach this level. He is only 13 or 14 years old, why can he master this kind of knife skills? Impossible. Without more than 10 years of accumulation, it is impossible to reach this level. Kyuga Teraki couldn't do it. He couldn't help but think of all the famous and unknown chefs in the world in his mind. But even if he searched the whole world, he couldn't find a chef that matched Yang Ming's characteristics. Yang Ming, who is he? Kyuga Teraki muttered in vain. After looking at Yang Ming's movements again, he couldn't move his eyes away. Yang Ming didn't care about anything in the outside world. His mind was completely focused on the frozen beef in front of him. The flying ice knife stopped completely for 8 minutes. And the moment he put down the blade, from the outside, the frozen beef on the chopping board didn't change much. Boss, what are you going to do next? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking curiously. After hearing this, Yang Ming finally reacted and said, take it and stew it. Hearing this secretly, Kyuga Teraki's mouth twitched fiercely and said, stew? Humph, this is not funny, right? It takes more than an hour to make the beef soft and tasty. How can you do it well like this? Facing Kyuga Teraki's unceremonious attack, Yang Ming said lightly, there are several ways to make the beef tender quickly, but just softening it is not enough. When this dish is finished, you will know. As he said, Yang Ming glanced at Kyuga Teraki and couldn't help grinning. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Yang Ming didn't say anything more. He took a deep breath and started to do it according to his plan. On the other side, Yang Ming began to cut some side dishes, sliced onions and carrots, and put them into the pot to stir fry. Everything went in an orderly manner. After the beef was stewed, it was picked up and put into the wok. After being moisturized by hot oil, the color of the beef began to quickly change to brown and dark brown. Itachi, give me salt and pepper. Okay. Spices, if you don't have any, a bunch of herbs will do. Here. Red wine. I'll get it. The vegetables that were fried before. Here. Everything happened quickly, from putting the frozen beef into the boiling water pot to stewing, to putting the fragrant red wine stewed beef on the plate, everything happened in just 38 minutes. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of frying, Yang Ming held up the plate with one hand and walked out of the kitchen. The guests outside the kitchen had been observing the whole process of cooking. When they saw Yang Ming coming with the food, their Adam's apple couldn't help but move. In just 38 minutes, the guests had an intuitive understanding of Yang Ming, and they also knew why he could cook the food in such a short time. Moreover, it was precisely because they knew that they couldn't help but look forward to it. The amazing knife skills shown at the beginning were by no means a fancy trick, but a real superb cooking skill. All of a sudden, Yang Ming was surrounded by the guests. Brother, give me one. Give it to me, young man. Chef, I want it. Facing the enthusiastic guests, Yang Ming gave this dish to the uncle who had just secretly communicated with him. Uncle, please taste it. Walking to the table with a calm face, Yang Ming gently put down the plate. On the white round porcelain plate, a thick piece of beef was bathed in a layer of thick soup. The beef was dark brown in color and rich in fragrance. With the embellishment of vegetables, it made people's appetite increase. The uncle picked up the tableware, holding the knife in his right hand, and gently pressed the beef with the side. With a slight force, the surface of the beef collapsed immediately, and then a stream of soup quickly overflowed, but soon, the amazing elasticity from the inside of the beef smoothed the depression. So soft. The uncle's eyes narrowed, and he spoke subconsciously, not only is it soft, but after pressing it, a lot of the soup in the meat also overflowed, carrying the aroma of the meat and spreading into the air. Awesome! Really amazing knife skills. Superb work. He was generous with his praise, and even used superb work to describe Yang Ming's knife skills. This brief comment attracted the attention of all the guests in the hall. All the guests stopped their hands-action, looking at the dishes cooked by Yang Ming in surprise. Kyuga Teraki, who had always thought that Yang Ming could not turn the tables, now looked very bad. and stared at Yang Ming with gritted teeth. How is it possible? It's been less than 40 minutes, and it's done. Then, he came to his senses and murmured in a low voice, no, it's just 40 minutes to make the dishes. Even if the appearance is good, the taste inside is enough to disappoint people. Watch, this uncle will soon make his confidence collapse. Kyuga Teraki said, but his eyes never moved away. Chapter 879 I won't go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Then, he came to his senses and murmured in a low voice, no, it's just 40 minutes to make the dishes. Even if the appearance is good, the taste inside is enough to disappoint people. Watch, this uncle will soon make his confidence collapse. Kyuga Teraki said, but his eyes never moved away. Because the uncle has already started to taste. He cut a corner of the beef with a knife and slowly put it into his mouth. Suddenly, the rich aroma of meat and the sweet taste of red wine began to spread in the mouth. This was the first feeling when he took a bite, and then the uncle took a bite. As the beef was squeezed and chewed, the soup contained in the meat quickly filled the mouth, bringing a different kind of surprise. Gurgle. The beef went down the esophagus and entered the taste. It's delicious, the uncle relaxed, and a little smile appeared on his stern face. If I have to give an evaluation, I would say. However, as soon as he said this, his expression suddenly changed. From a smile to a surprise, he widened his eyes and showed considerable shock. Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, Uncle, this dish will only show its true appearance after you swallow the beef. What? Without him saying it, the uncle had already felt the warm taste rippling in his stomach and then spreading throughout his body. The warm feeling spread from the stomach to the limbs, and a stream of heat swirled in the body, like a mother's hand caressing, making people feel happy. The uncle's muscles were completely relaxed, and his tense face was also relaxed, revealing a very peaceful expression. He seemed to have returned to his pure white infancy, lying in his mother's warm arms, quietly listening to the lullaby. All the fatigue and anxiety were slowly disappearing under the gentle comfort. Uncle actually showed this expression. The guests next to him were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. An old uncle actually smiled as if he had met his first love. What on earth is the chef's food? Not only them, but even Kyuga Teraki, who had been observing Yang Ming with his peripheral vision, was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Yang Ming, but saw that the other party still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was not surprised by this result. Curious. Suddenly, Yang Ming smiled faintly, do you want to try it? In my country, a perfect dish should focus on 6 points, color, fragrance, taste, meaning, shape and nutrition. My cooking skills are limited, and I can't do everything, but I am quite confident about the 3 points of fragrance, taste and nutrition. As he said, he had already picked up the knife and fork, cut off a piece, and put it into Kyuga Teraki's mouth. Kyuga Teraki didn't have time to refuse at all, because of the surprise, a small piece of beef was stuffed into his mouth. As soon as the beef entered his mouth, the soup quickly flowed over his tongue, and Kyuga Teraki's bright eyes widened all of a sudden. The sweetness of red wine, the aroma of beef, a trace of alcohol, and the taste of various side dishes are completely gathered together and burst out in the mouth. That feeling is like living on the prairie. A person gets rid of the shackles, puts down the shame, takes off all the clothes, returns to nature, runs to his heart's content, and sings wantonly. A group of healthy cows living on the grassland ran past him in high spirits. So happy. Kyuga Teraki had never felt his body so relaxed. He opened his eyes and suddenly saw that all the cows running past had Yang Ming's face and a faint smile on their mouths. Ah! Kyuga Teraki was startled. How does it feel? Yang Ming didn't know what Kyuga Teraki was imagining. Seeing that he was intoxicated, he asked with a smile. That. It's so soft, it's about to melt. Kyuga Teraki felt his cheeks burning. Although he was still proud in his heart, he had to admit that Yang Ming's cooking skills were better than his in the face of absolute strength. However, Kyuga Teraki's doubts in his heart became heavier, but why is it so soft? In his opinion, it would take more than 40 minutes to make the beef 7/10 rare to reach this softness. Although he had used red wine to stew beef before, it was still so soft and had a great taste. It was the first time I ate it. Because it's $1.19. At this time, the uncle spoke up and said, this chef cut the surface of the frozen beef before stewing it. This method is very common, but to be able to do it like him, you can't see it without careful observation. This is simply a magical skill. I have been a food critic for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen someone cook this home-cooked dish in this unique way, greatly improving the tenderness and taste. This uncle is actually a food critic? Everyone was a little surprised, but the uncle's evaluation just now was well reasoned, which made them convinced. What a pity! Hearing this, Yang Ming interrupted with a chuckle, "No, uncle, it's not 119 cuts. It's 72 cuts on the front, 36 cuts on the sides, and 21 cuts on the bottom, a total of 129 cuts. Did I miss it?" The uncle murmured in surprise, and asked again, "Little brother, where did you learn your knife skills? Knife skills like yours cannot be achieved without more than 10 years of training, and you also need an excellent master and superb talent." Hearing this, Yang Ming didn't know how to answer for a moment. Could he be lying and telling the truth? Was this helped by the system? This would be scary. Seeing this, the uncle didn't force it, sighed lightly, and said, "If you are interested, I can introduce you to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A chef with extraordinary talent like you, staying in this small restaurant is simply a waste of your life." As soon as this came out, the whole audience was shocked. Kyuga Teraki's mouth twitched fiercely. Although he wanted to refute, this Chinese restaurant was indeed not up to standard. Next to him, the elder sister who had just eaten the shredded pork was also shocked. She covered her mouth and took a long time to react. "Brother, this is a good opportunity. It's a Michelin 3-star restaurant. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." However, Yang Ming interrupted calmly and said, "No. Thank you for your invitation, but cooking is a very complicated skill. It is as boundless as the ocean, with countless islands on it, each different. I don't want to stay in one place for too long. Besides, I'm not the chef of this restaurant. I have my own shop." Hearing him say this, the uncle closed his eyes and was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "If this is your decision, I respect your decision. If you change your mind, you can ask me at any time." As he said that, the uncle took out a business card and handed it to Yang Ming. "Okay, thank you very much." The people around him were petrified. No one expected this result. A chance to go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant, this priceless opportunity, actually someone would refuse it. Chapter 880. It's not easy to make a proud person surrender. "Okay, thank you very much." The people around him were petrified. No one expected this result. A chance to go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant, this priceless opportunity, someone would actually refuse it. Seeing this scene, the onlookers woke up and said to Yang Ming, "Brother, give me 1 serving of this beef dish too." "No, give me 2 servings." "Chef, give me 2 servings too." "I want 1 too." "I want 1 too." "Hey! Don't cut in line." "Who cut in line? My sword is thirsty again." Facing the surging guests, Yang Ming still had a calm expression and accepted their requests one by one. And the number of dishes cooked by Yang Ming also soared from the original 20 servings, until 130 servings began to slow down slowly. This time, Kyuga Teraki could only stare blankly, unable to do anything but watch the guests rushing to Yang Ming's place. Now, Kyuga Teraki finally realized the desolate and miserable situation at Yang Ming's place before. Because it was too miserable. No customer went to Kyuga Teraki's place to order food. Or, "I want 1 too." Although Kyuga Teraki's pride made him uncomfortable and unwilling to give up and surrender directly, at this moment, smelling the fragrance and feeling the hunger in his stomach, he consciously queued up and ordered 1. Seeing that the owner of this Chinese restaurant went to Yang Ming's place to queue up, the guests who were still waiting and watching suddenly became excited and no longer hesitated to line up. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Yang Ming did not speak, thought much, or comment as soon as he served the dishes. Kyuga Teraki closed his eyes and enjoyed the delicious beef. About half a pound of beef was eaten up in just 10 seconds. Burp. He burped a little embarrassedly, and said to the stunned people around him with shame, "Sorry, I ate a little too fast just now, and I didn't taste anything." Yang Ming, the beef is gone, can you give me some more?" He said with shame and held out the plate with only the sauce left. "I will definitely not eat it this time. Yes, even if you eat the beef and the sauce together, you will definitely taste the flavor of the beef, absolutely." Click. The guests who were watching nearby dropped their jaws when they heard what Kyuga Teraki said. "Didn't taste it? Who are you kidding? Which of the 10 outstanding people is a fool? They certainly don't have the divine tongue, but at this level, even if they don't have the divine tongue, the super fine food they have eaten for many years has made their tongues extremely picky. They can basically taste whether it is good or bad in an instant, and if the food is bad, they will probably just wash the bowl. Even a gentle person like Kyuga Teraki, if he eats food that embarrasses his tongue, he will simply put down the bowl and leave, right? But what did he do? He actually ate a whole half-pound piece of beef in just 10 seconds. That's half a pound. After eating it in 10 seconds, is your stomach okay? More importantly, Kyuga Teraki actually said that he didn't taste it. Are you kidding me? It's obvious that he wants to eat more. Such a simple scam, no one can fool him. Sure, thank you for liking my beef. Yang Ming looked at Kyuga Teraki, smiled, and served him another plate of beef. Goo. The other guests swallowed their saliva when they saw the beef. What's going on? He just belittled someone, and now he's eating it with his face licked. It seems a bit inappropriate, right? At another table, the uncle who claimed to be a food critic was a little crazy for cooking. He imitated Kyuga Teraki and took a bite of the beef. The next moment. Oh my god! Oh my god! The uncle was completely in a state of madness, with a strange fanaticism in his eyes. Yang Ming. I'm here. Yang Ming looked at him inexplicably. Tell me, this is not opium. It's not. Yang Ming spread his hands. But I'm addicted. The uncle drank the beef crazily in the tone of an addict. Please give me a portion of beef. Next time I must eat it with the sauce, please. As he said that, he bowed to Yang Ming very respectfully. Haha, okay, there is still some sauce, I'll give it to you. Yang Ming glanced at the pot and poured some more sauce. He didn't make much, so if he shared it like this, it would be gone in a moment. This sauce. Hey, I can't help but want to taste it. The aunt, who had not spoken, could not help smacking her lips. She had lived for most of her life, and she could basically tell what kind of person a person was at a glance. When she saw Yang Ming for the first time, she found that the confidence revealed in the boy's eyes was unparalleled. As early as then, she had determined that this was an extraordinary young man. Even in Yuanyu, which was full of heroes, he must be an extremely dazzling genius. When eating beef, taste the sauce first. The aunt can't avoid this procedure. When she opened her mouth and ate, the faint aroma of wine spread on the tip of her tongue, followed by the rich beef accompanied by the rich aroma of sauce, as if she was thrown directly into the night of Hawaii. The wisps of heat passed through the mouth to the limbs, and a warm current flowed through the body. It is now April, when school has just started. It is still a little cool in the morning. At this time, tasting a mouthful of sauce is simply extremely comfortable. The body can't help but ask for sauce. The aunt's pupil shrank. No wonder Kyuga Teraki and the others couldn't help but drink up the sauce. This taste is completely what the body needs and directly induces human instincts. Gurgle gurgle. Including the sauce, the plate of beef was finished in 8 seconds. I don't have any sauce. Yang Ming said helplessly. It's okay, there's still beef. The auntie already knew the result. She stared at the remaining beef, picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks, and put it into her mouth. Hey! The beef mixed with a little sauce exuded a unique aroma as she chewed it. The taste of beef mixed with the taste of sauce maximized its own advantages. It was a fragrance that could fascinate the human soul, like the temptation of the devil. Although her stomach was already 80% full, she actually roared with hunger. Slib. After taking a big bite of beef, the auntie finished the plate of beef again in a very short time, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch her beef. Boy, you did a great job. Whoever serves the beef wins. You should have the answer, right? The auntie said after wiping her mouth. Kyuga Teraki showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Without Yang Ming speaking, he took the lead and said, no need to say, this time, Yang Ming wins. Chapter 881, Live with the Girls from Today. After the food battle, Kyuga Teraki followed the agreement and worshipped Yang Ming as his master. Although it was shameful for Kyuga Teraki to worship a younger person as his master, who asked him to win in his home court, and in such a bad environment. I have to admit it. What? Master, you said you were going to visit Totsuki Academy. Kyuga Teraki said in surprise. Yang Ming, why? Is it not possible? Kyuga Teraki touched the back of his head. It's not impossible, but master, you are not a celebrity, it's difficult to visit, otherwise, I will apply for you to be an international student, live in Totsuki Academy first, so that you can have a good visit. As one of the 10 greatest of Totsuki, Kyuga Teraki has the power to forge. Here, we have to mention that the power structure of Totsuki Academy is a strange one. It is actually an organization jointly managed by the 10 greatests of Totsuki. To be one of the 10 greatests, not only is the cooking skill good, but also has great power. Well, in this case, then go and help me with it. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, and seeing that it was getting late, it would be a good idea to find a place to stay in Totsuki Academy. Kyuga Teraki was very efficient, or maybe he was too proud and couldn't accept the fact that he had to worship Yang Ming as his teacher, so he was so efficient in order to avoid being with Yang Ming. Half an hour later, Kyuga Teraki came back and brought Yang Ming and Uchiha Itachi the corresponding identity documents and accommodation, which was simply a one-stop service. Hey, I'm... Yang Ming was slightly stunned when he saw the place where he was assigned on the list. Polaris Dormitory. Yang Ming was assigned to Polaris Dormitory. That means he was assigned to the same dormitory with those girls, which was not bad. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled. Polaris Dormitory, it's really exciting. After all, Jindojima and Siakairo Saiba both came out of the Polaris Dormitory, which can be said to be a legendary place. And there are also cute girls like Yuki Yoshino, so it's really good to think about it. Well, it's Polaris Dormitory, it's a good dormitory. Teraki Kyuga smiled. Yang Ming nodded, finally I have a place to sleep at night, thank you. After saying goodbye to Teraki Kyuga, Yang Ming prepared to go to Polaris Dormitory. Only when Yang Ming actually walked in Totsuki Academy did he feel that this academy was really ridiculously large. Yang Ming had a map given by Teraki Kyuga, which allowed him to accurately find the location of Polaris Dormitory in the academy, but the distance was a bit exaggerated. What a lie, this academy is too big. An hour later, Yang Ming finally saw the building of Jixing Dormitory. It was a castle-like building with a European architectural style. There were iron railings all around, and the crows outside were croaking incessantly. What's wrong with this horror movie déjà vu? I can't complain. Yang Ming curled his lips and walked into the castle. The interior of the castle was spacious and clean, and the decoration was also gorgeous. It was a standard Western house. There were wooden furniture everywhere, well preserved, gorgeous and grand. Yang Ming looked at the environment casually and said to himself, not bad. As soon as the voice fell, a thick black smoke came out from the second floor, and the ground seemed to shake a few times. What's going on? Yang Ming was speechless. Then the speaker in the corner suddenly rang, and the voice of an old woman came from inside. Hey, room 208, you have occupied the empty room as a smoking room without permission. Do you want me to make you into a smoked product too? And room 205, if you make a hole in the floor, I will make a hole in your stomach too. Yang Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth after hearing what the old woman said on the loudspeaker. Sure enough, the people in Polaris Dormitory are all a bunch of weirdos, I suddenly regret it now. As Yang Ming was complaining, an old lady appeared in front of Yang Ming. The old lady had grey hair and was thin. She put her hands on her hips and said, Hey, you are the new kid, right? I am the dormitory manager here, Omido Fumi. From now on, you can call me Auntie Wengsu, Maria of Polaris. Hearing the old lady's self-introduction, Yang Ming's mouth twitched slightly again. Sure enough, there is no normal person in Polaris Dormitory. Well, you should have prepared the ingredients, right? If you are ready, come to the kitchen with me. Said the old lady Wengsu. Yang Ming was a little helpless, is the trial going to start so soon? Well, kid, you are quite clear. If you come to Polar Star Dormitory for one day, you must pass the Polar Star Dormitory's craft test. If you want to live in this dormitory, you must make a dish that I approve of. Said the old lady Wengsu. Yang Ming frowned immediately, and then looked at the bag he brought with him. There were only some condiments prepared by Yang Ming himself in the bag, but unfortunately, there was no food. I didn't prepare any food. Yang Ming complained speechlessly. He didn't know he was going to Polar Star Dormitory before, so he forgot about it for a while. Oh, then I'm sorry, I have to ask you to stay in the wild for one night. Unfortunately, we only have some leftover food in the kitchen. The old lady Wengsu said casually. Yang Ming's eyes lit up and said, that's enough, I'll use the leftover food. Oh? Are you confident? Okay then. Old Lady Wingsu was a little surprised, but she didn't care, because the remaining ingredients were all defective. Old Lady Wingsu didn't say much, waved her hand and said, then follow me. Yang Ming followed Old Lady Wingsu to the kitchen. The kitchen of Jixinglu is very spacious and bright, just like the kitchen of Yang Ming's shop, with all the facilities, oven, juicer, frying pan, double pot, all these things are available, and very modern. I didn't expect that Jixinglu looks not very good from the outside, but the kitchen is surprisingly good. Yang Ming smiled and was very satisfied with the kitchen. Old Lady Wingsu saw Yang Ming's relaxed look, and couldn't help frowning and said, listen carefully, what I hate most is the bluffing little brat. Do you know how many students' skills I have tasted so far? It is almost impossible for the dishes you hurriedly made to pass. I remind you, there is no meat left in the kitchen, not even a gram of meat left. Old Lady Wingsu snorted. Yang Ming looked around and took a look at the ingredients. Indeed, there were only some vegetables and eggs left in the kitchen, which were all very ordinary ingredients. And even with vegetables, the amount was very small, and it was definitely difficult to make a delicious dish. Chapter 882. The previous chapter was pure nonsense. And even with vegetables, the amount was very small, and it was definitely difficult to make a delicious dish. After all, when the ingredients are limited or even restricted, even if the chef's skills are good, they can't save the situation. Yang Ming took a look at the vegetables, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he found what he wanted. Suddenly, Yang Ming became confident. Yang Ming looked at Old Lady Wingsu, smiled faintly, and said, Mrs. Wingsu, you can rest assured to open your eyes and watch, I don't need any meat, I can still make delicious dishes. Really? I tell you, kid, it's easy to brag, but hard to do. Old Lady Wingsu shook her head. Yang Ming took out his dragon-slaying sword and wiped it carefully. After cleaning it, he said, then open your eyes and see clearly. I'm going to make a traditional Chinese dish. Chinese food? Old Lady Wingsu was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually plan to cook Chinese cuisine. That's right. What Yang Ming is going to cook is also a well-deserved famous dish in Chinese cuisine. Yang Ming's expression became extremely serious. He has already started. What Yang Ming is going to cook is a famous Chinese dish. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. There are countless delicacies in the 8 major cuisines, not only chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but also many vegetables and vegetarians. What Yang Ming is going to cook is vegetables and vegetarians. Fish-flavored eggplant. This dish is well known in China. It is a special dish. It belongs to Sichuan cuisine among the 8 major cuisines. The main ingredient is eggplant. Yang Ming saw that there were a few eggplants in the kitchen, so he came up with this idea. The fish flavor in fish-flavored eggplant is homophonic with remaining fragrance, so the correct spelling should be remaining fragrance eggplant. The most important auxiliary ingredient of the remaining fragrance series of Sichuan dishes is Sichuan spicy bean paste. The dishes cooked with Sichuan spicy bean paste and other seasonings have a thick and long taste, lingering aftertaste, and endless aftertaste, so it is called remaining fragrance. Yang Ming's expression became extremely serious, as if he had changed into a different person in an instant. His temperament changed instantly, and his serious cooking made the old lady Wensu's heart move slightly. Hey, this little devil! Before she spoke, she saw Yang Ming clean the eggplants and removed the stems, peeled off part of the skin from top to bottom, cut into 5 cm sections, cut each section into 2 halves, and cut each half into 3 slices. In just a moment, these eggplants became eggplant strips of the same length and thickness. After that, Yang Ming cut a series of thin slits on the surface of the eggplant in one direction and then cut it in another direction, so that the surface of the eggplant became fish scale-like. Cutting the eggplant into fish scales will make the eggplant more flavorful when thickening the sauce at the end. This is just as Yang Ming said, the devil is in the details, so he pays special attention to the details of cooking. This knife skill. Wensu's pupil shrank, and his heart moved. Then, Yang Ming heated the oil in the pot, and when the oil temperature was 60% hot, put the eggplant in and fry until it became soft, then pick it up for use. Eggplant absorbs oil very well, so when frying, only a little oil or even no oil is needed in the pot. Then add the bean paste and stir fry. Then put 10 grams of sauce, star anise, bay leaves, and 10 grams of sugar in the pot, then boil it, thicken it, and pour it on the eggplant just now. Chi chi, chi chi. I only heard a burst of white smoke coming out of the eggplant, and at the same time, the fragrance emanated. This dish uses common vegetables to process, making full use of the eggplant's advantage of absorbing the flavor of seasonings. It is characterized by its freshness and fragrance, and it is absolutely first class in taste. Don't underestimate this small dish of fish-flavored eggplant. This is one of the signature dishes of Sichuan cuisine. When made by a first-class chef like Yang Ming, it is full of unique flavor. A rich fragrance emanates. Why is this aroma so strong? Is this really just an ordinary eggplant dish? I've never seen it before. What kind of seasoning does he use? It's so special. Old lady Wengsu muttered to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. Yang Ming laughed secretly. His seasonings are indeed very special. Most of them are carefully prepared by Yang Ming. They are all secret. Moreover, Chinese seasonings are almost non-existent in Japan. Star anise and bay leaves can enhance the aroma of food. I'm afraid that people who have never eaten this fish-flavored eggplant will drool when they see it. The eggplant is cooked very delicately, cut into fish scale strips, burned into purple, and poured with a layer of secret thickening sauce, exuding a rich flavor. This is fish-flavored eggplant. This is a famous Chinese dish called fish-flavored eggplant. Please use it. Yang Ming smiled. Fish-flavored eggplant. Wen Su muttered the name, it's actually Chinese cuisine. Yes, this is a famous dish in my hometown. It's just vegetables, but it can make such a strong fragrance. It's really amazing. Just smelling it makes me hungry, and I can't help drooling. Wen Su was very excited and couldn't wait to pick up the fish-flavored eggplant and taste it. In an instant, an amazing fragrance burst out in the mouth. The taste is delicious, soft and fragrant, fresh and salty. In the mouth, the taste is revealed in an instant, and along with the taste of chewing, the taste of eggplant spreads, especially the sauce melts in the mouth, the taste is simply enjoyable. The eggplant is fully flavored, and the taste in this instant is simply fascinating, the aftertaste is lingering, and the aftertaste is endless. Unbelievable, is this really eggplant? I have never eaten such food, such dishes in Japan. The rich taste of eggplant sauce, the taste after melting, and the aroma of bean curd and the taste of spices in the mouth, can't be dissipated for a long time. Fish-flavored eggplant, this dish is really surprising. I didn't expect that such ordinary vegetables can be transformed into magic in your hands. This fish-flavored eggplant reminds me of a vegetable dish of a guy named Shigong Kojiro. You and him have a high level of vegetable processing. Old lady Wengsu was full of praise. Yang Ming was startled. The Shigong Kojiro that Wengsu mentioned was the former chief of Totsuki Academy, that is, the Shigong chef in the original book. Wengsu compared Yang Ming with Shigong Kojiro, which shows how highly he evaluated Yang Ming. This dish can really make people feel young and energetic. The rich taste can awaken people's taste buds, as if they have woken up from hibernation and are welcoming the arrival of spring. Wen Su's mood was completely different. He looked much younger and praised it endlessly. Wen Su was completely immersed in the deliciousness of the dish just now, and his whole body was glowing. Great, it's even better than the dish made by that kid just now. You passed. Wen Su said loudly. Then, Wen Su shouted into the loudspeaker, Yang Ming passed the Polaris Dormitory test. From today on, he officially became a member of Polaris Dormitory. His dormitory number is 310. Chapter 883 Gentlemen really like dark cuisine. Then, Wen Su shouted into the loudspeaker, Yang Ming passed the Polaris Dormitory test. From today on, he officially became a member of Polaris Dormitory. His dormitory number is 310. Hearing what old lady Wen Su said, Yang Ming's heart moved. Wen Su said that Yang Ming's cooking was better than that kid just now. Does that mean someone has come to test his cooking just now? It seems that Totsuki Academy often accepts students from outside. No wonder Teraki Kyuga easily got Yang Ming a certificate of an international student. Hey! Yang Ming! Old lady Wen Su's words came directly from the loudspeaker, which immediately surprised some people in Polaris Dormitory. Yang Ming, why does this name sound so familiar? Could it be him? No, how could it be possible? Didn't he open a restaurant in the Naruto world? Isn't there a competition with Totsuki Restaurant? How could it be him? Really, it seems that I thought too much. How could such a famous person like him live in the same dormitory with us? Tadakuro Hui was in her room. After hearing this, she was extremely surprised and a little shy. After seeing Yang Ming's cooking skills in the Naruto world, Tadakuro Hui felt that her cooking skills were not enough, so she returned to the world of Shokyuchi no Soma early in the morning. Yoshino Yuaki blinked cutely, which was even more surprising. Sakaki Ryoko also felt that it was too fate and full of incredible. However, these girls were all in the dormitory, and most of them were still washing up at this time, so they didn't come out to greet Yang Ming. I just don't know what he was thinking in his heart. Yang Ming had been busy all day and was already tired. He found his room 310 very quickly. The room was quite large and basically had everything he needed. He felt comfortable. Sleep, sleep. Yang Ming lay on the tatami. A little bit unaccustomed to this Japanese and Korean style tatami, but maybe because he was too tired, Yang Ming fell asleep quickly. While sleeping soundly, Yang Ming also had a beautiful dream, and the content of the dream was actually with the girls in the Polar Star dormitory. That feeling is beyond description. But after sleeping soundly, Yang Ming was also dazed and heard a noise on the ceiling. Hey? What's going on? There was a sound on the ceiling, and then the ceiling was opened, and a head poked out from the ceiling. What's going on? Yang Ming was also startled by the suddenness. Hello, Yang Ming, my junior from China, right? Come with me, the Polar Star dormitory's usual banquet is about to begin. You are the protagonist tonight. Welcome to join our Polar Star dormitory. I'll wait for you in dormitory 205. This man is quite handsome, with brown hair, a smile on his face, and looks very friendly. Is Heike Hui? Yang Ming said in surprise. That's right, the person who came was Heike Hui. Is Heike Hui, the 7th of the 10 great masters of Totsuki. This guy is indeed a guy with strange behavior, all kinds of bad behavior, but he is quite caring towards his juniors. Then, the two looked at each other. Since Heike Hui lost to Yang Ming in the Naruto world, he returned to the world of Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma early in the morning. Ahem. It turns out to be boss Yang Ming. Heike Hui almost vomited blood, fell to the ground awkwardly, and touched the back of his head. I was just thinking, how could someone give such a name? Hey! Yang Ming snorted lightly. Ahem. Well, I mean, how could someone give such a handsome and elegant name? Heike Hui said flatteringly. That's more like it. However, how did this guy get into the ceiling? This is such a crappy building structure. Yang Ming silently complained in his heart, and he was no longer sleepy. He simply nodded, I know, senior. Yang Ming deliberately emphasized the word senior. Heike Hui immediately waved his hands in panic. No, 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 I can't be your senior. You should just call me Heike, right, that's it. 10 minutes later, in the 205 dormitory of Polaris Dormitory. Everyone gathered together, and Yang Ming also saw the three girls, Tadakuro Megami, Yoshino Yuaki, and Sakaki Ryoko. Damn it, I told you I'm busy with the exam, if you want to have a party, just go to other rooms. A man wearing glasses shouted, looking unhappy. Marui Zenji, known as the Doctor of Taste, one of the little strong men in Polaris Dormitory, Yang Ming quickly recognized him. There are several other boys in the dormitory, such as Ibukai-jun, who is good at smoked dishes, and the two conflicting boy groups Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji. Of course, there is also Tadakuro Hui, who has been staring at Yang Ming from the beginning. Well, plus is Heike Hui, one of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. These are all the members of Polaris Dormitory at present. Yang Ming is not interested in boys, but he still communicated with them for a while. Fortunately, the people in Polaris Dormitory are also easy to get along with, and Yang Ming quickly became familiar with them. Yang Ming's main communication objects are still Tadakuro Hui and the other two girls. Nonsense, who wants to chat with those boys without looking at beautiful girls? They are destined to be lonely for life, okay? Yang Ming is chatting with Tadakuro Hui and the other two girls, talking and laughing, and his witty remarks often make the three girls very happy and smile. At this time, Heike Hui walked to Yang Ming and said, Boss Yang Ming. Hey! You just passed Mrs. Winx's review, right? I wonder what kind of dish you made? As far as I know, there were only some ordinary vegetables in the kitchen downstairs just now. How did you pass the assessment? Heike Hui couldn't help asking. Heike Hui was indeed very curious and wanted to know how Yang Ming passed the assessment. After hearing Heike Hui's words, Everyone was quiet and looked at Yang Ming. There were only some vegetables left in the kitchen, but Yang Ming actually passed the assessment of Polar Star Dormitory under such circumstances. This guy really has some skills. People who don't know Yang Ming think so. I made a fish-flavored eggplant, a Chinese dish. Yang Ming said lightly and smiled. After hearing Yang Ming say this, Is Haiki Hui became more interested. I wonder if I can taste that dish, or maybe we can just have a cooking competition. Is Haiki Hui looked very interested, and his eyes were still full of desire to win. Is Haiki Hui had never been convinced of losing to Yang Ming in the Naruto world. It's so late, let's skip the cooking competition. Yang Ming shook his head, thinking that this banquet would be boring. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind, and he thought of an interesting idea. Yang Ming smiled and said, Why don't we play an interesting game and cook some weird dishes together? Yang Ming proposed to cook dark dishes. Actually, this is a very interesting thing. Hearing Yang Ming after hearing this, Is Haiki Hui's eyes suddenly lit up and his attention was diverted, because making dark cuisine is indeed Is Haiki Hui's hobby. Chapter 884 You may not believe it, but I actually like dark cuisine. Percent? 0? Percent? RV? C? R? T? Dollar? C? H? 0? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? H? C? H? Dollar? A? H? G? H? Dollar? F? H? Dollar? At? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? P? 0? PB. Chapter 885 Rare. Percent? 0? Percent? RV? C? R? T? Dollar? C? H? 0? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? H? C? H? Dollar? A? H? G? H? Dollar? F? H? Dollar? At? Dollar? H? P? Dollar? P? 0? PB. Chapter 886 When a fake rich man meets a real rich man. The next day, Kyuga Teraki came to the Polar Star Dormitory and found Yang Ming. Master, don't you want to walk around the school? Today I will be your tour guide and take you around. Okay. Yang Ming was suffering from the fact that Totsuki Academy was too big and he was unfamiliar with the place. Kyuga Teraki was really a timely help. Feeling a little emotional, Yang Ming decided to accept this apprentice. He quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. After getting dressed, he followed Kyuga Teraki out. Kyuga Teraki walked on the road and introduced Yang Ming. Master, Totsuki Academy offers many courses, including cooking theory, nutrition, public health, cultivation overview, business management, etc. Each course alone is enough for a person to learn for a lifetime. Stop, stop, stop. Yang Ming stopped immediately. When he heard so many strange courses, he felt a headache. At this moment, he felt that he was dominated by the horror of the school again. Kyuga Teraki looked embarrassed. His original endless introduction came to an abrupt end and he quickly changed the subject. Kyuga Teraki pointed at the wall of Totsuki Academy and said proudly, Master, don't underestimate this wall. This wall alone is made of expensive white marble. It is crystal clear and exudes a jade-like light. There are exquisite cloud patterns and lifelike statues on the white marble, all of which show the extraordinariness of the academy. It is said that these white marbles were planned by the president of Totsuki Academy, Nakiri Senseiman, and bought from the distant and mysterious China at a huge cost. The transportation method is air transportation, using the academy's exclusive helicopter. The architect responsible for the construction is also a branch of the network of people that Totsuki Academy has been operating for many years. What a rich man! Listening to Kyuga Teraki's extremely proud speech, Yang Ming rolled his eyes in his heart. I don't understand the world of rich people. But in fact, little do people know that Yang Ming is the real rich man. His family's food capital even shocked the people of Totsuki Academy. Speaking of which, a glimpse of the object in the tube can reveal a part of the story. In a sense, this divine academy rooted in the mountains and forests of Tokyo has long spread its branches and leaves, becoming a towering tree with deep roots and luxuriant leaves, attracting countless talented chefs to come and learn. Kyuga Teraki turned his finger and continued to say proudly. Those Baroque-style houses are also part of the academy. That Gothic high-rise building looks like a tower standing in the jungle, reaching the sky. And that Roman-style building. Humph. Is Totsuki Academy also a place for common people like you to enter and exit? Before Kyuga Teraki finished speaking, he heard a young man wearing gorgeous clothes and white gloves coming behind him and speaking in a contemptuous tone. The young man who spoke was Mitsui Yasushi, a new food upstart in the Japanese consortium. The 10 elites of Totsuki have always been very mysterious in school. In addition, Kyuga Teraki is very unreliable and often skips classes. In fact, many people in the school don't know Kyuga Teraki. Japan is divided into classes and has strict hierarchy. As a new food elite, Mitsui Yasushi was a little unhappy standing among many middle-class people. He happened to meet 2 teenagers who looked like ordinary people, wandering around in front of him and sighing, which made him feel that his class had dropped a lot. He was inevitably irritated. Look at your clothes. The upper body is a white shirt that is common on the street, and the lower body is a street stall product that I don't know where I got it from, and it's printed with Adidas. Pa, I think it's Häagen-Dazs. Hey? Does Häagen-Dazs also produce trousers? I really don't know. Yang Ming also felt helpless about being inexplicably hostile to others. At this time, there was no need for Yang Ming to come forward, and Kyuga Teraki, the apprentice, would naturally take action. Kyuga Teraki looked at the young man with a smile, not caring at all, and said, "Then you must have worn Häagen-Dazs trousers." A trace of gloom flashed across the young man's face, and he was about to get angry, but thinking of the situation he was in, he quickly suppressed his anger. "Humph, you sharp-tongued and unruly people." The contemptuous look on the young man's face intensified, thinking, where did all these bumpkins come from? They couldn't see his identity, and they wanted to prepare to participate in the cooking competition ahead? Obviously, the young man had misunderstood. In his opinion, no matter how talented a gourmet chef is, he will consume a huge amount of ingredients. Without enough money to buy ingredients, how can he make delicious dishes? The contempt in his heart was also brought into his words. Do you know where this place is? This is Totsuki College. The world's top chef college. A holy place for chefs from all over the world to make a pilgrimage. Its area alone can be described as terrifying. It takes 3 days to walk from the school gate to the end of the college. Is that true? Kyuga Teraki didn't care, and smiled at the young man pretending to be a big shot, and then with an attitude of asking for advice humbly, he asked, "Are you an old senior from Totsuki College?" In his heart, he disagreed. Although Totsuki College is a wealthy college, it is not a place where rich people can come and go casually. What do you think? When the people around heard this, they immediately cast their eyes on him, wanting to hear what the young man had seen and heard, but they saw the young man stretched out his hand, took out a top-quality cigar produced in Cuba, and put it in his mouth. I have also seen the beloved granddaughter of the Commander-in-Chief of Totsuki Academy, the shining pearl of Totsuki Academy, the owner of the divine tongue, and the title of the food princess, Miss Arina Nagiri. The young man held the cigarette in his mouth, but did not light it. He just made a smoking gesture. You can't imagine how beautiful Miss Arina Nagiri is. When everyone heard this, they became excited and asked, "How beautiful is she?" The young man shook the cigar in his hand. You have heard of the Dubai Princess of Saudi Arabia, right? You have heard of the British aristocratic Princess Elizabeth, right? Each of them looks like a fairy, stunningly beautiful, but how can these kingdom nobles compare with Miss Arina Nagiri? If Miss Arina Nagiri is the brightest star in the sky, then these people can only be regarded as dust at most. After all, the people watching around are chefs of Totsuki Academy, and they still have some IQ. When they heard the young man's praise, they thought he was just bragging, and quickly gave him the middle finger, bragging as much as you can. When the young man heard it, he threw the top-quality cigar in his hand to the ground with a snap. Who do you say is bragging? Do you know who I am? I am Mitsui Yasushi from the Mitsui Zaibatsu. Mitsui Zaibatsu. When everyone heard it, they immediately felt awe. Mitsui Zaibatsu is one of the giants in Japan. Its industries include Mitsui & Co., Sony, Toshiba, Toyota, Sanyo, New Prince Paper, etc. It is the chaebol with the widest business scope in Japan. Chapter 887 Why are you so afraid of me? Mitsui Zaibatsu. When everyone heard it, they immediately felt awe. Mitsui Zaibatsu is one of the giants in Japan. Its industries include Mitsui & Co., Sony, Toshiba, Toyota, Sanyo, New Prince Paper, etc. It is the chaebol with the widest business scope in Japan. Someone looked at Mitsui Yasushi's clothes and words and deeds, and felt that there was a big difference between him and the imagined chaebol young master, so he asked, "A chaebol young master like you, don't you bring a butler or something?" Mitsui Yasushi snorted and said, "What do you know? This is called being low-key." He straightened his clothes and said, "You must not know that the chief judge of the food battle competition held earlier is Miss Arina Nagari. If I dress like a chaebol young master, it will definitely leave a bad impression on Miss Arina Nagari." Everyone suddenly realized and hurriedly thanked Mitsui Yasushi. In such a competitive situation, knowing more about the competition will give you more confidence. Only Kyuga Teraki was laughing secretly. If Miss Arina Nagari is the kind of person who judges people by appearance, then the sun will rise from the west. I have never seen Arina Nagari, but she is bragging about her like she is real. Kyuga Teraki and Yang Ming shook their heads secretly, looking at the edge of the crowd and no longer paying attention to them. In their eyes, even if Mitsui Yasushi wore Haagen-Dazs trousers, he would still be a rookie. No other reason. Because the young man's cooking skills are not good. If everyone heard the comments of Kyuga Teraki and Yang Ming, they would be surprised at their thoughts. Those who can come here are all famous chefs from all over the world, how can they not be good at cooking? Classmates over there. Yang Ming called the arrogant Mitsui Yasushi in a gentle voice, "Excuse me, you said that Arina Nagari is the chief judge. Why is the food battle going on before? Can you tell me why?" This. Hearing this, Mitsui Yasushi looked at Yang Ming with a noble arrogance and contempt. In order to appear elegant and eager to get rid of Yang Ming, a vulgar commoner, he thought without thinking, he answered, "I just happened to know this. I heard that the reason was that someone had taken a fancy to another person's piece of land and wanted to buy it to build some buildings of his own. Unexpectedly, the other party refused and insisted on having a food battle, inviting the eldest lady to be the judge, so things developed like this." Really? I understand. So is the food battle still going on now? Yang Ming asked. Mitsui Yasushi saw that Yang Ming was still pestering him, and his face was a little ugly, but in order to show his demeanor, he had to suppress it. Of course it's still going on, it just started. Time is almost a bit urgent, I won't say much, go over there, you will be able to go to the stadium in a while, and then you will see the two people who are fighting. Mitsui Yasushi said so, and then trotted away to get rid of Yang Ming, a vulgar civilian. Thank you. Yang Ming said to his back, and said to Kyuga Teraki next to him, "How much time do you have left in class?" "About an hour." Taking out the pocket watch and looking at it, Kyuga Teraki nodded. "So much time." Yang Ming was a little surprised. "Yet, after all, we came here on foot." Kyuga Teraki held his head. "Okay, since we have so much time, let's go and watch the game. It will be good for us." Yet. According to the direction pointed by Mitsui Yasushi at the beginning, the two quickly arrived at the stadium. As expected, as soon as they entered, they saw a sea of people. The scene was like a football match, surrounded by a dark crowd, sitting around the center of the stadium, with the stadium in the middle. In the stadium, a beautiful figure was standing on the high platform. It was Arina Nagari. I don't know if it was a telepathic connection. When Yang Ming looked at Arina, Arina also looked over here by coincidence. The two sides intertwined, and Arina quickly avoided it. In her originally calm expression, there was a little more panic. "Yang Ming? Why is he here?" I don't know when, Arina started to get a little nervous. For a moment, she felt a little uneasy sitting on the high platform. This was caused by nervousness. Fortunately, she calmed down quickly. "Hey, master, was the young lady looking at me just now?" Kyuga Teraki nudged Yang Ming with his elbow. "Stop it, she's looking at me. Go wherever you want." Yang Ming rolled his eyes, walked along the steps to a row of seats, and sat down in an empty seat. The view here is good, and you can clearly see the game on the field. In the competition, one of them is a little girl wearing glasses, who looks gentle and academic. Her name is Ji no Kuni Ning Ning, a master of mustard noodles, and the 6th-ranked chef of the 10 outstanding Totsuki. Opposite her is a young man with a cold and arrogant look, Ruishin Ezuya, who ranks 9th among the 10 outstanding Totsuki. He is known as the alchemist and controls many restaurants. This time, he also proposed this food battle because he liked a piece of land owned by Ji no Kuni Ning Ning's family, which is close to the prime location of the commercial center and is very conducive to opening a store. I saw that Ji's Higuo Ning Ning was working with a knife, melting, cutting, and chopping very steadily, and her delicate hands did not shake at all, which was amazing. Ruishin Ezuya was also not bad at all, and her technique was like a magic trick, as fast as lightning, leaving a residual image, which made people dazzled and aroused cheers from the audience. What a big scene! Hey, master, is that right? Kyuga Teraki looked around in surprise. He had been fooling around outside for many years, but this was the first time he saw such a big scene. It was inevitable to be surprised for a while. Yang Ming was actually here for the first time, but in the ninja world, he had seen all kinds of big scenes, even meteorites falling from the sky and hitting people. What else could he not accept? So he was very calm. Hey, master, who do you think will win between the two? Who knew that Kyuga Teraki changed the subject and talked to the two people who were in the game? Your mind is jumping a little too fast, isn't it? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang Ming looked at the two people in the field, his expression suddenly froze. If I have to say, I think it was Ji's Higuo Ning Ning, but looking at her cooking, it seems that she was a little hasty before, which is not like her. It's really strange. If she had used her full strength, this little flaw should not have appeared. Did she make a mistake before? He didn't know that Ji's Higuo Ning Ning's mistake was completely because she saw Yang Ming, otherwise, how could she, as one of the 10 heroes, make such a low-level mistake? After all, Yang Ming's name has been spread among the 10 heroes of Totsuki. Except for Kyuga Teraki, who is not a gregarious guy, most of the 10 heroes regard Yang Ming as a big devil. Chapter 888 Venomous Tongue. He didn't know that Ji's Higuo Ning Ning's mistake was completely because she saw Yang Ming, otherwise, how could she, as one of the 10 heroes, make such a low-level mistake? After all, Yang Ming's name has spread among the 10 elites of Totsuki. Except for the unsociable guy Kyuga Teraki, most of the 10 elites regard Yang Ming as a big devil. While these two people are competing in the food battle, Irina Nikari may also serve as an examiner for the first-year students of the middle school to save time. At this time, the huge and gorgeous hundreds of people in the hall had various thoughts. Hundreds of eyes were focused on one place. Hundreds of ears were pricked up. The whole place was silent, with only the barely audible sound of breathing. Everyone wanted to hear the final answer. Pass. A lazy and cute female voice came from the door. Then, a stuttering voice came, Nikari, Miss Irina Nikari, you haven't tasted the dishes I made. The lazy and cute female voice, with the unique arrogance of a young lady, a chef who can't even make sea-level dishes, how did you study this semester? Can such a vulgar dish be called a delicacy? This is simply an insult to the word delicacy. Pour it out. The lazy and cute female voice sounded again, and, Hisako, cross out his name. Hi. A clear female voice responded, and then arranged in an orderly manner, next. Nikari. Miss Nikari, I take Haram Maisumi, don't accept it. The first student tried to fight for an opportunity, you didn't even taste it. Well. It's really disturbing. The lazy and pretty female voice was quite helpless. This thin roll sushi you made has a bright appearance, and the black seaweed roll and the beige rice base match well. But, you didn't distinguish the quality of the ingredients. The quality of the ingredients? The man's voice was full of surprise. Irina Nikari seemed too lazy to answer the man's question, but her personal secretary, Hisako Naruto, answered sympathetically, although the ingredients provided by the school are of a full range and fresh color, all of them are top quality ingredients, but, there are still slight differences in the quality of these ingredients. What? The bodies of the students taking the exam were all shocked. After hearing Hisako Naruto's explanation, they all cast their eyes on the basket of ingredients beside the kitchen counter. It's actually true. They wiped the cold sweat and felt a chill on their backs. If there was no candidate taking the lead, they would still be in the dark. They looked up at the gorgeous lighting. No wonder the lights in the hall were so strong. The middle school exam of Totsuki Academy alone would use the reflection of light to increase the difficulty of distinguishing the color of ingredients. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: this exam is really difficult. The voice of Zinhufaisha continued to be heard, but it was like the sharpest blade, breaking the defense line of the examinee. For example, laver, good quality laver has purple-black luster, purple-red, purple-brown, thin slices, soft taste, fragrant and delicious taste, clean without impurities, and green after being roasted with fire. But the laver you chose is black laver. This shows that you were in a state of tension when making dishes, and you couldn't calm down and distinguish the subtle differences. So, Guminasai. As soon as Zinhufaisha's voice fell, there was a plop of the examinee falling to the ground. A man with cold sweat on his head was pulled out of the door by two strong men in black suits and black sunglasses and thrown out of the food hall. At this time, Zinhufaisha walked out from the side, her expressionless face with frost that could not be seen through. Please calm down, candidates. As she spoke, a gleam flashed in her eyes. If anyone chooses to give up, please contact me. Give up. All the candidates shook their heads. But she heard the cold voice of Naoto Hisako from the edge of her thin lips: if you give up now, you may be able to avoid being criticized by a venomous tongue. Please consider it seriously. After that, she looked at everyone expressionlessly. At this moment, the crowd was like being thrown into a hornet's nest that had just been poked, and it suddenly became messy. Everyone discussed: Kitatami, do you want to give up? Let me think about it. Seo Ichizo, what do you think? Or, let's give up. After all, if the dishes you make are rated as incompetent by this young lady, it would be a disaster. That is not only a big black spot in life, but also a shame for life, a shadow that you can never get out of for life. However, if they give up this exam, how can they continue to stay in Totsuki Academy? So tangled. Seeing Irina Nagiri standing tall like a queen, Yang Ming smiled faintly and asked Teraki Kyuga, does she often do this in the academy? Hey. This, that, maybe. Can Teraki Kyuga tell Yang Ming that he is actually a otaku? He is oblivious to the world outside and only focuses on learning Chinese cuisine. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely at Teraki Kyuga's answer. At this time. After a complex psychological struggle, the candidates were wavering and some had already made a decision. I give up. I give up too. Me too. After the first person stood up, the candidates began to back out one after another: 1, 2, 3. 86, 87, 88. In a short period of time, 88 candidates were reduced from the 562 candidates. Although giving up this exam also means that they have to retake a year, it is better than being ridiculed by the eldest lady and then being labeled as incompetent and useless. They walked to Zinhufaisha with sighs, sadness, fighting spirit, or gratitude, handed the exam badge to her, and then fled the scene as if they were released. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing so many candidates running away in a panic, Yang Ming seemed to have discovered a new world, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. To be honest, although Nagiri Arena had also been a referee for Yang Ming's competition in the Naruto world, it was a pity that although Nagiri Arena hated Yang Ming, every time Yang Ming cooked so well, Nagiri Arena had no way to comment on it, so that Yang Ming could not see such a wonderful scene. So, being able to see Miss Nagiri Arena's venomous tongue with their own eyes made the students avoid her as much as possible. Yang Ming looked at the students' panicked expressions and trembling legs, which was unexpectedly pleasing. Chapter 889 Really Poisonous. So, being able to see Miss Nagiri Arena's venomous tongue with their own eyes made the students avoid her as much as possible. Yang Ming looked at the students' panicked expressions and trembling legs, which was unexpectedly pleasing. Time passed little by little. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. In addition to the competition between the two Totsuki 10 elites, the exam time limit for this group of first-year candidates in the middle school department was 2 hours, which has been reduced to 1 hour and 45 minutes. Who will be the next candidate? This is what everyone is thinking at this time. At this time, the number of people in the food hall has been reduced from 562 to 474, and the hall is empty with a small patch of uneven space. After the first B-level gourmet chef failed the exam, the candidates became more cautious. They refused the opportunity to give up, which means that they are on a road that can no longer turn back. There is an insurmountable chasm ahead. As long as you jump over it, you can successfully enter the school. Once you fail, you will not only have to repeat a year, but also bear the crime of incompetence. The huge pressure is like an air plug in a closed space, compressing the air bit by bit, making the candidates present feel an unbearable sense of suffocation. The only person who didn't feel the pressure was Yang Ming. He grinned and said to Kyugataraki, "Totsuki Academy is really interesting. Master, from what you said, do you want to go to the competition?" Kyugataraki asked in confusion. Yang Ming waved his hands, resting his hands behind his head, with a leisurely expression. No, 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 even if there is a competition, it is you, the apprentice, who should go. How can you trouble me as the master? What? Kyugataraki looked confused. While Yang Ming and Kyugataraki were talking, 18 gourmet chefs appeared among the candidates. They couldn't bear the depressing atmosphere of the food hall and walked into the tasting room on the right side in front of the food hall. Like brave warriors with a brave heart, they ran towards the Demon King temple guarded by the blonde Tsundere lady. There is no doubt that their brave hearts could not give them any additional magic resistance, and they fell at the feet of the Demon King level, Tsundere blonde lady without any suspense. The moves that were defeated were the secret book of the blonde lady's Tsundere, the witch sound wave power, dump it, pass, drag it out. Crackling. Punches hit the flesh. 18 chefs in the food hall fell down in an instant, and none survived. The tension in everyone's hearts intensified again. Looking at the tasting room, it was like a hallucination. In the closed tasting room, there was an extremely powerful female demon king, and even the secretary who assisted the blonde lady became abstract, and the clear and pleasant sounds seemed to be a declaration of invincibility. At this time, the number of people in the food hall decreased by 22 again, and it has become 434. At this time, a handsome man, who was Sanjing Anshao whom Yang Ming had met before, was wearing a suit and had sharp eyes. He was like a cooking master who would stand on the top of the mountain and look down on all the mountains. He wanted to use his cooking skills to open a path to upgrade for himself. He gently raised his head, rolled up his sleeves, ignored the people around him, walked straight to the right door in front of the food hall, and walked in. As everyone pricked up their ears to listen, the lazy and charming voice that made people love and hate came from the door. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice, dish level B, full meat the grade assessment standard. Passed. Then, Faishazi's voice came out from the crack of the door, "Welcome to you for successfully passing the exam." Everyone was excited when they heard it. Oh my god, it turns out that if you can reach B-level dishes, you can pass the exam. Woo woo woo. I was nervous for so long. So it seems that you can make B-level dishes. Life is already so difficult, why do you have to expose it immediately? Hey, life is not just about the present, there are also poetry in the distance. Haha, you are a lousy chef, and you still want to pass the grade exam? Come on, take my hand, let's go together on the road to the exam, whoever passes the exam first is a dog. Laugh cry. After everyone knew that they had to reach B-level dishes to pass the age test, they also put down the heaviest burden in their hearts. However, putting down the burden is putting down the burden, and making B-level dishes is B-level dishes. The two things cannot be confused at all. Those chefs who asked themselves that they could not make B-level dishes were like warriors rushing to the execution ground. While holding the dishes they made, they laughed heartlessly, not caring who had tears in the corners of their eyes. They launched a wave of attacks on the gatekeeper boss of Totsuki Academy, the arrogant blonde lady, the owner of the divine tongue, Irina Nagiri, trying to find a ray of hope in it and get a chance to pass the exam. After all, the taste buds on the human tongue are very sensitive and very fragile. If you taste too much food at once, it will cause taste fatigue. However, what happened next surprised them. Well, this okonomiyaki is C. The lazy and cute voice seemed a little angry. Please don't come to Totsuki Academy to study from now on. Faishazi, record his information, the reason is, intentional poisoning. Hi. Faishazi's voice came. This sukiyaki is really bad, barely see. The lazy and cute voice came out again, Faishazi, record his information, and don't let him take the age test again within 2 years. Hi. Curry rice, see. 2 years. Hi. Kansai manya yaki. See. 1 year. Hi. Omurice. Hi. Tempura. Hi. In an instant, 211 candidates were cleared out of the venue. Only one contestant who barely reached B level, thanks to Hisako, barely passed the age test. The arguments between Irina Nagiri and Hisako Arado continued to spread to the food hall. Hisako, she doesn't meet the qualifications. A lazy and charming voice said. She is a girl. Hisako's beautiful voice pleaded, the dishes she made are also unique, which shows that she really put a lot of thought into it. Are you talking about this food that stinks like salted fish? Miss, salted fish is just salty, not stinky. Do you really want me to say that word? Watching the students selected from thousands of people tremble under the taste of the tongue of God, with unwillingness, grievance, and various complex expressions, Yang Ming really wanted to laugh. Then, Yang Ming's eyes focused and turned his sight to the real highlight here, the competition between 2 of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. Chapter 890 Copying Food. Watching the students selected from thousands of people tremble under the taste of the tongue of God, with unwillingness, grievance, and various complex expressions, Yang Ming really wanted to laugh. Then, Yang Ming's eyes focused and turned his sight to the real highlight here, the competition between 2 of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. One of them was a little girl with glasses, who looked gentle and scholarly, named Jinakuni Ningning, a master of mustard noodles, and the 6th-ranked chef of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. Opposite her was a young man with a cold and arrogant look, Ruishin Ezuya, who ranked 9th among the 10 great masters of Totsuki. He was known as the alchemist and controlled many restaurants. This time, he proposed this food competition because he saw a piece of land owned by Ningning's family in Kinokuni. It was a prime location close to the commercial center and was very conducive to opening a store. This competition was to make a dish of orange peel. This kind of cooking ingredient with no highlights was the core of this competition. Therefore, it was difficult for the 2 to make their best dishes. Of course, there were no restrictions on other ingredients, and the cooking methods used, the dishes to be made, etc. were all free to play. Ruishin Ezuya had decided to mix orange peel with meat to make a dish with the delicate texture of meat and the fragrance of fruit. Kainakuni Guo Ningning found the baking mold and placed the eggs, honey and other ingredients in the kitchen on the cooking table. She will use orange peel to make some desserts. The competition is about to start. Ji's Higuo Ningning carefully scrubbed the wax on the surface of the orange peel with warm water. After washing, she put the orange peel in a steamer and steamed it, and began to make desserts. Honey orange peel muffin cake, this time she will make a muffin cake with the taste of orange peel. Ji's Higuo Ningning skillfully put eggs and honey into the egg beater and stirred them evenly, then added salad oil, fresh milk, and orange juice, and stirred the ingredients in the egg beater into a very uniform and delicate appearance. Among these ingredients, eggs, honey, and orange juice are all bright gold in the same color system, and fresh milk combines this gold into a somewhat soft color. This color is consistent with the color system of orange peel, and when the golden muffin cake is mixed with orange peels of the same color that people cannot see at first glance, the taste will become very surprising. What Ji's Higuo Ningning wanted was the surprise brought by this ordinary-looking muffin cake. Continue to sift the low-gluten fish baking powder together, add it to the delicate mixed ingredients, stir, and the golden delicateness and milky white powder blend together to form a batter. During the stirring process, the orange peels that were originally steamed were almost ready. Ji's Higuo Ningning took the orange peels out of the pot, pinched the orange peels, took out a delicate knife and gently scraped off the white tendons in the orange peels, leaving only the outermost golden peel. The white tendons in the orange peels are relatively bitter and will affect the sweetness of the muffin cakes, so Ji's Higuo Ningning abandoned them. Cut the processed orange peels into fine dices, put water and sugar in the pot to start making syrup. Watching Ji's Higuo Ningning cooking, Yang Ming let out a huh and a scarlet light appeared in his eyes. The Sharingan had opened unconsciously and copied all these actions. It just so happens that I don't know how to make cakes. This is really an unexpected gain. This trip is not in vain. Yang Ming thought to himself. On the other side, Ruishin Ezuya. Ruishin Ezuya locked the cooking this time on Japanese cuisine, orange peel chicken. In Japanese cuisine, orange peels are dried and become tangerine peels, which are used as medicine. The dishes made are both delicious and healthy. Although tangerine peels and orange peels are different, the medicinal effect of tangerine peels is beyond the reach of fresh orange peels, and tangerine peels are used in cooking instead of orange peels. However, the preparation of dishes is all analogous, and it is also possible to treat orange peels as an ordinary ingredient. Therefore, Ruishin Ezuya is very confident that he can gain an advantage in this competition with the profound Japanese cuisine. The deliciousness and nutrition of orange peel chicken coexist, and this dish will definitely be outstanding enough. However, things did not go according to Ruishin Ezuya's established plan. There was a problem with the preparation of ingredients in the first step. Ruishin Ezuya frowned and held up the chicken to check it. He used a knife to cut a hole in the chicken. The chicken was no longer fresh. Stale ingredients are not suitable for cooking, and the kitchen did not have any extra chicken reserves. Ruishin Ezuya began to fall into trouble. The dishes prepared before must be overturned and reconceived, and time must be seized. However, there are no ingredients suitable for the Japanese cooking method of tangerine peel in the kitchen, which means that the recipes related to tangerine peel are now difficult for a good cook. Now, we can only look for other dishes. When Ji no Kuni Ning Ning had already started to look at most of the dishes, Ruishin Ezuya searched the kitchen for a long time before redetermining the dishes. The most common salmon, combined with orange peel to make a salmon with orange juice. Ruishin Ezuya has been behind for a long time, so he can only hurry up to marinate the salmon, and quickly use this time to squeeze the juice of the whole orange. That's right, orange peels and oranges are mixed together to make juice, and orange juice and fructose are mixed together. The marinated salmon is coated with cornstarch and fried in a pan piece by piece. The heat was a little too hot. In order to achieve a crispier taste, San Ezu also used a higher temperature than usual when frying the salmon, but in order to make the meat inside more tender, the frying time was shorter. In this way, the fried salmon became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, adding some contradictions and collisions to the taste. Put the salmon on a plate, take out small pieces of tofu and stack them on the salmon, and the arrangement is square and layered. A small piece of coriander is placed on the tofu, which adds some vibrant colors to the dish and makes it more vivid visually. Layered up, like a small pyramid, from bottom to top are fried and crispy salmon, original tofu, and green coriander. Ruishin Ezu also scooped up a few spoonfuls of orange juice mixed with fructose and poured it over the dish from top to bottom. The orange juice flowed down the tofu, slid onto the salmon, and finally fell onto the plate in a circle around the salmon. Sprinkle some spiced parsley powder. The dish is finally done. Jinakuni Ning Ning had already poured syrup on the diced orange peels, mixed the orange peels into the batter, and poured them into muffin cups one by one to complete the final baking. At this time, Ji no Kuni Ning Ning also finished her cooking. Next is the food tasting. Chapter 891, The Poisonous Tongue does not even let the 10 great masters of Totsuki go. Ji no Kuni Ning Ning had already poured syrup on the orange peel cubes, mixed the orange peels in the batter, and served them one by one into the muffin cups to complete the final baking. At this time, Ji no Kuni Ning Ning also finished her cooking. Next is the food tasting. Nakiri Arina pointed at Ruishin Ezumi and hooked her finger. I want to taste your cooking first. Miss, is this not good? Hisako looked at Nakiri Arina inquiringly. It doesn't matter. Nakiri Arina pressed the corner of her mouth with her index finger and smiled charmingly. Ruishin Ezumi did not pay attention to the conversation between the two and served the prepared orange juice salmon to several people. As the first person to review, this is an advantage for Ruishin Ezumi's dish. There is no need to worry about the taste of the dishes of Kinokuni Ning Ning being affected by being left for too long, but the salmon with orange juice may become soft due to being left for too long, which seriously affects the taste. Arina Nakiri looked at the plate and asked in embarrassment, how should I cut it? Ruishin Ezu scratched her hair, cut it any way you want. Arina Nakiri inserted the fork from the tofu to the salmon on the bottom layer, cut a small piece with a knife and put it into her mouth. In an instant, the softness of the tofu and the crispness of the salmon mixed in her mouth, and the orange juice penetrated into the salmon meat and the original tofu when she chewed. Several ingredients that were clearly unrelated to each other unexpectedly intersected at this moment, contradictory but unexpectedly harmonious. At this moment, she had hallucinations. Arina Nakiri took a deep breath. The orange trees on the shore turned red, the fragrance of oranges floated in the air, and the waves on the beach beat against the shore, making a regular sound. Arina Nakiri wore a blue dress and stepped on the beach barefoot, leaving rows of footprints, letting the wind blow her long hair. Suddenly, as if she heard a call from the bottom of the sea, Arina Nakiri walked towards the sea, and when she was close to the sea, she jumped into the sea. The moment the blue dress entered the water, it turned into a blue fin, wrapping up Arina Nakiri's legs, and the fins gradually gathered into a shining fish tail. The upper body gradually transformed into two shells that wrapped Arina Nakiri's body. The fish tail swayed, and Arina Nakiri swam freely in the seabed. Her long hair spread out in the waves and gradually turned into a sea blue that merged with the sea water. She reached out to greet the flounder swimming by, grabbed a small shrimp and put it on the end of her hair as a decoration. Then, she moved her tail and sat on a whale, lazily being carried by the whale across the seabed. Nakiri Arena put down her fork and said lightly, "Salmon and tofu are a terrible combination." Ruishin Ezu was already eating his own salmon, and nodded when he heard it. "I mainly considered the taste and nutrition for this." "Oh? Tell me about it." Nakiri Arena leaned back in the chair, crossing her legs. "I made the salmon more crispy, and the soft texture of tofu will neutralize the monotony of the salmon." Ruishin Ezu used a fork to press the tofu and salmon, indicating, "Also, the soy isoflavones in tofu are very good for women's maintenance." Shrugging, looking at the young lady, "To make you eat more nutritious." Nakiri Arena laughed softly, "You are really good at flattering." Hey, don't always say that a man is good at flattering, okay? Ruishin Ezu was roaring in his heart, but his face was calm. "But I still don't like this dish." Nakiri Arena paused, stared at Ruishin Ezuki and gave a few words, "Chaos, no surprises." Ruishin Ezuki shrugged, "I also think there are really no surprises, there are too many areas that need improvement." Nakiri Arena looked at Ruishin Ezuki quietly, with one hand supporting her chin, her eyes slightly cold. "I now doubt how you became one of the 10 greatest of Totsuki." "Whatever you say." Ruishin Ezuki said expressionlessly. "Isn't your logic always like this?" Ruishin Ezu retorted, "You have always been the best." "Hey! Are you saying I am unfair?" Nakiri Arena widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. "First of all, this is a dish with orange peel as the theme, but your dish uses orange peel as an auxiliary material, which makes diners focus on salmon." Nakiri Arena slammed the table hard and said aggressively, "Although the salmon tastes good, it is a good attempt to mix various flavors." She emphasized again, "But it doesn't fit the theme, it's seriously off topic." Nakiri Arena tasted the salmon again and frowned, "The orange peel is actually raw." Ruishin Ezu nodded. Putting down the knife and fork in her hand with disdain, Nakiri Arena pushed the plate towards Ruishin Ezu. "It's like walking on the beach, basking in the sun and suddenly found a dung beetle under your feet." Pfft! Hearing this, Yang Ming in the audience almost laughed out loud. "Is this dish really that bad? Details defeat everything." Nakiri Arena glanced at Yang Ming and raised her eyebrows. "It seems that there are many things that need to be changed in this dish." Ruishin Ezu said with some distress, rubbing her hair, "It really takes constant attempts to improve dishes that are improvised on the spot." "Miss, I really like this dish." Secretary Hisako said, "It's like just finishing a vacation, very comfortable." "This dish is completely irrelevant," Nakiri Arena said with a cold face. "But, miss, it's delicious, isn't it?" Hisako said, "The orange peel is integrated into the dish, almost unnoticeable, but it brings a taste surprise to the salmon." "Miss, what do you think?" Arena Nakiri knew that Hisako hoped that she would not offend Mizuyama Ezuya, who was also one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki. After all, this guy was narrow-minded and would never give up. "Not bad." Arena Nakiri nodded indifferently. The orange juice poured on it did bring some changes to the taste of the salmon, and there was some confusing bitterness in it. "Yes." Hisako pointed at the orange juice on the salmon. "If you didn't know in advance that orange peel was used, it would be difficult to know what ingredients were added to make this complex taste mixed with bitterness, right? But in this case, orange peel becomes an optional auxiliary ingredient." Arena Nakiri continued to refute with a cold face. "It's not dispensable." Hisako continued, "Things that have no visual presence, but people can't help but pay attention to it in terms of taste, and even have doubts about it. It's very relevant, isn't it? Okay, let's continue with the dessert of Kamijinaku Ninning." Nakiri Arena waved her hand and said. "Simple muffin cake." Kinokuni Ninning served the dish. Chapter 892 The Beauty Who Can Cook Molecular Cuisine. "It's not dispensable." Hisako continued, "Things that have no visual presence, but people can't help but pay attention to it in terms of taste, and even have doubts about it. It's very relevant, isn't it? Okay, let's continue with the dessert of Kamijinaku Ninning." Nakiri Arena waved her hand and said. "Simple muffin cake." Kinokuni Ninning served the dish. Arena Nakiri scooped out a spoonful of cake. "The color is bright and warm." She raised her eyes and glanced at Kinokuni Ninning. "A girl who looks so delicate can actually make something that looks so warm." "Miss, you talk too much." Faishizi rolled up her sleeves and looked over casually. "You really care about me a lot today." Arena Nakiri maintained her elegance with anger. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the verbal battle here, and observed the muffin cake made by Arena. Baking requires extremely high skills. Arina Nagari pressed the cake lightly with the back of the spoon a few times, and the softness of the cake was just right. Scoop out a piece and taste it, and the milk fragrance is overflowing. Just one bite can tell how fresh the ingredients are. This small piece of cake contains countless vitality. At this moment, she had an illusion. Arina Nagari rode on a cow and wandered on the prairie. Suddenly, a man on horseback whose face could not be seen came from behind, waving a whip at Arina Nagari and shouting for a race. Before Arina Nagari could agree, the man spurred his horse and rushed out. Arina Nagari was inspired to fight, and kicked the cow under her with both legs. Go, run, Zayahua. The cow called Zayahua just swayed while chewing grass, mooed twice, and moved slowly a few steps. The man not far away turned around and waved his whip, shouting at Arina Nagari, "Your cow doesn't listen to you, ha ha ha." The laughter suddenly stopped, and with a bang, the horse carrying the man ran straight into an orange tree, and the oranges on the tree fell down, burying the man and the horse under the oranges. Ha ha ha. Nagari Arina pointed at the man, jumped off the cow, and walked with the cow to the oranges to look at the miserable man. The man climbed out of the orange pile with a few broken eggs on his head, and asked depressedly, "Is it so funny?" Nagari Arina nodded, and suddenly found that the man's face became clearer. The man took off his shirt, revealing his muscles, and posed a few times and muttered to himself, "It looks like I have to take a bath again." "Yang Ming, why are you here?" Nagari Arina asked speechlessly. "Hey? Do you want to take a bath together?" The man's face showed Yang Ming's appearance. With a startle, Nagari Arina suddenly woke up. "Why do you look like that?" Ji's Higuo Ningning looked at him worriedly, "Is there something wrong with the food I made?" "Wait a minute." Nagari Arina raised her hand, "Let me calm down." In the audience, Yang Ming smiled faintly, "It looks like it tastes terrible." "Arina." Nagari glanced at Yang Ming and took a few breaths. She didn't understand why she met Yang Ming in the hallucination just now. This was really terrible. Ning Ning Ji's Higuo snatched the uneaten muffin cake from Arina Nagari's hand and snatched Arina Nagari's spoon. Ning Ning Ji's Higuo was very confident in herself. She didn't understand why Arina Nagari showed that expression and planned to try a bite herself. Ji's Higuo Ning Ning chewed the cake slowly, closed her eyes, and frowned. "Arina Nagari, what are you dissatisfied with? The taste is absolutely fine." "Ah." Arina Nagari said, "I didn't say there was a problem." Ji's Higuo Ning Ning was speechless by such a sentence. "Then what was that expression on your face just now?" Arina Nagari organized her words, "Too shocked?" "Probably like that." Ji's Higuo Ning Ning looked at Arina Nagari deeply, turned her head, and stopped talking, obviously angry. Arina Nagari also felt helpless. She couldn't tell the truth. She actually met Yang Ming in a hallucination. If she said it, she would be embarrassed to death, and it would cause misunderstandings from others, which would be bad. "It tastes great." Nagari Arina quickly changed the subject, saying, "The different ingredients are harmoniously unified and blended together. The orange peel hidden in the muffin cake is like a small surprise gift, with an interesting chewy taste that makes people linger." After hearing such an evaluation, Ji's Higuo Ning Ning's face looked a little better. "Master, who do you think will win between the two?" Kyuga Teraki looked at them for so long, and then turned the conversation to the two people who were in the game. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Yang Ming looked at the two people in the field, and his expression suddenly froze. "If I have to say, I think Ji's Higuo Ning Ning can win, but looking at her cooking, it seems that she was a little hasty before, which is not like her. It's really strange. If she had exerted her full strength, this little flaw should not have appeared. Did she make a mistake before?" He didn't know that Ji's Higuo Ning Ning's mistake was entirely because she saw Yang Ming, the man who was regarded as the big devil by the chefs of Totsuki restaurant. Otherwise, how could she, as one of the 10 outstanding people, make such a low-level mistake? "Hey, classmate, you have a sharp eye. How did you see that?" At this time, a girl sitting in front of Yang Ming suddenly turned around. White hair, red eyes, delicate face, and some similarities to Arina Nagari. The fair skin and youthful appearance completely show her charm. Although it is a very young face, a hint of charm is revealed from it, which is so seductive that it makes people lose their minds. Seeing her, Yang Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He knew this girl, Alice Nagari, Arina Nagari's cousin, and the second daughter of the Nagari family. The cuisine she is good at is called molecular cuisine. She is a genius girl who can skillfully use technology to make technological cuisine. Her goal seems to be to defeat her sister. As for why, Yang Ming is not clear. However, he can be sure that this girl is very strong. How strong is she? Although she is not one of the 10 outstanding people of Totsuki, with her unique molecular cuisine, she is at least one of the top in Totsuki. I didn't expect to meet her here. Is it a coincidence? It's okay that I can see it, but... I know you, Alice Nikari. While speaking, Yang Ming's eyes showed a bit of strong interest. If possible, he wanted to do his best to have a food battle with this girl. He really wanted to see what the so-called molecular cuisine was like. If possible, it would be a good choice to copy it with the Sharingan. Chapter 893 A Frank and Cute Girl. It's okay that I can see it, but... I know you, Alice Nikari. While speaking, Yang Ming's eyes showed a bit of strong interest. If possible, he wanted to do his best to have a food battle with this girl. He really wanted to see what the so-called molecular cuisine was like. If possible, it would be a good choice to copy it with the Sharingan. Nikari Alice was obviously a little surprised, pointing at her nose. Do you know me? Yes, I know you. Yang Ming laughed. I heard that your cooking skills are very high. I really want to see your skills and see if you are as good as others say. It was a very common provocation. Yang Ming looked at Nikari Alice and narrowed his eyes. The collective competition of Totsuki should start soon. If you are lucky enough to meet me, then I will let you see how good I am, absolutely. A very playful smile, worthy of being Nikari Alice. As a member of the Nikari family, even her rebuttals are thorny, and there is a bit of indescribable coldness under her gentle appearance. This is a person who is warm on the outside but cold on the inside, at least that is the first impression Yang Ming gave. That's right. I'll fight you when I have time. Yang Ming was more mature. The previous provocation was just a test. Since it didn't work, he didn't care. He raised his mouth and continued, shall we continue the previous topic? The so-called previous topic was exactly the one about Alice Nikari's needle at the beginning. In response to Yang Ming's comments on Ji's Higuo Ning Ning, how did you see that Ji's Higuo Ning Ning made a mistake? However, Nikari Alice did not intend to return to this topic, but said with interest, let's talk about that question later. Let's talk about how you know me first. Logically, you should not know me. You know me. Yang Ming was interesting. Of course, you are the boss Yang Ming who defeated Ishiki Hui and Si Yingshi. At least you have made nearly half of the students of the 10 elites of Totsuki remember you. Of course, compared with those, I care more about why you know me. Nikari Alice stared at Yang Ming closely. In fact, it was just a title, so naturally she would not be so excited. I won't tell you. Yang Ming said lightly. What? She looks young, but she is actually a shrewd fox. She avoids my words everywhere. What a disgusting guy. After being refused to reveal the information one after another, Alice Nikari suddenly showed her little girl side. Seeing her performance, Yang Ming smiled secretly. It seems that this girl does not like to hide her true nature. Her personality will be well revealed in her expression, which is not annoying. What? So mysterious, it really makes people angry. Alice Nikari pouted her mouth and looked at Yang Ming with a little more anger, but more of it was a strong curiosity. This boss Yang Ming seems to be a little mysterious. Hey, you just said that you want to compete with me, can't you be true? Alice Nikari finally couldn't help but be curious and asked Yang Ming. No, I'm just talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. Yang Ming replied lightly. What? This guy, why is it so annoying? Alice Nikari's eyes rolled around and she smiled sweetly. Yang Ming, I heard that the dishes you made before made my disappointing sister climax. I guess your dishes are unique. Then I will be merciful and give you a chance. Let's have a food battle. It is said that a girl's mood is like the weather, changing at any time. Yang Ming didn't know what she meant, why she suddenly wanted to compete with him again, but he could hear some jealousy from her tone. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. I remember that when I watched food battles before, Alice Nikari always had an inexplicable feeling for her sister, and tried to challenge Irina's position several times. I guess she was also very curious about Yang Ming, right? Alice Nikari opened her cute big eyes and looked at Yang Ming cutely. That cute face even made Yang Ming couldn't help but need it. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He knew that Alice Nikari simply wanted to defeat him because the dishes he made were all delicious to Irina. If he lost to Alice, then Alice would feel that she at least had the strength to compete with Irina. On the contrary, he lost to Alice but won against Ishiki Hui and Tsukasa Aishi. Doesn't this prove from the side that Alice is stronger than Irina? Alice Nikari thought exactly like this. Yang Ming fully understood her behavior based on the analysis of the original book. Nodding, Yang Ming said, since we want to compete, this place will definitely not be suitable. Let's find a place. Well. Come with me, the car is outside. Alice smiled slightly. This time, in order to find Yang Ming for a competition, she surprisingly did not bring her follower, the guy with black hair and dark circles under his eyes. With Kyuga Teraki as a judge, the three of them got in the car. After driving all the way, the destination was unexpected by Yang Ming. It's Polaris Dormitory. I didn't expect that Alice Nikari would choose this place for the duel. Get off the bus. At this time, Alice Nikari had already become calm. From the outside, she looked even more queen-like than Irina. However, Yang Ming only needed to speak a little bit to break her queen image. She was a frank and lovely girl. It's actually here. Is the judge the dorm manager? Kyuga Teraki took a deep breath. Although he felt it was troublesome, he was also a little eager to try. The next game might be a thrilling duel. Yes, Polaris Dormitory is really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect to have another duel here. In addition to Kyuga Teraki, there should be other judges, right? Who are they? Yang Ming also asked. Well, I also decided on this place temporarily, so I don't know who the judge is. Let's see if there is anyone in your dormitory willing to take on this role. Alice Nikari smiled irresponsibly. Yang Ming's forehead was filled with black lines. This girl was indeed frank and heartless. Entering the dormitory door, a scene that blinded Yang Ming's eyes appeared. Ishiki Hui was only wearing a shading cloth. She was sweating profusely while turning the soil with a hoe, and shielding herself from the sun with a girlish posture. The perfect body lines were particularly obvious under the sunlight, and the muscle contours were elegant and beautiful. If a more lesbian girl saw this, she would probably scream. Chapter 894 There is nothing wrong with cooking with science. Entering the dormitory door, Yang Ming's eyes were blinded. A scene appeared. Ishiki Hui was only wearing a shading cloth. She was sweating profusely while turning the soil with a hoe, and at the same time, she was shielding herself from the sun with a girlish posture. The perfect body lines were particularly obvious under the sunlight, and the muscle contours were elegant and beautiful. If a more lesbian girl saw this, she would probably scream. The problem is that Yang Ming and the other two are normal people. Especially Alice Nikari, she almost dropped her eyes when she saw this. It seems that she knows this person. It seems that he is Ishiki Hui, the 7th of the 10 elites. It seems that his ranking is above his sister. It turns out that this guy is, hentai. Hey, Yang Ming and Teraki are back. Seeing the two, Ishiki Hui wiped the sweat on her forehead, and the sexy action caused the two people who were named to step back again and again. What a joke, this guy is too scary, is it really okay for a grown man to dress like this? Ishiki. Yang Ming shouted from a distance, put on your clothes first, there are outsiders coming. Outsiders. Ishiki Megami stared outside, and then saw Nikari Alice. After saying hello, she left with her butt twisted. Ishiki Megami was very relaxed when she was in Polaris Dormitory. She walked like a teenage girl, twisting her waist with every step, shaking her butt, and finally tiptoeing. It was really troublesome, but seeing his happy expression, Yang Ming thought that if possible, he should try to stay away from this gay guy. Ishiki Megami was defaulted to be the judge, and the three of them searched for a long time in Polaris Dormitory, and finally found another person. It was not the dormitory ant, but the red-haired boy with hair covering his eyes, Ibuzaki-shun. It is said that his nickname is the Smoky Nobleman. Since he did not show his strength, Yang Ming did not know his real skills. After explaining Alice's idea to Ishiki Megami and Ibuzaki-shun, Ishiki Megami touched her chin and said, "Does Yang Ming want to compete with Nikari?" "Well, I just want to relax, and it's an honor to eat the food you two made." At this time, Ishiki Megami had already put on his clothes, which were extremely formal striped suits. In addition, Ishiki was originally very handsome, and the decent suit highlighted his temperament at the right time. However, due to the previous impression of being almost naked. Yang Ming felt that this guy was just that handsome. On the other hand, Kyuga Teraki touched his chin very honestly and said, "Is Heike senior? How come I can't recognize you when you are wearing clothes?" Is Heike Megami's face stiffened, and Ibusaki Shun said at this time, "Are you going to be a judge?" "No problem." The awkward atmosphere was relieved a little. Yang Ming and Nakiri Alice looked at each other, and then each took out their own kitchen utensils. Yang Ming's equipment was very ordinary, with nothing but some simple kitchen utensils. On the other hand, Alice drove the car in from outside, opened the trunk, and several exquisite instruments popped out. As a girl, she naturally couldn't lift these things, so several men began to help, and Yang Ming also stepped forward to lift the machine. Very heavy, very heavy. This was Yang Ming's first impression, and then he saw familiar equipment, fast freezing machine, and some machines that seemed to be used to extract nutrients from vegetables. These were Alice's high-tech equipment. Using science to cook? It's a very innovative idea. Everyone saw these instruments and had this idea. Yang Ming sighed in his heart, the people of Yuanyu Academy are good at making trouble, even things like scientific cooking. Yang Ming has no plan for what to do for the time being, secretly opened the Sharingan to observe, to be precise, to steal the skills. On the other side, Alice had short white hair, which distinguished her from others by her hair color. Her white and crystal skin was radiant with a healthy feeling of whiteness and redness, and had a unique youthful luster. It was rare for a girl to have such white and flawless skin like her. Yang Ming's eyes flashed, and suddenly his thoughts diverged and he thought that this girl must be very dazzling in the sun. Now, even in the house, she was shining like a ball of light. Alice used various instruments to fiddle with unknown liquids. There were bright red ones that looked like tomato juice, and green ones that should be extracted from spinach. Oh, so this thing is called a centrifuge, a machine that uses centrifugal force to separate the components of liquids and solid particles or liquids and liquids. Looking at the instructions of the centrifuge up close, Yang Ming's expression became more and more shocked. The centrifuge is mainly used to separate solid particles from liquid in a suspension, or to separate two immiscible liquids of different densities in an emulsion, e.g., separating cream from milk. It can also be used to remove liquid from wet solids, such as using a washing machine to spin dry wet clothes. Damn, this is totally cheating. Is Heike Hui, who is ranked 7th among the top 10, was also attracted by this novel cooking method. The liquid of the vegetables is stripped off and then solidified using a freezer or something else. In this way, the shape of the dish can be completely unrestrained and there is very little restraint. It's amazing. Wow la! Put the red and green liquids into the freezer, and Alice gently adjusted the temperature controller with her slender fingers, and the temperature display of the freezer directly turned to -100 degrees. 3 seconds later, she put on heavy insulation gloves and took the food out of it. Surprisingly, the food solidified and formed red or green spiral cylinders around the plate in the middle. Because the freezing time was too short, those cylinders were only wrapped in a layer of ice skin on the outside, and inside, it was still flowing liquid. Beautiful. Like a future technology city, this dish made with technology is full of strong sci-fi style everywhere, and it feels pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Then, Alice turned from a chef into a chemist, picking up various test tube-shaped tools and began to process the food. On the contrary, Yang Ming. Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming with a serious expression. Well, master, why don't you start cooking? Yang Ming waved his hand, put his finger in front of his mouth, and made a silent gesture, but his eyes were bright and he was learning from the master. Although Alice's cooking skills are not as good as the 10 masters of Totsuki, this scientific way of cooking is very novel and very creative, which gave Yang Ming a lot of inspiration. It turns out that cooking can be done like this. Chapter 895 Is this tomato scrambled eggs? Yang Ming waved his hand, put his finger in front of his mouth, and made a silent gesture, but his eyes were bright and he was learning from the master. Although Alice's cooking skills are not as good as the 10 masters of Totsuki, this scientific way of cooking is very novel and very creative, which gave Yang Ming a lot of inspiration. It turns out that cooking can be done like this. Click. In the distance, the machine on Alice Nakiri's side made a crisp sound, indicating that the dish was ready. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the red and green cylinder was all around the elite's plate. Below it was a fried egg, and the steam from the egg was wrapped around the cylinder, giving off a feeling of wonderland. Tomato scrambled eggs, please enjoy. Nakiri Alice smiled and said something amazing. This dish of elegant-looking food was simply named tomato scrambled eggs. Under the egg was a golden autumn leaf, crystal clear, with veins clearly visible, making people feel as if they saw the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter on a tree from a leaf. Of course, whether it was the egg or the leaf, it was just a fake-like existence. As a molecular cuisine, what you see must not be real. It's really exquisite. Yang Ming looked at Alice in surprise. How is this leaf made? Put it in a mold to fix it, and then draw veins similar to leaf veins. Alice answered. Ishiki Hui looked at the leaves and said to Alice mischievously, this is very well made. Of course, I have also practiced many forms of things. Alice blinked her big eyes cutely, her eyelashes fluttering, and said, I originally wanted to make something similar to eggs, but I felt that it was too boring. As she said that, Alice picked up a leaf and tasted it. However, I can still tell at a glance that this leaf is not a real leaf. Ishiki Hui said. Alice looked at Yang Ming proudly, try it and see how I beat you. Yang Ming laughed out loud, okay, are you so sure that you will win? Of course. Alice nodded confidently. No way. This thing is actually scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Seeing this dish, Kyuga Teraki wanted to slap himself. This is totally wrong. Under the pillars surrounding the plate, a rectangular pancake with egg white and egg yolk mixed together lies squarely on it. The hot air from the egg hits the red or green cylinder, causing the icy surface to gradually melt, and drops of water gradually fall from above. What is even more surprising is that the originally static liquid in the cylinder actually flows to the bottom along with the melting of the ice, and finally gathers on the pancake. Ishiki Hui also looked at this so-called scrambled eggs with tomatoes with interest. It's really interesting. There is no tomato but only eggs. It is named scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What kind of secret is there? There are 2 ways to eat this dish. Nakiri Alice said in a playful way, the first way to eat it is to wrap the icicle with a pancake while it has not melted yet, and eat it together. The second way to eat it is to wait for the liquid after the icicle melts to be sprinkled on the pancake, and then eat the pancake directly. Oh, what a strange dish! Kyuga Teraki exclaimed and chose the first way to eat it. Pick up the egg pancake from the bottom plate, wrap it around the icicles around the plate, wrap it into a bread shape and stuff it into your mouth. This feeling. Kyuga Teraki's pupils suddenly shrank. The taste of this egg was completely different from what he imagined. It was beautiful with a sci-fi color. There was an indescribable feeling. It was clearly in my mouth, and the unique egg fragrance of the egg also bloomed. But what was surprising was that in addition to the taste of eggs, there is a special taste in it. It's not tomatoes. It's not spinach. It's something else, something like meat. This egg can actually taste like meat. Combined with the sourness of tomatoes and the sweetness of spinach, this dish actually has a mysterious sense of sublimation. Good dong. After swallowing the dish in one bite, Kyuga Teraki was shocked. What's going on? Kyuga Teraki chewed the tomato and egg in surprise. The smooth taste in the mouth was accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. It was obviously not a real egg. What is this? He looked at Alice with some doubts. Keep eating, and the answer will be revealed later. Alice blinked and said mischievously. Kyuga Teraki continued to eat another bite. The egg part had a firm taste, and the full sense of fullness bloomed in his mouth, as if it was filled with a whole piece of meat. Did you figure it out? Nakiri Alice looked at the dish. This egg is actually made of meat. The moisture of the meat is stripped away by a centrifuge to form jerky, and then the powdered meat is mixed with the egg, and finally the centrifuge is used to combine the advantages of the two, and the final dish is a dish with the characteristics of both meat and eggs. So that's what happened. Ishiki Hui, who was eating the dish and was also shocked, suddenly realized it, but at the same time, a touch of admiration also emerged from her eyes. This kind of technology-made food not only lacks the shape constraints of traditional chefs, but also has complex and varied ways of eating. The essence is actually softer, which is already a reform of ingredients. This kind of creativity, this kind of taste, this kind of food, at least deserves full marks. Ibusaki-shun just tasted a bite of the food, and his red hair floated up. The joy from the soul directly affected his appearance. The taste is very special. Ibuzaki looked at Alice in surprise. It's really a surprising molecular cuisine. Alice raised her chin playfully, of course. Ibuzaki looked at Alice with a smile. You can think of this method, it's really unique. Of course I'm unique. Alice said, and then asked, has no one tasted the leaf? Although it's a little ugly. The leaves are a bit bitter. You didn't deal with the white veins. Is it intentional? Ibuzaki commented, the bitter taste just fits its identity as a fallen leaf, but it tastes a bit sad. Ibuzaki shook his head and smiled bitterly, in this case, I don't know how to evaluate it. Looking at Yang Ming, who was thoughtful with his exposed eyes, Ibuzaki said lightly in his heart, Yang Ming, facing this kind of high technology, what is your chance of winning? It's really exciting. Kyuga Teraki cheered in his heart, Master, you must win. Chapter 896 Acting Cute is Shameful. Looking at Yang Ming, who was thoughtful with his exposed eyes, Ibuzaki Shun said in his heart, Yang Ming, facing this kind of high technology, what is your chance of winning? It's really exciting. Kyuga Teraki encouraged in his heart, Master, you must win. Yang Ming is still thinking about what kind of food he should make. Alice's molecular cuisine, using chicken to make eggs, gave Yang Ming a lot of inspiration, but it doesn't mean that meat or other ingredients can't be used to make similar delicacies. However, thinking carefully, Yang Ming recalled recipes from all over the world, and competed with Alice, who was good at molecular cuisine. The only thing that could surpass molecular cuisine was probably Chinese cuisine, which was open to all. Chinese cuisine, hey? Yang Ming began to conceive the plan for the food battle from the moment he proposed the food battle, and decided some things to do from the beginning. However, how to integrate the ideas of these dishes now seems to have become a problem. There is no way. Chinese cuisine is too diverse. In addition to the 8 representative cuisines, there are also Chaozhou cuisine, Northeast cuisine, local cuisine, Gan cuisine, Hebei cuisine, and other miscellaneous cuisines. More importantly, these cuisines are more awesome than each other. After all, it is a 5,000-year history and culture, and the cuisines are complex and diverse. If you want to remember the names of various cuisines one by one, it will take a lot of effort. After Yang Ming came to Yunya College, he immediately borrowed books about Chinese cuisine from others in the dormitory to make up for it, and he gained a little. Rolling up his sleeves and slowly adjusting his cuffs, Yang Ming washed his hands while thinking about several methods. His brows slowly relaxed. Yang Ming raised the corners of his mouth and smiled silently. He thought of a cooking method. That's right, just do it. Yang Ming, you also want to make egg dishes. Alice suddenly appeared in front of Yang Ming's cooking table, curiously watching Yang Ming's movements of carrying eggs. Yang Ming, who was carrying eggs, was squatting on the ground, counting the eggs and calculating the cooking time. When he heard the sound, he looked up. Looking up, he saw a graceful figure blocking the light above his head, casting some shadows. The brightness of the light on the ceiling made the girl's skin in front of him brighter. Degrees. You are really white. Yang Ming pointed at the ceiling, it's like an artificial moving light source. Alice looked at Yang Ming with round eyes and asked with a smile, oh, is this a compliment to my natural beauty? Yes. Yang Ming nodded, and continued to count the eggs, but, isn't it Alice who really has the leisure time? Now she comes to chat. Nanny, I have already finished cooking. Alice smiled proudly, now I am here to detect the enemy situation. Thank you for marking me in the enemy range. Yang Ming spread out the eggs one by one. No. Alice shook a finger, and then slowly put the finger on her lips and rubbed her lips twice. Your strength remains to be seen. Her round, cute tadpole-like eyes narrowed slightly, looking a little serious, and she said softly, you are not qualified to be my enemy right now. Yang Ming looked at Alice in surprise, expressionless. After a while, she chuckled, thank you for putting me in the category of observation object now. She pulled up one corner of her lips, smiling calmly and confidently, after all, not everyone can catch your eye, Alice, right? Alice's squinting eyes suddenly widened and became round and round, with a classic tadpole eye expression, and she smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a palm. Yang Ming-jun is indeed qualified to make me look at him with new eyes. Yang Ming felt his shoulders soften, and his body tilted a little. Don't act cute. Acting cute? Alice asked with round eyes, puffing her face and clenching her fists. I'm going the queen route. Not acting cute. The queen of the cute country. Yang Ming cracked the eggs one by one and asked. Alice seemed to think about it seriously. It sounds good. She looked at Yang Ming, who was completely focused on the eggs, with one hand on the food, her body slightly tilted, and said to Yang Ming, I hope Yang Ming, don't let me down. Don't worry. Yang Ming tilted his head and said to Alice, who was very close to him, "If you have nothing to do, help me crack these eggs." Pointing at the eggs. Alice opened her mouth in surprise, as if in disbelief, and finally asked, "You want me to help you crack the eggs?" "Yes, it's a piece of cake." Yang Ming continued to crack the eggs. "I chat with you, you help me crack the eggs, we help each other." "Wrong. You are not chatting with me." Alice slowly shook a finger in front of Yang Ming. "I am here to observe you." "Observe, observe, understand. So, I still have to chat with you for free." Yang Ming said in a long voice, and suddenly remembered a word, squinting his eyes and asked Alice, "Do you know there is a term called three companions? Your expression doesn't look like a good meaning." "Well, after thinking for a while, it's not good or bad, just like the girls in the custom shop, or the men in the gigolo shop." "You mean, you feel like a gigolo now?" Alice changed her posture and slowly walked to the other side of the kitchen counter while talking. She looked at Yang Ming face to face, bent down, rested her chin on the kitchen counter with both hands, and looked up at Yang Ming. "Just now, I was leaning sideways. It's really uncomfortable after a long time," she muttered softly. Yang Ming lowered his head, and when he was processing the eggs, he could see Alice lying on the kitchen counter. "Indeed, I don't have to turn my head this way." He continued to talk about gigolos. "Am I not just chatting with you now and want you to have fun? I'm here to chat with you and talk with you. I'm here for the third time." Alice tilted her head and thought for a long time. "What did you say in the last sentence? I don't understand." She tilted her head to the right again. "Gigolos are all very gentle." "What Yang Ming said. Am I not gentle?" Yang Ming soaked the strawberries in salt water to remove the pesticides on the surface. "Yang Ming Jun, you really have nothing to do with gentleness," Alice answered, looking straight at Strawberry, thinking. Yang Ming stopped what he was doing, lowered his voice, and his voice was gentle and pleasant. "Do you need me to be gentle and prove it to you?" Alice was startled, and her eyes moved from Strawberry to Yang Ming, blinking and blinking again. "Ha ha ha." Yang Ming broke down, "Don't be cute." This sentence should also be said to Yang Ming Jun. Pointing at Strawberry, Alice guessed, "Yang Ming Jun, it seems that you are going to make dessert." Chapter 897 Little Lolita Come to Help Me. Alice was startled, and her eyes moved from Strawberry to Yang Ming, blinking and blinking again. "Ha ha ha." Yang Ming suddenly lost his composure. "Don't act cute. You should also say this to Yang Ming Jun." Pointing at the strawberries, Alice guessed, "Yang Ming Jun, does it look like you are going to make dessert? Did you guess it from the strawberries?" Yang Ming didn't answer. "You're a molecular gastronomist, but you're actually guessing the dish from the appearance." Alice looked at Yang Ming for a long time. "You said that, I am looking forward to what you are going to do." "Nothing to look forward to." Yang Ming brought out a lot of longans, ordinary food. He looked at the longans and Alice. Alice immediately stood up and took 2 steps back. "Don't expect me to help you peel the longans. That's a pity." Yang Ming sighed softly, as if he was very regretful. "I thought we had at least established some friendship, but I didn't expect it." "Hey!" Alice was speechless, looking at the pile of longans with some entanglement. Then, "I will reluctantly lend a hand," he added, "for your pity, for the friendship you insisted on." He reached out and picked up a longan, and didn't forget to say, "You asked me to do it, I can't help you." Yang Ming peeled a longan, removed the core, and tore it into small pieces. "Here, make it like this." Alice stared. "You are asking for too much." Slowly nodded. "Friends don't need to be hypocritical, right?" Alice puffed her cheeks and tore the longan flesh into small pieces, as if she was cutting Yang Ming into pieces. "Isn't that right? Why should I agree to help you?" Alice, who realized it later, asked with her round eyes while peeling the longan skin. "Maybe it's because you are more helpful." Yang Ming thought for a while and looked into Alice's eyes. "When you see your classmates in trouble, you extend a helping hand." He nodded with an upright expression, but there was a smile in his eyes that could not be hidden. "Well, people with such excellent qualities will definitely become the best chefs and reach the top of UNU Academy." The tadpole's eyes flickered, and Alice nodded in agreement as if she was glowing all over. She had already thrown the longan in her hand away. She held Yang Ming's palm with both hands, and looked at Yang Ming with sparkling eyes. "My confidant." She shook Yang Ming's hand up and down vigorously. and her face turned into a round bun face with a smile. You also believe that I will definitely defeat Irina and everyone to reach the top of Totsuki Academy in the end, right? Yang Ming felt that his eyes suddenly brightened, so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. He let Alice shake his hand and stared blankly at the longan in his hand flying out in a parabola, and finally fell to the ground freely. Yet, after answering, Yang Ming took advantage of Alice's shaking hands to pick up a longan, slowly peeled off the skin, and then watched Alice excitedly holding his hand and shaking it harder, throwing the longan out. After wasting 2 longans, Yang Ming's hands were empty, and he let Alice hold them. Listening to Alice's long-term plan to climb to the top of Yuanyu, he was already dizzy. With a little force, he broke free from Alice's hand, held it back, and put his hands together to wrap Alice's palm inside. Yang Ming shook his hands vigorously and said word by word, "Right. Come on, Alice. You can do it." Alice with tadpole eyes grinned and nodded vigorously, "That's right. Your vision is finally good for once." The two of them shook their hands stupidly, nodding and shaking their hands, smiling at each other. Yang Ming felt that his face was about to freeze, and said solemnly, "Now the first step to the top of Totsuki Academy, do you know what it is, Alice?" The tadpole's eyes began to slowly become serious. "What is it?" "Peel these longans," Yang Ming said seriously. "Hey?" Alice followed Yang Ming's eyes and looked at the cooking table, then turned her eyes blankly to look at the two people's clasped hands. "Yang Ming-jun, why are you holding my hand?" Yang Ming did not change his movements, stood there, and said expressionlessly, "To help you complete the first step to the top of Totsuki Academy." The tadpole's eyes finally changed, his eyes flashed, and his eyes became serious. Alice squinted, "Do you think I'm a 1-year-old child, Yang Ming-jun?" "No, I think you're a 10-year-old child," Yang Ming said seriously, "the kind of naughty kid who will waste food." Alice signaled Yang Ming with her eyes and glanced at the hand being held. "How long are you going to hold it?" "Until you wake up," Yang Ming replied, "So are you sober now?" "Thank you for reminding me." Alice looked into Yang Ming's eyes, "So you can let go?" "Well, then after I let go, can I still peel longans happily?" "What do you think, Yang Ming-jun?" "I think of course I can." "Yang Ming-jun, you think too much, of course it's impossible." "Then I'll just hold it like this and don't let go," Yang Ming said indifferently. "Do you really want to be expelled?" "My cooking is already finished." Alice signaled to Yang Ming, whose dishes were not finished, "You haven't made anything yet." "It doesn't matter." Yang Ming pretended to be casual, "I'll keep you here. No one can prove that the things on your cooking table are made by you, Alice. Let's drop out of school together." He looked at Alice with a smile, "What will you do after dropping out of school?" "What? Do you want to order? We can discuss it." I didn't expect Yang Ming-jun to be so shameless. Alice also narrowed her eyes and showed a fake smile, "Okay, then let's discuss what Yang Ming-jun can do after dropping out of school." "Oh, I forgot to say that I at least have a place in the molecular cuisine world and have a place to play." "What about Yang Ming-jun?" "Oh, it's all tears." Yang Ming sighed in a fake manner, "We have finally reached the stage of friends talking to each other, and started to talk about future plans." Holding Alice's hand tightly, Yang Ming shook his hand pretending to be sincere, "If I can't make it in the future, I hope Alice will remember our friendship today and help me." He raised his 4 hands a little higher and shook them in front of the two people, "Use these hands to help, after all, we are brothers." Alice looked at the raised hand with a fake smile and said nothing. "Is there still a leg missing?" Yang Ming lowered his head to look at Alice's legs, and then looked at his own. Come over from the kitchen counter, let's touch our feet, then we will have true brotherhood." Chapter 898 Really Tsundere. Alice looked at the raised hand with a fake smile and said nothing. "Is there still a leg missing?" Yang Ming lowered his head to look at Alice's legs, and then looked at his own. Come over from the kitchen counter, let's touch our feet, then we will have true brotherhood." Alice still had a fake smile on her face, squinting her eyes and smiling, "Okay then." Maintaining the posture of holding 4 hands, they walked sideways in one direction along the edge of the kitchen counter. Yang Ming was also driven by Alice's movement to move sideways in that direction because of the 4 hands holding each other. Finally, they reached the edge of the kitchen counter. The two of them changed from holding hands across the kitchen counter to holding hands close to each other. Alice moved her body slightly closer to Yang Ming, squinted her eyes and smiled, and asked, "Now it's a brotherhood, right?" Before Yang Ming could speak, Alice suddenly raised one knee with force and hit Yang Ming's calf hard and powerfully. Hiss! Yang Ming cried out in pain, but still did not let go. Alice twisted her wrist and her arm went around Yang Ming's arm. She moved her hips and threw him over her shoulder. Yang Ming fell to the ground with a snap. After twisting her wrist, Alice finally stopped her fake smile and looked at Yang Ming on the ground with round tadpole eyes. "I forgot to tell you," she put a finger on her chin and puffed her face. "I grew up in Northern Europe and often went to pubs. I have some self-defense skills." "Waste, waste, waste." Yang Ming got up from the ground in a mess. "You are so cruel. My bones are about to break." "Hey? Isn't it that Yang Ming Jun is too weak?" "I was not prepared at all, Alice." Yang Ming rubbed his waist. "Really? It's as if you won't fall down after you prepare." Alice tilted her head, "Then you should be on guard this time, come again." As she said that, she posed. "Come again." Yang Ming looked at Alice in surprise, and immediately stretched out his two arms to make an X gesture, "Nuhu." "Why?" Alice asked in confusion. "My food is not ready yet." Yang Ming pointed to the cooking table helplessly, "I'll play with you after it's done." "Really? Really?" Nodding. Rolling up her sleeves, Alice pushed Yang Ming away, "You said it earlier." She peeled, cored and tore the longans one by one at a very fast speed. After looking at Alice who had turned into a cooking expert, Yang Ming silently gave a thumbs up, first to Alice, then turned his thumb to himself, and smiled with some pride. "Wash the soaked strawberries, cut them into pieces, and put them in a basin." Yang Ming raised his hand to break up all the eggs, and after watching Alice peel the longans, he also kept adding lotus root powder to the water and mixed them evenly. "Okay, the longans are done." Alice clapped her hands and looked at Yang Ming from the corner of her eyes. "Longans that witness friendship." Yang Ming nodded, "Thank you for your hard work. It's a piece of cake." Alice shrugged her shoulders imitating Yang Ming's movements, "But I suddenly found that you are quite good." "Really? Thank you for the compliment." Such compliments from Alice's mouth really make me feel very happy. "No, I'm not complimenting you." Alice's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she smiled with an ambiguous meaning, with a little more dangerous meaning in her smile. "You actually used a trick to make me willingly help you peel these longans." "Since I am willing, how can it be said to be a trick, right?" Yang Ming teased. Raising the corners of her mouth to reveal a smile, she looked at Yang Ming steadily with a smile, and after a long while, Alice turned her eyes away. "Sure enough, you are a very interesting person." Patting her palms and washing her fingers one by one, Alice walked out of the cooking table, turned around and looked at Yang Ming, "I hope you won't let me down." Raising a smile, "Opponent." Yang Ming held the fresh milk in one hand, and put his other hand together, pressed against his temple, quickly moved his palm away, made an OK gesture, and raised his mouth. Corner, without saying anything. Alice raised her chin slightly, turned around, and also raised her mouth and left. Yang Ming smiled and added fresh milk to the pot, slowly heated it, and when the fresh milk was slightly warm, added strawberry cubes and longan pulp, and continued to cook. He took out a chopstick and slowly poured the prepared lotus root powder into the pot along the chopstick. The fresh milk in the pot became thicker little by little. While the concentration in the pot was just right, Yang Ming quickly poured the egg liquid into the pot. Stir slowly, avoiding the position of the strawberries to avoid crushing the strawberries, and ensuring that the eggs and fresh milk are perfectly mixed. Yang Ming slowly rolled the fresh milk in the pot with a spoon. The slow steaming over a low fire made the pot emit a rich milky aroma, and the heated strawberries also exuded some fresh strawberry aroma. Turn off the heat, pour the whole pot of fresh milk into coffee cups, and Yang Ming put a spoon in each coffee cup. The strawberries rolling with the fresh milk were stained with some milky white. Yang Ming carefully put 4 strawberry petals in each coffee cup and placed them on the finished fresh fruit milk. The 4 strawberry petals formed a flower shape. "Hey, what is this? Why are you here again?" Yang Ming asked in surprise. "It hasn't started yet. It's so boring." Alice put the things in her hand on the cooking table and picked up a coffee cup to look at it. "It's too weird to put this kind of thing in the coffee cup." "Is it weird?" Yang Ming asked in a daze. "There is no container to put it, so I use a coffee cup." "Well, first of all, the main dining style of Yuanyu Resort is Western and Japanese, and my food is not Japanese. So if it is served in a Western style, it will be more acceptable. Then what? Alice picked up the spoon in the coffee cup and tasted a strawberry. Then? There's nothing wrong with it being dressed like this, right? I think it looks pretty good, and it's easy to hold and eat. Alice scooped a spoonful of fresh fruit milk and closed her eyes happily. It tastes so good, the fresh milk spreads in the mouth, and the egg fragrance is like wrapping people in a warm eggshell, stable and reassuring. And the fresh scent of strawberries, just like waking up in the embrace of nature, awakening in an instant, making people refreshed to welcome a new day. Tadpole eyes opened cutely. Of course, the longan I peeled is the most delicious. Yang Ming smiled. Why is the longan delicious? It's indescribably delicious. Alice said at a loss for words. In short, it's delicious that can't be described in words. Thank you for such a high compliment. I'm not praising you. It's because of my help that there is such a delicious taste. Is this the logical relationship? Alice puffed her cheeks and argued. Chapter 899. This is really not. It's delicious beyond words. Alice said, in short, it's delicious beyond words. Thank you for such a high compliment. I'm not complimenting you. It's because of my help that it's so delicious. Is this the logical relationship? Alice puffed her cheeks and argued. Well, yes, that's right. Yang Ming saw a dish on the cooking table and brought it over. Is this the molecular cuisine you made? Yes, I also need to let you know the gap between you and me. Alice said with a smile. Yang Ming lifted the plate and looked at the strange-shaped eggs on the plate. Molecular cuisine is all about breaking the form of ingredients and making innovations that are completely different from the ingredients. So, the egg I saw, he looked up at Alice and said with certainty, may not be its original appearance. You have some knowledge, so I brought it here specially. Alice pointed at the egg on the plate. Try it. Of course. Yang Ming looked at a small dish of raw egg dishes. The egg white and egg yolk were no different from raw eggs. He sucked this raw egg into his mouth along the edge of the dish. Even though he was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He looked at Alice with some surprise. The egg yolk is chicken solidified with gelatin. He was a little confused. What is egg white? It's also very special. Alice looked surprised. Oh, you can't taste it. Hey, I'm not the tongue of God. Yang Ming replied helplessly. Then your sense of taste is too dull. The egg white is made of diluted seawater. This taste is indeed very special, and the impact of the taste is impressive. Yang Ming commented. Yang Ming raised the egg and looked at it. You are really good at using high technology. I just praised your cooking a lot. You have nothing to say after analyzing my ingredients. Alice looked at Yang Ming with round eyes. Yang Ming asked in confusion, do you have to praise? Of course. Isn't it what friends should do to praise each other? This is a compulsory course for friendship. Okay, then I'll try. Don't be so reluctant. Very creative, a surprise for diners at breakfast. The mellow taste of eggs made from chicken, the refreshing aftertaste of diluted seawater. That's about it, a morning full of happiness. Yang Ming surrendered helplessly. I promise it's really delicious and surprising, but I can't describe it, my vocabulary is not enough. Yes, indescribable deliciousness. Just now Alice used indescribable deliciousness to evaluate Yang Ming, and now Yang Ming also used this word to respond. Alice pouted and muttered, by the way, Yang Ming, don't you let the three judges taste your food. Oh, if you didn't say it, I almost forgot. Yang Ming slapped his head, I'll go get it now. This dish cooked by Yang Ming comes from Shanghai. The author has forgotten the name, but I occasionally ate it back then. I heard that it was very famous in the local area. The combination of Chinese and Western characteristics is very good, integrating Western modern cooking methods and Eastern traditional aesthetics. It is very interesting. Well, it looks quite ordinary now, but it doesn't seem as bad as I remembered. Kyuga Teraki said with a bit of relief as he looked at the food in front of him. At first, when he saw Yang Ming mixing longan, strawberry and eggs together, he was really worried. After all, it had not been long since Kyuga Teraki became Yang Ming's apprentice, and they did not know each other well. He did not know whether he would do anything unreliable. So it was normal for Kyuga Teraki to be a little worried and suspicious. As Kyuga Teraki picked up the spoon and slowly spread it, the amazing fragrance gradually occupied the entire Polar Star dormitory. The fragrance was like a swaying lotus leaf, rising up along the eaves. The amazing fragrance rolled up the unique fragrance of longan and strawberry and mixed in the building. A piercing charm burst out from the fragrance. Eat, eat, eat. Eat the delicious food in front of you like a glutton. Leave no trace. Without hesitation. Swallow it in one bite. Eat. 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 This is the supreme delicacy in the world. This is the fairyland delicacy that should only be in heaven. Absolutely, absolutely not to be missed, superfood. 3 complete dishes. 3 judges of equal strength. At this moment, they almost simultaneously lowered their heads and began to ruthlessly devour the delicacies in front of them. Like a beggar with no way to escape and no home, who was already starving, suddenly encountered delicious food in the world. His empty stomach turned into a sinful glutton, trying to devour the entire dish at an absolute speed. 2 seconds. Kyuga Teraki raised his head, and the entire dish had been eaten halfway. He raised his head and covered his stomach. This was the pain caused by eating too fast, but he did not give up. His originally dark yellow eyes had now turned pale green, like a hungry wolf staring at the remaining food. More to eat. Can't stop. Pa. Yang Ming patted his head and woke him up. This was the first time he had brought out a representative dish for a duel. It was close to the master level. With the charm of the dish, it was no exaggeration to say that the whole dish was the best under the master level. A tempting existence. This dish is a symbol that can turn people into gluttons. After waking up the remaining 2 people from their crazy state one by one, Yang Ming probably estimated the strength of Tatsuki. Now the level of the top 10 is basically at the level of senior chefs, and he is the top of senior chefs. According to the progression of strength, the higher the top 10 are, the closer their ability is to the master level. Correspondingly, the stronger the strength, the greater the immunity to master level dishes, just like his Heiki Megami. This time, the food only made him eat a few more bites, and the eating speed was still not fast or slow. For example, Kyuga Teraki and Ibusaki Shun were a little embarrassed. As for Alice, even though she was awakened by the beating, she still stared at Yang Ming with her red eyes, and the girl's pleading in her eyes could melt anyone's heart. After all, she hadn't tasted enough of that dish. Yang Ming was the first person to make Alice Nikiri look like this, but this guy obviously didn't know how to take care of a woman. He took his own dish and said, "Don't even think about it. I haven't finished eating yet. Just give me another one." Alice Nikiri couldn't help but act coquettishly in a coquettish tone. No, Yang Ming rolled his eyes. What a difficult guy. After saying this, Alice Nikiri suddenly whispered, "At most, I'll agree to one condition of yours." "Any condition is fine." "What did you say?" Yang Ming exaggeratedly supported his hands on his ears, wanting to hear Alice repeat what she said before. Chapter 900. Hey, 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 where is Ye Yailing? What do you want me to do to have a bite? Just one bite. Nikiri Alice couldn't help stamping her feet. This was the first time she had met such a difficult person. It was really annoying. Ahem, let's go back to the previous topic. You said, agree to one condition for me. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. In the Polar Star dormitory, Yang Ming stared at Alice in front of him with a very provocative look. You mean, can you agree to any condition of mine? Being spoken to in such a calm tone, Nikiri Alice suddenly woke up and saw that the handsome face that was almost in front of her blushed, and she stepped back a few steps, covering her chest and said, that kind of thing is not okay. Yang understood her at a glance. What are you thinking about? One condition, right? Tell me your experience in using technology to make food, such as how to use a centrifuge in general, what kind of food combination is more delicious, etc. So that's how it is. Nikiri Alice breathed a sigh of relief, stared at Yang Ming's face for a few seconds, and suddenly whispered, I didn't expect you to be so upright. What did you say? Yang Ming didn't hear what she said clearly. Nothing. I've taken notes on my thoughts and stuff, but you, let me have another bite of this unnamed delicacy. Really, this is the first time I've seen such a troublesome boy like you. It's so troublesome to eat a bite of food. If it were someone else, they would have brought it to me long ago. Alice snatched the food from Yang Ming's hand with dissatisfaction, and took the spoon that Yang Ming had given her before. In an instant, the pure fragrance of longan came to her nose. At this moment, Alice no longer had the elegance of a noble family. She picked up the food directly and ate it like a greedy cat. Delicious. I don't know how to describe it, but it's that kind of deliciousness that goes deep into the bones. The tip of her tongue trembled with emotion. The taste that belonged to Yang Ming really became his person in the fantasy, with strong muscles, naked upper body, holding the equally naked her tightly in his arms. This is the charm of being occupied. Alice's original arrogance as a young lady was directly defeated by the whole dish. Go away. Don't. While mumbling words that no one else could understand, Alice was immersed in the food empire and couldn't extricate herself. It wasn't until a long time later that she came to her senses, and found that Yang Ming, who was in good clothes, was standing beside her inexplicably. Hey? Why are you wearing clothes? After saying this, Alice suddenly felt that she seemed to have said something wrong. The scene was awkward. Cough cough cough. Yang Ming was confused, and had to use coughing to break the embarrassment in the air. Although Yang Ming had known for a long time that the world of food wars, Shokyuchi no Soma was poisonous. But, because it is very important, I have to emphasize it 3 times. Looking at the cute little loli in front of her eating the food she made, her face was flushed, her lips were slightly raised, and she showed a gesture of taking whatever she wanted. It really forced people to commit a crime. Take a deep breath. Hurry up. This is definitely not. At the same time, in the Nakiri family, Nakiri Senseiman stared at the food in front of him, with a flash of shock in his eyes. In front of him was a plate of rare steak, and from the cooking style, it was obviously Irina's method. What shocked Nakiri Senseiman was not these, but the fragrance. It was a kind of century-old thick agar wood, like a huge treasure standing in front of people, as if as long as you pounce on it, you can get everything. This is a dish that can seduce people's hearts. It unreasonably seduces the greed in the hearts of humans, and it is the source of seduction of all living beings. However, this not only does not give people a sense of disobedience, but makes people feel that this dish should be like this. With this dish, you can have everything. Gulp. The direction of the dish spread throughout the Nakiri family. Many servants smelled the fragrance, and their eyes almost turned into greedy wolves in an instant, looking at one place together it was where the dish was placed. Unconsciously, there was more saliva on the ground. Irina, did you use envierhong in this dish? Yes, Grandpa. I combined a little wine paste of envierhong with other spices to make an alternative seasoning. After adding it to the steak, I used a little vinegar to neutralize the beauty of the wine, and then I made this dish. Irina looked at the steak in front of her, with a little more contemplation in her eyes. This 100-year-old envierhong is too heavy for these ordinary dishes. Even a little bit of wine paste is too much for this kind of steak. So I have to use countless seasonings to neutralize the stimulation of envierhong. Since it's my first time, the effect may not be good. I would like to ask Grandpa for some advice. Not good? Ha ha ha, Irina, you are totally wrong. After swallowing the steak cooked by Irina, Nakiri Senseiman laughed and said, you did a great job, very good. The mellow girl's red wine is combined with the black pepper and the meaty aroma of beef, and the taste becomes much tenderer. The agar wood accumulated for 100 years in the girl's red wine is not wasted, and it is perfectly mixed with the beef. This dish is not even worse than the steak made by Yang Ming that I ate before. Even stronger. He made the steak. Irina keenly caught this keyword and asked, did he do it with all his strength, or only used part of his strength? Of course I did it with all my strength. Nakiri Senseiman said with a smile, but it's a pity that this beef is not worthy of the girl's red wine that has been sealed for 100 years. Strictly speaking, Irina did not put much effort into this dish, and the reason why it can reach this peak degree is mainly due to the charm of envierhong. However, after all, it was the first time to use envierhong, and Irina's cooking inevitably had many flaws, but even so, Nakiri Senseiman still gave an answer that was better than Yang Ming's cooking, which shows how terrible this envierhong is. However, Nakiri Senseiman still didn't say a word. The last time he ate Yang Ming's steak made with all his strength was a few weeks ago. In a few weeks, how much has Yang Ming's strength grown? Everything is unknown. I know, Grandpa. Irina held the remaining pile of envierhong. I will continue to study. Nakiri Senseiman waved his hand, indicating that Irina could leave. After watching his granddaughter leave, the old man sighed, Yang Ming boy, you are really amazing. Irina has a competitive spirit against a boy. It seems to be the first time, right? I really hope you can change her. Thinking of his son-in-law, Nagiri Sentimon's eyes gradually became gloomy.